Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are going to be continuing this Persia run. We are likely going to be flipping Armenian culture today. The idea behind this, of course, being that Armenian gets proximity cost through mountains. And this will be very valuable to us because we have a lot of mountains in the region. Now, I don't think that this makes Persia, like, basically kind of a region that feels good, or I don't think it will, but it'll make this feel a lot better than it currently does. In the interim, put in a bunch of stuff in terms of the queue. You can see that we had forgotten to build bridges, which is no good. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Bridges, of course, very valuable source of prox, and also right now, just to kind of cover some of the equation, as it stands, going through mountains is really, really rough. Now, our capital, right here, we can take a look at the calculation of going into one mountain, and it's pretty. Oh, that's not even a mountain. It's from where we're going from. So the calculation for the mountain is pretty impressive. This minus 50%, and the math is worse than it used to be. So this used to be plus 50% cost, and so if a segment cost 10 to go through, with the mountain malice, it would cost 15 to go through, right? Which is pretty straightforward. Here, the base price is 15, and it's being increased to around 20 or 19. But now, with efficiency, the way it works is instead of plus 50%, it's now 1 over 1 plus x, where x is your modifier. And so if you only have the mountain modifier, if we didn't have any development, if we didn't have any local infrastructure, this would now cost us double to go through, rather than 1.5 times as much to go through, because 1 over 1 minus 0.5 is going to be 2. And so the penalties for mountains when you are low are way more oppressive, because proximity is more valuable at the lower end. Once you pass the 50% threshold of where you would have been getting a 50% reduction and now you're getting a 100% bonus, that's when it starts to fall off. But early game it is much more powerful, so this makes all terrain bonuses and malices a much bigger deal. And so once we get that, we ought to be in much better shape. But let's continue. Hey Mergen. What car did you get? Got a new car. Very nice. I've been putting off getting a new car for a while now. But that was more of a preamble for the VOD viewers. That's you. Except not you. It's the VOD viewers, not the live viewers. But it's going to make a much bigger difference than it did before. These terrain modifiers in the early game are particularly oppressive, and we're just we've plopped down our capital in the middle of terrain malices, basically. So. And we have 3 regional capitals. We have this one, and this one. And in all, getting decent proximity. Would like to get some proximity down here. I think that's probably unlikely, or I don't really see a good way for us to do that. I think we have a truce with them. We should be declaring a war here, though. I think we'll let our subjects beat up these two. Then we'll actually bring this squad up. Are you not having trouble with the Iron Lumber Tools death spiral? We are, but we're kind of managing it. I don't know how deep people played, but it gets a lot better in Age 3. So the Iron Tools wood death spiral has something that has always happened. It's just, or it's always been an inflection point. And usually that inflection point, if you are spinning up the economy, isn't too fast before you get this iron output and this wood output, both of which alleviate the problem. And so now everyone is spiking it way earlier before they get this. And it gets a little bit better after this, but it keeps coming back, right? We're going to be getting closer and closer to having issues every single time. So the issues are going to be getting worse and worse until we get slitting mills. And then I think that there's another lumber tech in here. And basically every single one of these techs will kind of improve the issue. So Austria gets proximity reduction in the mountains and hills, and Persia did. That is correct. So we're doing janky Persia where we flip Armenian culture in order to get it. But yeah, even then, the mountain reduction, well, the mountain reduction is more valuable. Austria gets 50% on all of them. Armenian only gets 66% of the mountains. Toyota Aventis sedan, 2008, traded in a Honda, paid the exact same amount, same year, same miles, just happier with the model. All right. Plus insurance, taxes are a lot cheaper with the lighter car, even though I have the same 0 to 60. Insurance can be weird sometimes. So the car that I want to get, although probably it's mildly frivolous, would be a Hyundai Veloster, which is a 3-door car, and insurance is way more expensive if you have a 2-door car relative to a 4-door car, and unfortunately the Veloster is categorized as a 2-door. Because, I mean, how do you categorize it? It has 3 doors. State patronage. Among some of the patricians, it's become increasingly fashionable to spend a lot. Is this a new event? Because they're rich. I mean, we'll pay for research progress. Another thing that is an issue with the apocalypse is the AI spins up all the economy but the RGOs, and the RGOs are part of the balance. And so if you can't spin up the RGOs fast enough to keep up with them, which is difficult when you don't have lumber, you might run into issues. Bald Man Live, but it's 3? That's not fair. Bro, we stream like the same time every Saturday. Bruh. Alright, I think we could go army hunting basically with this stack. I'm hoping we can. We do have a cav combat bonus. I don't know if we win this. This kind of looks bad for us, to be honest. We are going to have the defensive bonus, though. So let's get in there before their morale recovers. All the way. We also have a bonus on cavalry specifically, so... I wonder if we could get in there and get damage down before... We have this age units on the cav. And we have reinforcements. We're getting flanking. Looks like we might be able to hold this up. And, kind of don't want to hire mercs. Yeah, now we're flanking down this. Kind of don't want to hire mercs, even though obviously we can afford it, because, still a little bit tedious on the clicking. I guess it's actually looking like we're going to have to hire mercenaries anyways. We will hire from Romandy a small little unit. Sure. Oh, maybe it's not necessary. We just see these guys getting beat up over here, but that's probably fine. I was talking about the 3-door car. Oh, yeah. That makes, yeah. I mean, they got it, they're just gonna categorize it wherever you can charge, they can charge the most money. The problem is that estates get double the wealth they should normally get. They get far more than double. They get a lot more than double. Because they get all the nugget of the stuff you're not picking up. Before they would get like 75% of what you weren't picking up. Now they get the whole shaboodle. And so when you lack control, they get all of it. They get way more money. They should probably be spending the money on mechanics that are like separated, you know, from separated from just building buildings. And those should have like money costs for them, and they should do that. It's like just very disruptive. I mean, also this UI probably need the play pattern is like an unfun play pattern where they build a bunch of buildings and you actively want to go around and prune a lot of these buildings because they mess with your eco comp. And because everything demands so much wood, and they inject too much demand for wood, and it's just net negative for you. God, I wish we could input the number exactly. 75 is the breakpoint where you can actually delete these buildings. Holy shit. Okay, cool. But some of these buildings have maintenance, like the toll castle. And this throwing in this demand for tools actually kind of, I think, is kind of negative for you. So we're gonna get rid of all our toll castles. And then I don't think we mind the local assembly too much. We don't like the mansions. One of these we like. The one that gets prod efficiency we like. Do we tolerate this? No. But every time we do this, it kills one satisfaction. The UI for doing this is rough. When all these bridges come in, should be better. Yeah, my insurance didn't quite like the 22-year-old with a 200 horsepower, 1.8 ton car. Yeah, they also really hit you if you're like male and young. Everything is really more expensive. They should say it's 3 doors, not 12. I agree they shouldn't say it's 12. 12 doors. That's altogether too many doors as well. Welcome back to the stream. Yeah. The streams might slow down after this a little bit. I don't know how I feel about starting a new run with all, like, this strangeness, maybe. Or, like, I think that a lot of the things they've changed, I think that they're gonna tweak. So, like, making a video about it is, like, weird. I don't know. I don't mind them rolling out something that's, like, really kind of, like, hot, in the sense that it hasn't been tested that much, but I also wish that they were upfront when that was the case. Like, we're like, yo, this is relatively, because it's a beta, right? So the idea is testing, but, like, leading with the, we're gonna see some hotness here. I also do think, to some degree, that's happened. Alright, I think we could take some of these, like, more difficult battles. We're getting 20% here from Combined Arms. Auxiliaries add a Combined Arms bonus? I was curious about this. This is also why we had built that initial auxiliary here. But they're probably not worth upgrading because they don't actually perform a function, so just the level 1 auxiliaries always. So they get more saturation than us. Looks like we're dealing slightly more damage, but we can't deal slightly more damage on an 11k stack and have that be good for us. So we'll take a little bit of a retreat here. Yeah, this is what we needed earlier, was the support. But the flip side is there's a lot more troops over here. We just maybe need a stack that does something more. I thought we had 2... Oh, we do have 2 light lancers. What? We can't afford it. Oh, we can't afford it. Alright. Currently also, I think that we've probably, on average, managed... Yeah. I think a lot of people experiencing the apocalypse, that it might be a little bit worse in Europe. Are we okay with creating this demand profile? I think we are. Add a couple armories, and then let's sort by control, and any place that has over 90 control. Okay. Just looking at the most efficient ones. I think we let them kind of jump on our unit. Well, this might be a little bit better for us. I think we're doing 3-to-1 on the damage. It is a little bit better, but it needs to be a lot a bit better. I think we'll retreat out of this as well. It's an interesting thing where, like, if you're actively, like, retreating, some compositions and some stats are, like, have different value than others do. If you're more active about retreating, like, taking a lot of morale damage is not as bad. Because when, if you have overstacked units, if you have a ton of units, like, more than enough to saturate the fronts, your guy's dipping because their morale drops too low and another guy filling forward just allows you to bring more stats into the battle. And you'll churn through all your guys faster, but once you churn through your guys, you just retreat. And you lose the battle, but, like, you lose fewer guys. I had to pick it up the other side of the country, spend 4 hours in the train. And then 3.5 hours driving back. Yeah. Other side of the country in the US is a different beast. It's like, other side of the country was like, oh man, it's a couple days. It's like 7 hours. Aside from events, are you able to judge types like monarchy to republic? Yeah, but you gotta push values really hard. Alright, I think that we might... We're trying to do this without murking up too much. I think that might not be tenable. Let's get some from Albania and some from Austria. I have a theory that I haven't confirmed that when you hire mercs, there's like a mercenary pool in terms of pops, and when you hire the mercs, that pool deplenishes, and this is like a huge source of negative growth, but once the pool is saturated, then like there's a saturation limit for the pool, and once you hit it, then the pops, how should I say this? Once you hit the saturation, it stops pulling pops from you. Maybe we shouldn't force the Crown Power character, actually. Maybe we should get the actual general. We should stop letting our kid cosplay general. Construction speed also as a modifier helps with the apocalypse, because a big part of it is the queued up buildings causing issues, and so if you move through the queue faster, it's going to be a little bit better. Yeah, I think the local shrines are bad, so let's get rid of these. I think we don't like spiritual retreats either. In support of inward, we would like to go inward. It's giving us crown power. These guys are in the north are about to get wrecked. These guys in the south also are disloyal because we religion flipped them. Which is particularly bad because they could get separate peace, which we really don't want. There we go, saturating the fronts, doing damage. Okay. Can afford another one. I think we're gonna come back this way because we want to hit army. Maybe up here to Ankara. We want to catch army. And the Retinids still have a big army. We don't know exactly where it's at. Maybe we should be spy network some bros. Because we would like some maps. We're using a lot of stuff to improve relations in Annex, guys, is the thing, but... There we go. There's an army. Because once the army's cleared, the goon squad will be a lot more useful at just sieging everything down. Looks like we're getting a lot of wrong section, or our army is not balanced. I think we did balance it. It is balanced. Do we have the wrong section, or the right section chance in this age? Or have we ignored that modifier? No, we have correct section chance. So this is the stack we want to go after, this 20k. I'm not even sure we beat it, though. I think we're trying to pull guys from areas where we're not going to conquer, or what have you. We'll stay down here in the south, not tangle with the big army. Yeah, the thing is the big army's gonna sweep back. We wish our guys kind of played more around us. Like trying to siege all this stuff over here. There's the 20k stack. Trying to float near it. Anything we can do here? No, we don't want to throw the values. I think we want the naval infrastructure. Well, we could get dev or increase max tax. We don't have, like, infinite money yet. We are pretty good on the money. After the bridges, ooh, baby, look at that. It's looking so much better after just building those bridges. We also have on auto-expand now a bunch of cloth and fine cloth in a bunch of places that we didn't before. What we're going to run out of is dyes. Unfortunately, we don't really have a good source of dyes, because we don't have a lot of lumber, and dyes take a ton of lumber. There should maybe be more PMs for dyes as well. Do you think Paradox knows they bricked tribe satisfaction? Like fully bricked it? What do you mean? I guess no. You get money from missing control, but that money gets doubled from a bug or a broken math? Oh. Well, that's insane. Did you play Castile in the new patch? I'm not really sure how to be aggressive you can be. I don't know. I have not. I imagine you play pretty aggressive. You don't move your capital to Suez anymore, though. I own lumber and iron buildings for inputs way too high ever since release. This was bound to happen sooner or later. Iron input, lumber and iron. Yeah, one of the few, like, I didn't give too much design feedback before release. But one of the few pieces of feedback I gave was lumber is way too, like, ubiquitous in the economy. Like, I gave a lot of balance feedback, a lot of bugs, and a lot of UI type feedback, but not a lot of, hey, I think that from a design perspective, this is an issue. And to be fair, it's always been painful in all of my runs, where, like, running out of wood, and it's like, okay, do we want running out of wood to be a fundamental play pattern? Does that make sense? This type of thing. And I'm not sure it does from, like, a simulation perspective. Like, the great wood famines of, like, 1400 are not something, like, I have heard about. But, like, to be fair, the economy is, like, completely divorced from, like, historicity in the sense that it actually grows. Whereas, like, the first 150 years was completely stagnant, so, yeah. Have you really got 160k gold? Yeah, dog. I hate it when people come into the chat and just shame us for our low, like, balance, man. Just feels so bad. Balance shamed every day of our lives. Yeah, I mean, it would be higher if we didn't start as Ormuz. Yeah, the truth hurts. 12 doors is too many, yeah. Give some, I haven't slept for 10 days because that would be too long type vibes, huh? Maybe you can start as Majapahit and try and solve the problem by exporting lumbers. I do not want to play as Majapahit when roads no longer give dev if they're overseas. Roads have to be connected to capital to give the dev bonus now. If they're not connected to the capital, you don't get the dev bonus. So you see these roads we have here? They're only giving 5% development growth. I'm not a fan of that. That also means we're just getting less development here because we're forcing it to be an exclave so that we can make use of the harbor thing. I do not like a sledgehammer. They make from like a -50 a +50 value, and that approach where you have no faith in your mechanic. Yeah, a lot of these number tweaks that we have seen are just very, very swingy. I do like the proximity change, though, specifically, but, like, cutting the value of wool in half, like, has cutting stuff in half or doubling it just has a really big effect. Cutting a bunch of the cost of moving these goods in half, and then doubling the cost of moving a bunch of other goods, like, has a big effect. Yeah, they do add combined bonus, that's why Elven Auxiliary is OP. Well, any auxiliary is OP, it just stays in the back. Elven Auxiliary can actually fight, though, but, like, I'm not sure you even want it to. Maybe you do. I mean, the point is you have to, like, use auxiliaries now, right? We're gonna try and clip that guy's wings. Let's go to Suez and recover up our stuff. The thing is, he gets to come back this way, and we can't go through here because of winter. Alright, I think we'll catch him here. A lot of the stuff is cleared. We don't have too many buildings idling in their construction except for stuff that's demanding paper and books. We don't have too many good places to make paper because of the complete lack of lumber. Although we do have the ability to make fabric. And the fabric can give us a bonus on that regardless. Let's lock in on using cotton. There's not enough guys here, sure. We also added a whole bunch of trade capacity, which should be good. So let's lock in on using the cotton in the cotton province. +1 is fine. We'll take it. We just need to get this guy down. It's been a chase. It's been a race. He will be erased. You have an empty cabinet slot? Do we? Or are we waiting for a crown power character? We're waiting for a crown power character, but we might have one now. But this has been intentional. Yeah, we do have one now. Hopefully that kicks that up enough. Come on, bud. But we're taking a lot more damage, holy. Or is it left to right funny? No, they're taking more damage now, okay. Well, all of our guys are in. And we're getting reinforcements here. It looks like they're failing on the flank. Yeah. Not the best, but not the worst. But this should put them out of their misery. And then our guys sieging them down should be a lot more productive. In the small squads. Unfortunately, they have like infinite, yeah, there we go. Unfortunately, they have a really large amount of forts in the Arenids, and even the other guy. I'm not sure why they have so many forts. This seems like a mistake, But I guess it's being effective. It's really effective against mercs, because we can't assault the forts. But this guy's the war leader, so... Depending on how many separate pieces we want. You know... We can't just take a bunch of stuff. Alright, let's disperse them. Because this 7k stack's gonna be strong enough to deal with the dudes that are remaining. And maybe we take the Hamanids. Maybe we take like Trebizond. The market from them and some other stuff. I don't know why Trebizond's not a releasable, man. Oh, because we're looking at the wrong guy. But we can't release from him. By the way, on Gold and Silver Mines, this estimates like 5 to X times the wealth that they should get. I know that's everywhere right now. Viewer stream. No, don't click the link. The tribe of state satisfaction still gives plus food and RGO production. Old tribes were just OP for no reason. Oh, you talking about this not giving something? Or giving less? Like, it shouldn't give a lot, yeah. It's silly that we get a bunch from the 7,000 guys. Speaking of, we should probably grab some more stuff. Because they have, like, no negative impact. Oh, we're paying for Republic Tradition right now. I was losing 3k pops a lot to Merc companies while my pop growth was around 2 to 3k. All my cities had negative pop growth. Feels bad, man. Someone also has a theory that whenever you research a military attack, it causes an issue, basically. Were you researching all the Miltechs? We researched exactly one. Light Lancers is the only thing we have gotten. The state spam labor buildings, causing tools wood to crash, yeah. What's an Imperial Republic? I don't know. Shout out to the US. They got to type on the math for the calculation wealth. Tribes have minus 50 satisfaction because none of their demand is satisfied, which they have none of. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. It makes sense now. The price of output of silver in one market is 12.5. The total outputs from gain for wealth for the location with total 5 output gains. Total wealth should be 62. You're saying it's 420 wealth and it should be less. Alright, let's take a look. We don't have wealth hotkeyed. Should really just show wealth. Wealth is 105. Oh, the auto expand mod. They gave RGO auto expand. Don't mind if we do. I mean, that doesn't look off. You're saying that the estate is getting way more money than it ought to? Yeah, we have to go all through our economy and, like, also try and make it so that we have as high levels, building levels on some of these buildings that we, like, have to build, like, in the stone quarry. Bunch of extra leather supply just helping out with the stone quarry, though. We could overbuild leather. I wish there was available buildings level map mode. But I think we just urbanized some of this ish and it doesn't have industries, yeah, so like this does. Not have anything that's building yet. Not that it's, yeah, it's gonna be all that great. The problem is this is making no money. Like, and when it's 0.14, like, it's making no money enough such that building the building is probably going to decrease our tax base. But decreasing our tax base isn't necessarily that big an issue. Most of our money's coming from trade. Like, if it decreases our tax base, it increases our stone output, that's maybe actually an okay exchange for us. We increased the number of trade we had by a lot. Trade's like virtually never dead, and we're a republic, merchant republic, so... That's where all the wealth generated in the game now. Also, I'm not noticing it on this correctly because I can't do math. Tax base per level is, it's around 60. Oh yeah, there's no way there's 40 tax base. No. This has got 9 levels. 9 times this is around 100. Yeah, 9 times the actual price is 100, but the amount that is going to the tax base is only this, yeah. Yippers. The idea that roads don't work as well as they, unless they arbitrarily connect to the capital 100 miles away is really silly. I agree, and it's really obnoxious if you're playing an island nation. Like, that's like one of the changes I dislike the most. Because I think it really screws Majapahit. I think that they didn't think about, like, island nations at all. Also, alright, insipid play patterns are on me, but I feel compelled to intentionally create an exclave here. And I think that that's, like, not a good play pattern. So we've created an exclave here, where we're not connected via road to the capital, nor are we. We're going to feed locations from this guy on over to this guy and annex this guy, so this guy will just be one long barrier between us, or between this and the capital, because you have to have an exclave for your naval governors. So, like, I don't think I like that requirement. I think you should be able to place it where you place a normal governor. It just has to be on the coast. Type of thing. Wow, that's so much war score. It's because we don't occupy this stuff. Why is Trebizond so bloody expensive? Because the wealth level is so high. Does the lower bush shortage get any better by the 1500s? It gets a little bit better with some tier H3 tech, but then once you research the tech, I think it's going to gradually get worse until you get the iron and lumber tech from the next stage, and so on and so forth. Are you saying they're making way more wealth than they're supposed to? Yeah, sometimes they make 8x the wealth, and that's all wealth generated in the game right now. I know that the like, if you compare the size of a market from a game last patch to this patch, like, the markets are way bigger in terms of value. Like, Geneva market, 9k. Venetia, 8k. We're looking at, like, Naples, 5k. And this is small, this is way bigger than our Italy run when we were playing Italy. Like, way, way bigger. Like, double. More than double. Now, this doesn't mean your income is double. It just means the total value of all the goods within the market is that really high. Let's see. Just taking a look at the foodstuffs. Looks like we can get more food storage in a lot of these areas to stimulate pop growth, actually. One of the issues, though, for us is trying to make sure we source enough masonry. Let's do this, and let's force him onto the stone PM. Lock him. Because there's stone in this province. I wish there was a way to automatically do this. But we do not want them switching on to using clay. Even if clay gets cheaper. Clay is also now more pressure than it used to be. Which is kind of interesting. Because, clay is more pressure than it used to be because you need salt. More than you used to. You don't mind subsidizing unprofitable buildings as well. Okay, so we're not going to want the fiber crops building. Especially not here. Fiber crops is good where we have both livestock and the other thing. I think in general, fiber crops is going to be kind of just trashy, though. We could stack this up here. Yeah, let's stack up clay pits and then delete the salt collector because we do not have in this province clay. We want our salt collectors to be more efficient if we can. So let's do some of that. And then there's something we wanted to build here. Something that uses cotton, probably. We started to... Our spinners guilds are just like kind of out of control because we have so much prod efficiency on them. But then, what do we do with the spinners guild? Now this, we will want all of these to use that. I don't think we have a lum in this market. How can we get more dyes? Alright, let's look at the fine cloth here. We are exporting quite a bit to get the price to come up. The thing that I'm curious about is... So we don't have double the amount of cloth that we have fine cloth. Let's actually export some regular cloth. That's going to shoot up the price, but I wonder if it gets rid of our bonus. So let's... I really don't like how hard it is to tell how much unused trade capacity you have. This is kind of a new change. Like, there's nothing in this UI. As we free up trade capacity here, I cannot tell how much trade capacity I have. It's only after I come in here, and I can see I have 41, that I can see I have 41. Okay, so this should be quite a bit. These guys are actively running a deficit, somehow. We're exporting into someone else having a surplus. We also have trade efficiency, but I'm curious. This is going to increase our demand. I'm curious if it makes it, how this affects our, so now we have, our supply relative to our demand, we have maybe like 130%. How does this affect the prod efficiency on our, this stuff? And it looks like we can have our cake and eat it too. We can export cloth, yeah, and also get the full bonus, because this is based on the amount of cloth that is created and produced in the market. It is ignoring the cloth that is shipped out. So I think that we do want to be exporting a little bit of cloth, because this is going to increase the price of cloth. So all of our stuff that is putting out cloth, if the price goes up to 2.5 instead of 2, right, the amount that it's making will go up by far more than 25%. Because this is going to make the income go up by plus 11, so it's going to, like, plus 50% income per level, or tax income per level. That's why eco is so damn fast that iron and wood tools run out. Yeah, but, like, the solution is really frustrating. It's that you just delete everything. So we have to do this a lot. Looks like we're doing a good job, huh? No fruit orchards here. And then fiber crops, probably. Oh wait, there were fruit orchards. But, like, a lot of it's also just trash buildings. Like, if they spent money on RGOs, it would be much better. No fruit orchards. They changed the role of dice rolls in combat now? Yeah, it's a wider role. Which, like, makes defensive bonuses not as good, I think. We don't have a good way to get over there. Oh, our contracts are about to expire, so we're actually going to do this so that they get extended. How much are we spending on merc maintenance anyways? Okay. Created a crypto coin, what would you name it? What is it? $sign grift. I've actually thought about this. Just making a coin called Grift or Rug Pull. I think that'd be really funny. And then just coming out, do not buy this fucking shit coin. I can't understand people who want estates building to be the majority of buildings in the game. It makes gameplay micro hell. Yeah, it's rough. Just deleting a bunch of buildings, like, all the time. I was not a fan of the idea of making the money that was getting disappeared by lack of control just reappear in the economy. Because, like, the economy was already too fast, or this is my, like, feeling on the matter, and so I don't know why they, like, wanted to... They're, like, thinking, like, in a small, narrow band of, oh, the money shouldn't get deleted. Money gets deleted and created all over the place. So, if you want to get rid of all the money deletion, fine. But, like, if the economy's already too fast, you just shouldn't be trying to get rid of money deletion. Because it's just going to spin up the economy. And it was already too fast. Not sure how we feel about these stud farms, also. It's an omen. A lot of them probably even want you to lose ability to delete estate buildings, totally invalidating that pace of gameplay. Well, I kind of think that the gameplay pattern itself is, like, stupid. I'm not a fan of it. So I actually would like to be able to delete estate buildings. I think that would be good. Or sorry, not be able to. Or like, they build a bunch of trash buildings, right? And if the gameplay pattern of deleting the trash buildings is unfun. So if you couldn't delete the trash buildings, then that would remove the unfun gameplay pattern. And you would just be stuck with, like, the estates being obnoxious or whatever. Oh, these guys really want peace deal. Do they? No, but Trebizond is like infinite war score. Maybe we just look to take just Trebizond from him. Or maybe we look to just delete all these forts. They're so annoying. The thing is, I think he'll just be able to re-afford the forts, like, later. The problem is they should multiply wealth by the missing control. What they do is, or... They should multiply wealth by the missing control. What they do is multiply it or divide it. Yeah. Generally speaking in passive voice, I feel compelled. Well, who's compelling you? My sentiments and good morals. Are naval governors better? No, they're different. They're obnoxious because they force you to use exclaves if you're going to use it in land that's like semi-contiguous, but they're really good because you don't have to be contiguous. Where's the best capital for Italy? Well, now you actually care about harbor capacity being 100. So it used to be Naples, but now I just think it's probably, I think Messina has 100? A harbor capacity of 100? But it's probably someplace that has 100 natural harbor suitability, so... Oh, geez, maybe it's even Venice. It's probably not Venice, it might even be Tarde. But I think you want someplace with 100. It no longer is it like, oh, we just move out to Tunis? Hey, it might even be here. Well, you kind of want to connect to the mainland in case you get jammed up, but moving the capital of North Africa doesn't give you tech anymore. I don't know how I feel about that. Well, I feel it's probably good from a design perspective. I think it's frustrating from a player perspective and from the perspective of making tutorials, though. Because we made a bunch of tutorials talking about moving your capital to Africa, and now they're all dead. Like, the information in them is no good anymore. So that part's a little bit frustrating. But... Is it silly that every European in the Mediterranean wants to move their capital to Africa? Absolutely. So, but the real thing is that slave raiding maybe shouldn't be tied to being in Africa. And like, so now if you want to form, it also hasn't undone some of the strangeness. If you want to form Spain, now the best country to do it with is Morocco. Because Morocco gets slave raiding. And you just start as Morocco and then you flip culture. Also, you get to have the better religion, too, so... Are they going for it? I think we win this. We could take just a little bit. France, what are you doing here? Well, they can't walk through that fort. They can't walk through that fort. Do they win that? They might win that. How is that so much war score, dog? I don't think we have a location with which to take their trade center. Maybe we... And this is with us, like, occupying the fort in this region. Maybe this pip's good, and we get to do the thing. No, that cuts him off is the issue. Having a subject out here could be useful for us, maybe. So many forts. We really need cannons, I think. We have not gotten cannons yet. They're a little bit better, or they're a lot better in combat than they were before. We, like, Kosi beat them. Why is it so expensive? I guess maybe we should have tried to occupy the capital. Is there a reason to play Republic instead of Monarchy? Yeah, trade is kind of nuts this patch, like absolutely insane, and you get better trade bonuses. Is a big part of it. Started run as the Mamluks, and it feels like the economy is even faster. It's ridiculously fast. It is even faster. Mamluks are also very insulated from the changes, because they get a lot more prod efficiency in general, so they're less sensitive to some of the things that are going on, but look at the AI just not paying the maintenance on, like, all the hospitals that its estates are spamming. So this is perhaps how the player has to try and play. I don't know about not paying on the temple, but look at the way it's approaching this. The AI is like, oh, I can't pay for all this shit. They're everywhere. But, like, I was thinking about this last night. It's like, if I don't know if they play tested it for like 30 years or something like this, but very obviously these changes were not like play tested for like which is fine because it's a beta, right? But like front load that like some of these things haven't been really tested, I guess a little bit, because it's like I think universally, like, people are coming to the conclusion that there's, like, definitely some... Well, maybe the weird stuff isn't, like, necessarily bad. It's just, like, really weird. We finally don't have, like, a bunch of constructions idling. And that was unlocked by the Age 3 techs, really. So maybe, like, maybe the solution is to have Age 2 techs for the iron and the lumber, but fundamentally it's, like, too much of your economy is, like, dependent on these resources. And I was thinking that, like, the base resources should maybe be, that's sand, clay, wood, and stone, should maybe reworked how they are as inputs and also rework the way you get them. Because the economy stalling out for lack of clay, wood, sand, and stone feels like not that good a simulation. Because these feel like things that are really abundant. The iron's, like, more complicated. How about the trade slider? Or however what's going on in trade. Most of ours is coming from saffron. No one would intentionally create a gameplay loop like this with deleting buildings. Yeah, I agree. I think that gameplay pattern's bad. Once this guy is annexed, we probably could flip Armenian. In general, in H5, there's government reform that looks like it gives soldiers per pop. Am I reading that government reform correctly? There's a government reform that gives soldiers per pop. In H5. Tax efficiency is good. Notably, one of the few tax efficiency modifiers that was not nerfed, or seemingly not nerfed, is the government reform ones, so those are a lot better than they used to be. That's a good one, the raw material output. I'm not seeing what you're seeing, brother. I don't see an H5 privilege. Grift is going to the moon. All in on Grift coin. Oh, I'm behind on chat, I apologize. Grift coin, like... The funniest thing to do if you did release like a coin called Grift would be to just buy it all up yourself and never sell any of it, so it actually just does go to space. You think it's worth to play on the beta patch at the moment with all the issues? Do you have, I don't think it's worth playing on the beta patch right now. Unless you want to, like, test out the strangeness, I guess. I think that fundamentally this gameplay pattern is not going to, like, make it into 1.1, and I also think that well, it's certainly novel. I think deleting a bunch of buildings as like part of the fundamental gameplay pattern is like not fun. I find that closing buildings is easier to micromanage the economy because the states don't build the buildings that are closed. Oh, that might be true. You might be on something here there. The problem is I don't want peasants promoting to laborers in locations, and if you just close them, they still promote. Like, in theory, deletion's better. Not for the burger buildings, though. For the burger buildings, you just close them, because you like burger promotions. Proximity is getting a little bit better. If they get rid of money deletion, they should add penalties for hoarding money rather than limiting a state budget closer to expenditure. Yeah, maybe you also shouldn't be able to do this, I don't know. Because Johan does everything to appease the forums now. Imperator nerfed him nuclearly for not listing. Yeah, I think he, like... I think he wants to listen to feedback. I don't really know. He's probably really stressed out, too. I think that, like, the way in which changes are rolled out doesn't, like, seem like there's, like... It seems very reactive rather than having, like, more, like, long-term vision, which is not necessarily bad at, like, the start of the, like, thing, but I don't even know what to describe the theme of 1.1 as. Like, 1.1 doesn't feel that thematic. I know which change I like the most in 1.1, and I know I think it's really important, which was the proximity change, because that makes future balancing of proximity much better. It, like, makes it so that power creep that is inevitable isn't game-breaking, and I think that this, for the regulars, like the hyper-regulars, I think that this makes the game make a lot more sense. But then, like, what else is the theme, like, of... I mean, what everyone's paying attention to is the eco rework. right? Which makes you really want to kill sliders, even more than before. There's a bunch of stuff that punishes you for lack of control, and then you have these governors to deal with the lack of control. And it's like, okay, this is maybe the proximity patch or something like this. And I guess, I mean, there is some, like, cohesion here, but, like, the trades just being asymmetrically counted, like, to me, this is just, like... Oh, now someone is importing. Yeah, now we're importing from Tabriz because the price is getting high. So the import and export are going on. The auto queue is the one importing. We're not actively importing, but this is just going to shuffle up the price of this, make all these profitable. The fact that there's an asymmetry between imports and, like, exports, like, just seems... I understand the design idea, I think, but, like, that's going to cause a problem, and I think it is causing a problem. Prices just inflate as a consequence of trade. Trade only pushes prices up, which makes everything more profitable. It's like, okay, fair enough. But, like, this doesn't, like... It's not necessarily bad that the open beta is, like, untested, but, like, I think you gotta lead with the fact that it's untested, you know what I mean? When you're, like, communicating to players what's going on. Which I think that didn't happen, because it's like... Yeah. I don't know. I'm also, like, to some extent, it's frustrating to me, because what chat wants to talk about is, like, negative stuff, and, like, I don't want to be negative all the time. But they're, like, asking me questions, like, what do I think of this? And it's like, what do you think of the wood tools iron thing? Is the wood tools iron thing still a thing? And it's like, I'm answering this question every 40 minutes, or every 30 minutes, or something like this. Like, basically nonstop, and it's like, do I think it's the apocalypse? Like, no, but, like... It's also a vibe to talk about every half hour, too. Like, because I think that, like, I thought that lumber was just globally demanded too much before, and I thought iron was globally just demanded too much before, and my opinion on it hasn't changed. Like, but the game is, like, you still play the game, you can still do the things, you can still have a progression, you can still build an economy. If you understand all the levers, it's not like you're trapped or something, and you can still get stuff done, and, like, we're getting stuff done. Buildings are getting built, we're, like, chipping up, we're gaining income, like, this type of stuff. Yeah. It would be cool if it were just an obstacle you have to work around and build around, rather than destroying every few months, yeah. Like, stuff that induces a lot more clicking is generally, I think, what you want to avoid. Like, you want to make macro strategic level decisions when it comes to the economy and not have to click a whole ton. And Victoria's actually really good at doing this. And so, the play pattern of having to click, let's see, click, or type, click, check, nothing to delete, okay, fruit, okay, click, 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 okay, nothing to delete. Alright, fair enough. Like, the combing through the UI to delete stuff is, like, in itself so many clicks. And, like, that's, like, what you need to set stuff up. That's one of the reasons, like, why auto-expand is so good, is because we will gain extra capacity, building capacity, in these locations. And as we gain extra building capacity in these locations, we want to add another building. And so one of the things that auto-expand does is dramatically reduce clicks. So you have the strategic idea, I want to specialize in this location and this good. I just set it up and then I never worry about it again. And it's like, that's great. But like the clicking, it's... Or you just ignore the economy, which I think is what, like, a lot of players do. Closed buildings don't count for building cap, right? It's only fully employed levels that count, I think. I think that closed buildings count. I'm not 100% sure, though. We annex one of the guys. We're soon gonna have to extend the contract. Why is that so much freaking war score? God, it's so much war score, dude. Do we get the breakdown for it? It's not that much antagonism. Why is it so much war score? I know I understand it scales with income and pop, but... Oh, is this part of the bug where it just thinks that it has like unlimited wealth in the location? Because it has low control? Because it has low control? This location is basically thought to have, like, unlimited wealth. Got it. And then the wealth level is scaling the war score cost. Yeah. Obstacle mechanics always sound better on paper, but end up being misery in games. Sid Meier learned this, like, 30 years ago. I don't feel the same way. They just have to be, like, just something you can resolve strategically and not just like a lot of clicking. You're imagining a game that would not exist. Shouldn't spam fruit orchards, yeah. The Ottoman enclave. So this actually makes it so high control areas are cheaper to take, actually. If there's like economic activity going there. And we also have to try and release Trebizond so that we can fight them. But Trebizond's not releasable. It's pain. Yeah, it just says that it has a bunch of wealth, but it's not, like, worth that. So are we saying the economy is broken and just play 1.0.11? Yes, that's kind of... I mean, there's enough stuff that, like, yeah. Like, right now, we can't take 2 provinces. Or... Right now, this is a peace cost of 60 because it thinks that the wealth in this location is 300, but it's not. They're playtesting a multiplayer game with 20 human players. Yeah, so they only get like 20 years and like they don't get like a progressed game state. For me, it's an alpha. The hair splitting beta would be okay. This is how it would be intended to look to find bugs. Alpha's mechanics and things are a work in progress. But like, yeah, that's maybe a way of phrasing like that. This should be an alpha rather than a beta. Okay, we're gonna kind of skim through the chat a little bit, but like, I don't know what to do. And like, I don't know what to do here as a consequence of this war. Like, or I don't know what to do here as a consequence of Trebizond costing, like, infinite more, like, than it should to take. Like, what, we have the location, it's 60 peace deal juice. I guess the war score is 24, it's just that we're adding something. No, like, this just, like, is instantly like, nope, not gonna do it. I mean, I guess giving up the silver is, like, rough, but... Just port Vic3 Eco at this point? I mean, we're so far from being able to take just 2 locations off of him. I mean, I guess we're gonna try and occupy a bunch of his, like, stuff without forts, but... Agree that having to hunt down estate buildings is unfun. They need to revert the changes on how estates get wealth and refocus on the minigame of estates playing against each other. I mean, like, I would also, like, prefer to see them expand or rework systems than, like, trying to, like, tweak in this way. Also, I don't think that the economy should be sped up, so that's, like, a different issue. They, like, decided to be fair, they slowed it down with the tax base, the tax efficiency nerfs, which I absolutely think is warranted and makes a lot of sense. I'm a huge fan of those, but, it's the military allotment government from 50 quantity. Military allotment. Gov reform from 50 quantity. That's not in H5. Or the name of it's not in H5. Do you mean H4? Yeah, H4. Possible soldiers. That's scaling per 1k. The soldiers don't really consume that much more. So that just lets you have more conscripts. I don't think it's very good. But yeah, that's scaling per 1k pop, or it says it is. Colonization is a big pain to micro overall. Yeah, I would have loved to see, like, something that, like... I want to see, like, a colonization patch that, like, reduces the micro and clicking in, like, a bunch of spots and stuff like this. Hoarding money as a gameplay pattern affects your cost to court, so throwing the slider is not a real thing that they intended. Holding money affects your cost to court. But it's, like, not very big, right? Yeah, like 2%. Ooh. Oh no. Does it feel like they're still in pre-release development cycle? Well, I mean, like, I think the 1.11 is fine. I just think that, like, this, some of the aspects of this update feel really undercooked. Like, the fact that this location, they think it has... Silver price is 8.34. The output per level is 1.24. So this is making me making 12 output in total. The wealth should be like half this. It's not, which makes this cost like infinite to take in a peace deal. Although I think that the AI should value gold and silver more than they do, I don't think this is the WAD way of doing it. They still won't... I mean, I guess we only have 34 war score. And I'm just looking at their peace deal acceptance. That's not actually war score, but... Amazing. Administration patch, a little bit. Meanwhile, 180 degrees the military system. Where, like, now cavalry is not that good. Is that the idea? I really want the silver too, man. They want peace while they have a battle. They build it as an economy rework as part of the pre-release, but it does not give the impression of a coherent plan. I mean, some of these things feel, yeah, untested. There's maybe some, like, coherence between it, but, like... I think that they are also just super aggressive with values. Like, doubling the trade cost and having the trade cost of stuff is so, like, it's such a big change. And also having the value of wool. Wool's still probably pretty good. Mercs are really good. Oh yeah, mercs are just super insane. Yeah, maybe is that what you mean by what the other way with the military? Mercs were kind of okay before. The UI just sucked really hard. The UI still is maybe not the best, but like, that's a different thing. They added so many things in the beta, maybe cut back proximity changes and combined arms. Both of those are great things. Yeah, I mean, this is supposed to be a major patch. It's just supposed to be a major free patch. For the average player who won't parse the deeper mechanics and adjust them, it absolutely is Apocalypse, though. Yeah, you have a bunch of buildings that can't complete and you have no idea why. Yeah, that's fair. After the stream, I might have 2,000 hours, so... You're having a baby soon. Very nice. Congratulations. You being negative about chat being negative is a real catch-22. Yeah, well, I mean, it's just like... It's repetitively, like, negative, too. And also, some of it is interesting, though, trying to figure out the issues and this type of thing, but, like, I would rather figure out the game than, like, try and engage in the, like, conceptual unraveling of, like, game design for the game. I think you're making more than 600 ducats a month with nearly 170k in the bank. I definitely think it's still playable, yeah. Make 3 plants is all manual clicking. What? Oh, yeah, power plants sucks balls. I agree. That's why you don't use it. Energy. The main problem is the outliner is useless for the amount of things you need to reference. You need to be able to see different context filter windows for fast access. This may be true. I don't use the outliner a lot. It's just kind of like off to the side. Alright, we're gonna have to, I think, just take the Trebizond market. We could take this and... There's gonna be another battle there. But we have no more soft places that have no forts that we could take. I think we went out of this war. So we're just gonna have to go with what we can get. This costing like infinite war score is so stupid. You see why the war score is tax base. It doesn't actually have that much tax though. Because you have no control there. You got 20 control there, brother. The tax base isn't even being calculated correctly. Wait, is he actually getting this much tax? Silver price is 8. 1.2 times this is like 10. Tax base per level should be 2. Tax base is, yeah, 16. Not 67. It's just calculating tax base wrong. Where's low control place? Do we have a low control place with a lot of tax base? No, not really. Baghdad, maybe? So much easier to identify this on... tax base per level. So I think this part's correct, right? Tax base due to control is 68. So I think this number is correct. But this guy thinks this has worth way more tax base than it is. I think building ownership would fix a lot of problems. I think that I don't know if there's a performance budget for it. Would leave the realm too fractured? It's not a too fractured penalty. It's that this guy thinks that this is worth infinite. Is your proximity passing through your subjects towards Basara province, or is it getting it by the sea? Basara is getting good proximity because we have a naval governor there. This is a source of proximity. Playtesting for only 20 years is crazy. I'm not asserting that they do. I'm just offering that up as like an amount that would like. If you're playing multiplayer, you're not going deep. Building ownership would likely be way too much of a performance hit to be viable, yeah. Playtesting with 20 players controlling big nations in Europe means you lose out on what's like being surrounded by the AI. Yeah, I don't know how much... they might have other testers too. Victoria was added ownership in the patch and it was fine, but fair. What do you mean they added it in a patch? Building ownership was always in Victoria 3. Was it not? Pretty sure building ownership was always in Vic 3. Maybe you could scorch earth to reduce the value location? I don't know, maybe. In your 1900 hours, how many times have you played it until absolutism? Like 4. And I haven't played revolutions at all. So the game just gets too slow. And like it's hard to not feel like you've won the game in Age 3. Take the current capital so they move it to Trebizond. Oh, so true, bestie. That's right. That does mean we have to fight a while longer because we don't have the current capital occupied. Someone's thinking with their brain. Can't be me. Yeah, and hopefully they move it. But that's like insane. I think they're actually getting a ton of that's why they this is so... It being calculated raw... This is why they can afford all the forts. Remember, we were like, I don't understand how they afford all these forts. They're affording it because they're getting extra tax. They're getting 5 times as much tax base from that location that they should. I think is what's going on. We're gonna actually save and drop in on the retinas. Holy shit, dude. The lack of control and what is it, the peasant enfranchisement being like buggy is making it so that they... Is this how peasant enfranchisement is supposed to work? I feel like that's not how it's supposed to work. So low peasant enfranchisement is insane because it's being... The math is on it is wrong. Also, the map mode doesn't show you, it just shows you a heat map, it doesn't actually show you numbers when you hover stuff. Okay, serfdom's OP, boys, because it's bugged. Tax income from this location... Oh, no, wait. No, yeah, this tax base is insane. It shouldn't be this high. Because the silver should be only adding, like, to the tax base, like, 120. And then 20% of that, yeah, this is like 3x or something, that what it should be, in terms of... The wealth of the silver should be like 120, and then the tax base should be like 20% of that. I would actually be okay with leading a testing team for both single-player and multiplayer, just to get the kinks out. The community misses a lot of stuff. Just to be honest, I'm having fun with the game. I already have 300 hours. You can be honest like that. I like the positivity. If power plants were the only thing I had to micro in this game, I would cry tears of joy. Barely noticed the wood iron problem playing in Sweden because they have so much of both. Yeah, I think the Sweden's maybe the only playable tech. I just spam bridges and realized they don't help with control. They do. Wait, bridges are bugged? The the estates no longer build the bridges, but I feel fairly confident bridges. Yeah, bridges are affecting stuff. Oh, they nerfed bridges? Why'd you nerf bridges, bro? Or is it not employed? It wasn't employed up all the way. Did you say 6-7? I did. I said it again, 6-7. On positive high, Majapahit feels really fun. Feels fun in the short term. Where's your dev going, Lou? You're never deving anything without the road bonus and all those malices. Placing your very limited naval governors is super interesting. Yeah. I don't... Getting access... I don't like the Majapahit. I feel like I would not want to play at all with this like change because you don't get to use governors as much as other people do. Do naval governors disappear if you connect your land to the capital later on? I think so. Was trying the new patch, but it's super rough. They linked most stuff to control, so pops don't promote it all with 0 control. I like this change. I think that's the way it should be. I think that what's going on here is crazy, though. He's getting like 4 times as much. He's just getting way more than he should from that location, and the lack of control is apparently helping him. I think this patch has been nice. It turns out the greatest enemy is me, though. Did a Georgia playthrough and got cocky with the hordes? Did you flip Armenian? For the mountain? The mountain bonus seems like it'd be so good for Georgia. I don't know why Georgia didn't get it. Building ownership might be the manor houses and financial districts will come in later, but before all buildings had an ownership PM. Oh, yeah, they had ownership in terms of PM, and Pops owned the stuff, and there were Pops who were owner class Pops that got paid out. Okay, that paid out the dividends. We crashed, so we get to catch up on chat. But yeah, they did not have the manor houses and the financial districts. There was still ownership, it just the ownership was always in the location. And what the manor houses and financial districts allowed is for owners to be existing in a state other than the place where the thing was. Which I think is important for making the economy feel like extractive, or make colonialism feel extractive. I thought that was a good change. Wait, so serfdom is so good? Serfdom is cracked. Is what it is. Yes, I told you serfdom's OP. He never listens to chat. Serfdom's OP because of a bug, though. It's not OP because WAD. Wait, you flipped back from a republic? What do you mean? We're still a republic in Persia. We flipped our country to take a closer look. Both governor buildings get destroyed if they don't meet the requirements. Majapahit is always so fun until, you know, the thing happens. Womp womp. Playing Majapahit in both patches, it's real bad because you get like minus 80% on the Majapahit gets like minus 80% on the dev or something like this. In terms of the game. Like, yeah, look, minus 70%. Wetlands, jungle, tropical. And when you have a minus modifiers, the plus modifiers become so valuable. So the fact that roads will only count for 5% in Brunei instead of 25% is just absolutely awful for Majapahit. You're never going to get Brunei up to a decent amount of dev. And, like, this is, like, you can get a decent amount here. How is the road not connected to the capital, brother? Wait, what's going on here? Majapahit, what's going on? Okay, let's try and show road connecting to here. Your capital's right there, my friend. How can it not be not connected to the capital? Okay, here's the capital. How can it not be connected to the capital? What is this? Oh, it's a different modifier. Has road connected to the capital. I was losing my mind. But this means that the dev gain each month will be kind of okay. Without it, you're big sad. Incidentally, we're getting so much dev. We're absolutely flying, despite the fact that we have desert. I mean, in areas where we don't have desert, like the flatland farmland here, look at this fly. 0.0144, no dev province on it. We dev the province is 0.002. We talking about Vic 3 right now? We're so back, baby. I mean, I'm thinking I'm not going to stream tomorrow, and I'm thinking what I'm going to do is instead of recording EU5, I think I'm going to record Vic 3. Because I, like, kind of don't want to record with, like, what's going on here, because none of, like, a lot of the stuff is just so bananas that it's, like, not applicable. Like, so I make a video where it's like, oh, here's how to play on this patch that's gonna change, like, however long, because things are just not working properly, because this guy values this at infinite because it's, like, got the wrong stuff, and it's like, okay. Yeah, the person who suggested we take the capital, they're so right, bestie. Let's turn this back on and siege the capital down. Just take the capital, bro. Best advice ever. Serfdom bug now makes this the best patch. No. Roads and everything fine. I didn't notice difference without them. The damn disasters simultaneously suck. Though things are not fine with the roads. I disagree, good sir. If you have minus 70%, you're at 30%. The extra 20% is like 2/3 of your like development gain. I think their simultaneous disasters suck. Yeah, it's going on step of Majapahit basically. Why are you getting this? Like, yeah, why are you getting fucked in the ass on your dev? Like. They were like, the island's a bad example. We need to see stuff that they own that's not on the island, but we don't have vision of it. I guess we have vision of this location. Oh, look at their dev gain with max prosperity. We're so back, Tarkus was right. Look at their dev gain with max prosperity, boys. Minus 65%. Max prosperity. To be fair, our dev gain is like absolutely insane, even on the desert. Like, here's the desert, 0.01. Let's see Sevilla, which is a farmland, 0.0045, less than half. So super long term, we will get greened up, but not yet. Can we assault with their idiots? 500. Not into a 500 garrison. God. I don't think we could assault a 500 garrison. Bay Fortress. We might not have time to do this. And putting them in the bucket actually helps them? No, not like this. Still kind of want Trebizond. Even though it costs a lot. But this doesn't cost very much at all, yeah. I think we'll just have to keep that in mind for next war. Maybe we do this in a couple maps. Oh, interesting. Liberate the area, I think is a new thing. Yeah. We have to take some amount of gold. disappointing. How do we not have 100% war score? What? Defenders fully occupied? Do we have to wait a month? Maybe we have to wait a month. Maybe going on to this gold for the extra control is actually costing us money. Have you started using the trade circle yet? Not, well, yes and no. The auto trade was importing fine cloth from one of our markets because we were exporting it to drive up the price. So we were not actively doing it, but it was happening. But now it looks like it's not happening anymore. But that's like also like another like silliness. Yeah, okay, now we have max war score. We subjugate him? Yeah. I think we do this and then we take some maps. And then we're gonna feed a lot of his locations to like these guys and other stuff. Yeah. Because then they will also already have cores. It just takes us more anti. We took these locations. Trebizond we want to actually control ourselves. It's not a historical one, we'll do a custom subject here. Vassal, the woman in charge. As you do. Alright, so it's not all the locations for the river. Most. I think we give the rest of the river to these guys. Or sorry, the lake. Like this. And then these guys. And since they're the only ones who can get control there, I guess we'll transfer that. Although it's kind of awkward that the rest of the province is elsewhere, but... Okay. And then I think we transfer this up top province. The guy right next to it, yeah. This guy's probably gonna be big upset. For some time, but okay. Just means we won't annex him for forever. There we go. Trade to destroy the price calculation. It's so hard, it's insane. Yeah, I mean, it just shouldn't be asymmetric. You already could, like, manipulate prices. You could already manipulate prices before by shuffling trade back and forth to pull it towards base price. If you're at minus 70, you're at 30. Yeah, big nice. 0.0019 is playable. 0.0019 is playable. I don't know. Dev is so important. So, like, losing access to, like, 60% more than that, just, I think that feels really bad. That feels really bad to me. That, like, makes me want to tear my hair out. There's, like, not much you can do about it. Is it really hard to play the game with the iron issues, or is it just me? It's complicated to play with the iron issues. I think you can play around it, but, like, I think people are struggling. How are we doing on the Armenian thing? The Armenian problem. Okay, we're making progress. I think with this annexation we should be almost there. I don't know if it actually puts us there though. We don't have another Armenian subject to really annex. So... I think the cultural change is good. You should be able to form Treb with at least 2 locations and get a claim. Treb does not start with the full province. Release Treb. It doesn't seem like we could release Treb. I'm kind of tempted to just feed this location to them. Yeah. And then... where are these guys? Tabriz. Yeah, this guy is causing us to get cores, so we want to get the cores going, so... I think we'll just let stuff happen from here. Just the Chobanids? What about the Georgians? I think Georgia only gets called in if we deck on Georgia. And we do this right now and drive them out from the Caucasus, basically, I think. Let's go straight for the capital. No funny business. want to rival Egypt. I guess we'll rival them for now. Forming Navarre is always OP. Does Treb have 2 provinces with 1 rank? Sup, mouth breather. What's up? Do subjects still give core when annexed? No, they do not. They give integration. And if you have the accepted culture, it will come out as core. So we annexed this guy, we got the cores because we accept Armenian. So this means using subjects to culture flip is going to be more important. And so we have a weird hodgepodge of stuff going on because we started out Farsi, and we got a bunch of Farsi subjects, right? But then we flipped Kurdish to form Kurdistan. So that's why we have Kurdish over here. And now we're flipping Armenia, which is why we're encouraging Armenian in a bunch of different locations. Trebizond would be cracked if it weren't for the mountains, basically. But if you're Armenian, minus 66%, the mountains become like a little bit worse, but they become like plateaus, which is much more doable. Except for plateaus is for proximity only. It's still like, so one of the things that I was taking a look at this last night, it's just like still super rough for the market access. Your market access just gets completely bricked by the mountains. I don't think that we can improve it too much in terms of where we put the market. I think that like Baghdad is not the ideal location because you have too much access over here. But I think maybe we're moving it to like the sugar. We don't own the sugar right now though, so we can't move it there. We could move it to Wasit if we urbanized Wasit, and this is kind of maybe a little bit of an improvement, but yeah. We would lose out on levels of cotton, though. This is another thing we have to somehow contend with. Alright, we're gonna start our first colony, though. I think if we get vision here, we get better trade routes. I'm not sure how Orissa got eyesight on that, but that's like kind of bad for us because now we're gonna have to compete with Orissa a little bit in the colonial game. We're starting to also have a decent chunk of pops, not super high, but I think our overall population growth, I do like the population growth changes as well, where food is going to be more important. Cheap food is 0.007, and large food storage is also valuable, and part of urbanizing is getting large food storage. One of the issues, though, is acquiring enough masonry to make things work. Let's go for another mason. We're doing masons, I think specifically this, because now clay is important. I think that means in every single stone province you want auto-expanding masons, basically. And having them locked in on stone usage to save the clay for the sand. I think this is going to make us want to delete the stud farms as well. But we would be able to afford more. Granaries if we had more masons, so... Does tar kiln make sense in this province? There is lumber in the province. I think stud farm maybe actively doesn't make sense in this province, so we'll delete the stud farms there. to free up the mason potential. Is this salt? Stone. Stone does get a benefit from lumber. I think we don't necessarily have enough pops to make that work, though. And we're doing this so that they have enough food. As long as you're positive on the food, right, more storage is going to give you more pop growth by a lot more than it used to before. We'll also have to breadbasket locations. Farming villages also are going to be a little bit more pressured because they use clay. So in theory, they're going to get better in areas that have the abundance of clay. I mean, does food really matter per province? Can you just have some in the same province? It matters a little bit. If you run out of food, it's going to make the province starve. But with the new changes, I think it doesn't matter as much as it used to. But you would often get Trebizond being the only province within that market starving in the old system. Just build food orchards? Not like this. You sure Trev is dead at the times they hide out in Crimea? Oh yeah, maybe that's... You're so right, bestie. They're over here. We'll read chat one of these ticks, guys. Not that far behind. What's the procedure for culture flipping? You need to make it, you need to somehow get your guy to be, of that culture. Or you need the upper class to be the dominant, or it needs to be the dominant culture. So generally it's, you make it the dominant culture, and the way you do that is by making it have the highest number out of any of your pop groups, which means culture converting stuff. Specifically, we benefit most from culture converting Farsi pops, because we decrease the amount of Farsi and we increase the amount of Armenians, which is going to pull us closer. So it's usually a combination of culture conversion and also conquering. This is also going to be nice for us, where it's previously kind of been a bit of a dead one. But we have taken subjects that were Armenian and then fed them extra land and then annexed them so that we could get more Armenians that way. We are culture converting, and so there's like more Armenians than there are like Farsi and Kurd at this point. We just have to integrate them, and this is going to be like the last integration we need here. I think, I hope, Aras. So... Why does country Crassia own the Golden Horde? I don't know what you're talking about. You know what's even funnier? Their proximity map mode, because they're still a county. Would you recommend the game at this state? Yeah, just don't play on the open beta, I would say. I think there's too much weird stuff going on in the open beta that is going to get changed. So, I mean, I guess it depends on how much of a regular you are. I think if you're like a hyper regular for the game, like, where you play a lot of the game, that like, you know, you can have a fun time with some of this stuff, and figuring it out is interesting and this type of thing. But if you like want to learn the system and then know the system, now's a bad time to play the beta, because I think a lot of the things are going to get changed. You can't you accept the culture and then use advisors to change pop to the culture. Yeah, you have to accept, you have to at least tolerate the culture to be able to convert pops to the culture. So you need at least 1%. What the fuck is Outer Islands, and why does it have all of inland kite to kill law? That is a, that is a colony of Orissa. This is another thing, is now you can like trade for maps or steal maps. Somehow Orissa's gotten a map of here. This is not normal. Normally they're not allowed to explore, so we're going to have to fight the Indians a little bit more. So, like, I mean, in terms of like the way that the run is shaping up, there's like some interesting things going on. We're obviously huge, but we're really not that powerful because this region's kind of terrible to play in. But we were committed to trying to make Persia work. So... Wow, that's not a lot of guys dead. I don't know if they can handle it themselves. We're gonna pretend like they can. What's your most populous location currently? Asks Tarkus. I think it's down here somewhere. 50,000. That's, we don't own that. Might be 50,000 down here. It's pretty grim. Capital's got 47k. We don't own that 55k. Oh, this Tabriz 72k, which is right next to a regional capital of ours, so it's got kind of okay control. Not really. We maybe should have put the regional capital in Tabriz, but okay. Alas, we did not. So yeah, this is kind of what we're waiting on a little bit. We have a date or estimate of when the update is coming. I imagine early next week they're going to fix some things. I don't know when 1.1 as an entirety will drop. We get a hegemon, finally. Because we're a GP. This is going to be nice. I think that we're going to use Diplo Corps to give us extra diplomats once some of this assimilating nonsense is done. I think we're going to still assimilate. Actually, you know what? We're going to change this guy to Diplo Corps. Yeah, buddy. Oh, baby. How we drew it up. Orissa can maybe help us with the other ones. Looks like Saptogram finally got free. Oh, did our guys get clapped? They might have gotten clapped. Or they're rearranging. This is the war goal. Can we pick up some of these guys? Oh no, don't go after the guy who's sieging. No, we've been outmaneuvered. No, thank you for your sacrifice. You sacrificed your body, but the siege can continue. Oh my god. I'm so annoyed. Outfoxed, outbaited, and outsmarted. God damn it. I'm not even sure we're winning this. Yeah, we are, but at what cost? Oh, pain. We can't assault the fort. God, that's so frustrating. Can't assault it. Good day, chaps. Good day. You need infrastructure to do that, but right now anyone can just press a button. Colonization rule needs a little tweaking. The problem isn't colonization or exploration, but the long-range colonization. I think maritime presence should affect it. Probably, yeah. I mean, I think colonies, like, kind of... Colonization's one of the systems most in need of a rework, but that's like a substantive rework, not just like a weird tweak or something like this. Trying to play the Kitaran Empire in Africa with the new beta, but all my burgers disappear each time. Almost reached 100% employment. Are they disappearing to mercs? They turn it into mercs? I mean, eventually he'll get benign enough that we will be able to do the things. I mean, maybe we're supposed to recruit up more troops, split armies, and have 2 armies, something like this. Yeah, maybe I'm just being lazy. Gotta add a little bit more armories. Colony failing should be a -20 prestige hit, not a 21. -10. It should probably scale somehow with the size of your country. Oh, please tell me they don't just run it down the second we tell them to go free. God damn it. Get him with the 7k stack. Bop him. Don't just leave that 500 unattended. God, smooth brain as hell. We said after we punted our good siege, yeah. I think they removed assaulting forts. I love waiting a year for the same port my enemy has. Such riveting gameplay. Well, you can't assault if you have mercs. Mercs will not assault. Which I think is maybe okay, but it is painful in some ways. Not sure where their army is, but it looks like at least the 7k, as long as the 7k stack sticks together, we're kind of okay with that. That 5k better not be stronger than us. It might be. It looks like it is. God, real. I didn't want to use more mercs or regulars. Damn it. Yeah, I mean, I should just be paying more for military right now. Let's filter by if it has 85 or more control. E4 is good enough. Alright. Control, of course, throttles the amount of soldiers you get, or manpower you get, so. What's our tax base look like? Started to increase up in the capital region. Or just in general. And the Chominians eventually will decide that they've lost the war, but we want to be able to take Georgia, like, for the rest of the Caucasus here. There we go. But we will be getting a lot more manpower once this stuff plays out properly. Yeah, I'm just kind of punting these battles right now because I'm just trying to do it with like the minimum amount required, and it's like that's just a silly way to approach it. Efficiency of cabinet temporarily, or getting rid of Liberty Desire? Probably getting rid of Liberty Desire. I think in general we like getting rid of most of these, except for the one that gives prod efficiency. And apparently the one that gets rid of peasant enfranchisement is going to be good, because peasant enfranchisement is super bugged. When are you doing a capital for video for best capitals of Eastern Europe? That's going to take me a while because I have to play more in Eastern Europe to have a good feel of it. The next one's probably going to be the Middle East, and then East Africa. I don't have a really good feel for like where the capital, like specifically like Ruthenia, the Polish region, Baltic, and Pontic steppe should be. The Middle East one's also just going to be weird, because unfortunately the answer is basically like anywhere that's as far away from the Middle East as possible. Which feels like such a meme answer. But yeah, these guys just aren't very good at like operating together. Or the AI is much better at coordinating when it's like a couple big guys rather than a bunch of tiny tags. And so relying on them for this war is kind of rough. 700 days, gotta make progress. I don't even think we're getting the best of them here. Yeah, we won, but at what cost type of thing. Well, all of our mercs are out. We should have just merked up. This is like wasting time in a war is like worse than you know, paying for some mercs. You don't quite need this many mercs though. I should have adjusted that army though. Make sure we had stuff like cannons. You're gonna conquer Baku for the Prestige Oil Company generalist? Absolutely. I'm so Baku pilled from Victory. I'm like, this is the best region in the world. And then it's like, oh wait, just kidding. We can maybe... I wish you could also store more than 100% on the Parliament thing, because if you're trying to pass it, this means you can't click a 50% thing and still be safe from a random event. Like, you get up to 100, and if you just stay there, like, you can't just click, you know... We need to spend our diplomats. I think this guy is one of the next annexes once we finish the annexation of this guy. Almost done. I feel like there are guys in here somewhere. But okay. Let's siege that. Did we finish researching cannons? No, we didn't. We're researching it now. We don't have enough map. Well, we are approaching the next stage. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through and make sure we get every H2 tech that we want, because right now it's on discount. I wonder if theaters are good because the estates will just dump money into theaters. I wonder if we like the building for that reason. It creates demand for wine, regular fabric, fine cloth paper. That's okay demand profile. It also employs up these guys. Is it worth the building slot? Maybe not. The thing is, cultural traditions just kind of useless, yeah. I think we'll skip it. We don't hold elections, so that's not relevant. Lightship cost is kind of just upfront cost, which is not the majority of the cost of the lightship. Pop promotion speed, I guess, is alright. Don't want to research any of the military texts. Slave center we probably want. Expand raw materials time actually is probably something we're interested in. Just to help manage some of this 1.1 issues. Because this means it'll demand the amount you spend on demanding wood is less, effectively. Because the entire time the building is building, it demands wood. By decreasing this, you make it demand less wood in the aggregate. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Legislative efficiency is a dead modifier now. We already have some prosperity recovery. We don't need that because we're throwing the slider, except right now we're not. Because we're going to flip culture. Maritime trade advantage is maybe kind of okay, but it's kind of meh. Alright, I think that's all we want from H2, to be honest. Let's go for our second cavalry power. We're going to have plus 25% cavalry power. Let's go for our second modifier here. And then for dry docks, which will help us out. I don't know why they also made it so merchant quarters don't increase the level, the max level. I think we'll go for that next. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I don't know about all this actually. Let's go for that first. The horse's output is actually a decent modifier too now, but kind of would actually like Mercury patio is also not insane. We have some of these things. Let's get colonial policy and native policy. Yeah, I think I like that a bit better. Okay. I think we do want to discover more China stuff, but we can't without like a jumping off point somewhere else. So us actually gaining control of a market somewhere. Maybe we need to turn our eyes east after getting most of Anatolia here. And securing the north here. Nice and themey. Maybe we expand just to the mountain range. Be the most themey expansion. This guy's so much cheaper to take from. But also specifically, we really want Tbilisi ourselves. So that we have the market here. So less funny business. Are the Armenian? Yeah, we're assimilating this to Armenian so that we can core it. Is this a Zoroastrian run? No, it's Sunni. Best capital in all the regions is conquer Prague and move there. Yeah, a little bit. You should check it out. What's the best location to create a new market in Anatolia? I kind of think that you should move the Constantinople market to Smyrna. Don't create a market in Greece. Wait, why are we... Move the Constantinople market to Smyrna. Don't create a market in Greece. Let the Smyrna market give it access. And then create a market in Hargan. And then maybe Damascus needs to move and maybe Trebizond needs to move. And then you also do want a market up here. I don't know that Tarnovo's in the best location for you, but it's like not insane. I think that's probably, roughly speaking, how you approach it. Let's actually add some granaries here. Let's try not to go too overboard. But I think we want more granaries. They effectively give flat pop growth, so... Don't want to go too overboard, but... Because if we have too much storage, we'll just accumulate more and then we'll decay more. Someone also said that they thought that it was bugged, where the max storage was the amount that informed the food decay, not the actual storage. In which case you don't want to overexpand it too much at all. Like, that'd be extra bad. But we're gonna add some of this, trying to get a little bit more pop growth going on within our country. We're not targeting specific areas. Targeting specific areas would maybe be a little bit better. Actually, we know that that area is not so good, so maybe we don't target there at all. Something like this. Some of these areas have a lot of granaries, which we maybe are going to end up deleting. But okay. This will give more pop growth. The issue will be the masonry pressure, but we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. We'll try and resolve that when we do. We got a boo-boo, but we can't see the boo-boo. This is terrible. A tragedy in 2 parts. Somehow we need to leave a unit here. We don't have enough to leave a siege. But these other guys will follow us so that we win this battle. And we maintain the siege despite having actual 0 guys, because reasons. Marks, 2K. Thank you for the follow-up, much appreciated. We get Tbilisi siege down. Looks like they're not disloyal anymore. I wonder if it's because their army size decreased. But this is the war goal anyways over here. So we'll go and grab that. Also, we have enough to build a cannon finally. We will have 1 cannon. Middle East capital has moved to India, yeah. Play tribal, and the only option I see to reform the monarchy. I'm trying to go republic too. I need to go monarchy first. I've not played as tribal. That would be my inference though, based on what you're telling me. Yeah, if this only says monarchy, I'm guessing you need to just go monarchy first, yeah. Apologies if you asked before, but why do you float a high bank balance instead of increasing maintenance and spin up the economy? So the economy is actually, like, in some ways kind of super spun up. We are in the process of spinning up the economy. What we're throttled by is more by inputs than by money. We have a bunch of auto expands going in a bunch of places, and Pop's promoting. Pop's promoting is like, or having a number of Pops is a bit of a throttle, so this is why we added a bunch of granaries, but then food's going to be the throttle, and we're kind of step-laddering, pushing stuff up. A lot of it is also just more difficult to navigate with what's going on with the eco in this patch, or in the beta, because of the, like, woods tools. Like, we don't want to slip into a death spiral, which I think is possible, where we aren't getting buildings finished and we can't support the stuff required to finish them, and this pushes up demand, and this demand causes negative production efficiency. So we're trying to be a little bit careful about that. And the negative production efficiency prevents you from solving the issue that you're trying to solve, so... Oh, we could keep him with this so we could still have CBs. Yeah. Parliament for Crown Power, or are you still planning on moving capitals? I think I'm going to keep the capital here, but just for theme. I don't think it's good here, but... The thing is the capital... Look, in terms of keeping the capital in Persia, this I think is a pretty good location for being in Persia. I think that, in reality, the best capital would be right here, which means that the best capital is in India, basically. But in terms of playing into kind of the Persia having to play out of this location, we're going to keep it there, I think. Let's see, how close are we on Armenian? We're not as close as we thought we would be. Oh no, we're not even really that close at all. Is there an Armenian we can annex real quick? This guy's the closest. He does have max loyalty, okay. Oh, this event is so annoying. Alright, supporting Diplocore is not necessarily going to be that useful if we don't actually utilize it. Who else did we make a spy network on? We made a spy network on them to steal their maps. Bajar Doab. Actually, we're gonna use a spy network to do the things. Maybe we want more things to do. And then we actually want those researched first, probably. Actually, I don't think it matters. I think we will get those before the age ends. But we do want to research that before the age ends. Armenian people in the Imperial Persian Republic. Conquest always brings new people in the fold. For the Armenian people, the honorable fighters of Caucasus, fate has devised their downfall at the hands of the consul, Agit, the city builder, Kermanshah. The last of the separate settlements were quelled by various means. The last question, what should be done with their population? Well, we're trying to flip Armenian, so... 40% of the Armenian from our 5 most populated locations in the Caucasus moved to what? And this gives us tolerance of heathens. Tribes don't like it. Okay. And we get dev. Or we could get elite caste. Yeah, we'll allow them to flow into our society, but that is... Some of those places are really Armenian, so that's really gonna actually kick up our pop quite a... That was just a lie. Where'd they go? Did I misread that? Did that say some location other than the capital? It said it was moving them to the capital, right? Am I going crazy? This is now being pop-capped. We're gonna upgrade that. Am I going crazy? It said the capital, right? Maybe I just need to wait a month? Cool that there's an event for Persia for that, though, I guess. Wow, we can't go through, not a through street. We really don't want them to assault the fort. Oh my god. They're trapped by the lack of the sun. Alright. Is that our cannon? God bless. Nice. Just have to wait for these places to float. I guess one of them is next to this, so we have to go. We can't grab it. I think we'll switch to a crown power character now. For the crown power. They can get minus pop satisfaction, or we gain pop satisfaction. They will prosper in the Republic. I think we'll choose they prosper by our hand. So if we get some of these events, maybe we do want to make sure we grab all the Caucasus this war. This is what we're looking at. They're not disloyal. They might be sufficiently over this, though. I think we want to retain the possibility of making this a naval capital by having a subject own Baku and this location. So we're going to make a little mini subject because this is... I mean, it's kind of cute, but this is a decent harbor. If we did that, we would be able to project a decent amount of naval control to all this. Decent-ish. Oh, no, wait. No, wait. Someone told me that if you have boats in here, they're always outside of naval range. In which case, they always lose whatever. They always get wrecked. Yeah, so this is untenable. Then, never mind. Never mind. I think we could go for a full peace deal. The problem is this location needs to flip. May should bring the thaws that allow us to, yeah, grab that. If we just stand on this, the rest of it will flip. And then they probably get really over this war. We do have to finish the war kind of timely, though. Because there's the flip. There's 50%. Let's double check that Georgia's not disloyal. No, they're not. Yeah, we have to do that. Okay. And then we will go annex this guy. It's our Armenian figure. So we can annex Kurdish guys if we have any. We do. These guys are Kurds, so let's annex them too. We're not going to have too many Kurds, such that Kurds will be the dominant culture, and we're fighting over having... Farsi's far ahead of Kurdish, right? And so this means that us adding Kurds is not going to make it harder for us to make them the number one, basically. Let's see, these guys have cores, right? On, like, all this. Not sure we want to feed them that much territory. I guess it's just 2 provinces, yeah. And then, even if they have cores up here, we're going to release it as a new subject. We actually probably shouldn't let anyone have more than 2, to be honest. It just feels more themey, correct? And then for Armenia, they are Armenian. So this is better for us from a perspective of them culture flipping stuff. And we also don't want to give away the full location. Yeah, we should have made this into a new country, the Imereti, like this, and then fed them half, all the locations except Tbilisi. We are holding on to Tbilisi. That way we control the market capital there. We don't want to give Armenians more land here. Or Armenia. It's too much already. Ask to improve cultural opinion. Ask them to improve the Armenian opinion of Kurdish. Well, we will, once we are Armenian, be able to do that ourselves, so we don't want to pay for it. This is a historic subject. I think we're okay with that then. Looks like we're in good shape here. Only has this left to integrate. What's our control there? It's real low. This is throttling our ability to integrate. It's not that there's a lot of pops. We're actually going to swap this on over to integrating Trebizond. And then we'll do Tbilisi as well. I think we peeled off another month, so we kind of see where the dead zone is. Was taking a look at it last night, like the notion of moving the trade capital here. Let's actually upgrade this to a city. So move Tabriz over here, but it didn't quite look right. I think that these are actually decent market locations, unfortunately. That we can't improve it too much. I have to give legislative efficiency something. They left a hole in the desert. Yeah. It's like, it's so useless. Qatar update found the problem. I was using cabinet action to settle a neighboring area where all my qualified pops went and immediately demoted to peasant. Womp womp. That does make sense though. I don't like using that cabinet action very much. When to make an inland market and when to make coastal markets considering Trebizond and Damascus. You prefer coastal markets, and this is one of the reasons why we kind of don't want to shuffle the markets around, is because both Baghdad and Esfahan get to be on the coast. Tabriz also gets to access this sea, so it gets to trade with this stuff a little bit better. But Tbilisi, maybe, I think we want Tbilisi to actually hit the coast, so Trebizond moving over would be valuable for that front, on that front. And Trebizond also being... Trebizond maybe being here is going to be good. Because then it's still on the coast, but they... Unfortunately, they reversed the rivers. So now you give more juice downstream, and I think that that is not... I don't know why they reversed it. I think that it was a mistake. Like, like, not conscious mistake. Like, they committed an error, but... I think that maybe something like Saran or... here makes a lot of sense. You want to be on the rough terrain, so maybe even here. But inland a little, put it on the river. If it weren't bugged, I think maybe you would want to put it like on the river here or something like this, where it would flow upstream better. Especially if this moves down to here. I think Rhodes gets deleted. I think Sis moves up to here. Us gaining Sis is going to be nice for us as well. And hopefully once this guy's annexed, it's enough Armenians for us to flip. I thought the other guy was going to be enough. I should have just actually counted and done the math instead of being lazy. Marrying a lowborn is not good for us. This will help us keep the dynasty going. It's not good for us right now. Normally it's very cheap. I wish we could just direct one of our subjects to handle that, because us mobilizing for that actually is like kind of the negative part. We have claims on Bari Doab, but that's like kind of the eastern expansion we're maybe interested in. Wow, we're making so much ducats now. Is part of that because we're controlling the trade? Doing 800 from trade. We're not importing any. Man, I really don't like the UI change on this. I liked being able to see how much trade capacity I had unused. Now you can see it, it's just in a really roundabout way. Yeah, most of these markets can't tolerate more than one before it's like not a very profitable trade. We are shipping out one in a lot of spots already. But they are relatively profitable. Or did a bunch of these get cancelled? Trying to keep the price of it above 5. Target price 3.7. What's going on? We just have way more? But I feel like we had more routes and they're not in anymore. Did they get cancelled? Yeah, that T's never going through, brother. We can shuffle it back and forth between two of our markets, but difficult to pull it above the price where you're sending it. But your exports to other places doesn't really affect their prices very much. That's like one of the weird things with this patch. You basically can't push down prices by importing stuff. Combat, I think, is our market. Where's combat? No, it's not. Alright. LAR is ours. We don't mind exporting to our market. We could shuffle back and forth. And we might have to eventually. They're just trying to get some baseline trades in that are not like abusing the thing. We might start abusing soon though. Abusers never change. I've always had way more money than I could possibly efficiently spend after about 100 years. Yeah. Maybe they got pop merged? No, like we had like a good chunk of pops here. I don't know what happened to them. So hyped for the Armenian flip, it's coming. Proximity maps before and after. Yeah, we can maybe take a before picture. I don't think we're going to get anything that helps it out for it. Other than dev is a little bit more useful for proximity now than it was before. It's like 25% more useful. You get half the value of your stuff in proximity speed, and I think before it was 1/5 in discount. So if proximity speed is half as valuable as discount, right, and you're getting half, it's the equivalent of getting 1/4 instead of 1/5. Which a fourth instead of a fifth is 25% more. Which is a nice aspect of having high dev. Like if you max out your dev, that's 50% proximity speed. Rats are making a lot of noise in the vents. I know, I'm sorry. People upstairs. I apologize. Not much I can do about it. Except going up there and shaking my fists at them. We're not gonna build any roads. Roads will get auto-queued, but Or maybe we take a we should take a picture after, right before we flip and right after. This annexation's gonna be done soon. So close so far. We could also release like Farsi subjects or something like this, but I don't want to do that. Like if we wanted to flip right now, but we're trying to get these guys annexed. I think we urbanized everything we want to urbanize. We could start annexing these guys with the idea that we are going to flip Armenian before they finish, but that's a little bit risky. Most of our stuff is in auto expands. I think we did do some new urbanization though. Wait, did we flip some stuff? Not to make us want to move something. I wish you could see like where you have built nothing, because that's where we're gonna have the best opportunities. You can see a lot of our auto expands. Yeah, so here's got nothing basically. Legumes in it. It's got lumber in the province. Lumber in the province is good for printer shops and paper workshops. Thing's basically got nothing in it. It's got rice and wool. Ooh, it also gets to bog iron smelt. The presence of the bog iron smelt maybe makes it so that we don't want to upgrade this, but rice and wool. We could Spinner's Guild using the and let it just dynamically decide what it wants to use, whether it's the wool or the other thing. I think I'm into that. Just so much prod efficiency, we just like... That amount of prod efficiency is just insane. Like, you just have an escape velocity at that point. Alright, so we have wools and legumes. Not sure if we want to lock it in intentionally on the wool. I think that we don't, but... And the thing is, we can force export and shuffle this back and forth and have it be good. Stuff for jewelry is also okay. I don't know if we have enough gold in the market to support that, though. I don't think we do. I think, like, a bunch of gold gets used by the governor now, so if we had multiple gold sources, yeah, but we don't. It's like we decided tools in that province, fair. So world where we maybe want to de-urbanize this. There's a lot of stuff here, but saffron's valuable. So here this is a cotton province, so I think specifically we want to make it use the cotton. Did urbanize the tin. Yeah, not a lot we could do here. But I think that we value the pop growth maybe the most in the provinces with the iron. So let's actually expand these up a little bit. It'd be nice if there was a way to auto-expand some of the civilian infrastructure stuff, but... I mean, we have the silver and we have the beeswax. I'm not sure how much we could support more jewelers guilds. I guess we'll try. Not having a tremendous amount of control here, although I do think our regional capital's here. This regional capital will become a lot less useful. And the one up here, as Armenian hits. We don't have like a better alternative, but they are just going to go down in value. This place has wool and wood. You know, we don't have a single dye maker. He's gonna benefit from the wood. I just wish we had more wood and this wasn't like an apocalyptic issue, because otherwise we'd have a ton of dye makers. And it's like it's a huge issue because we just don't have the vegetation for it. But I think whatever market this ends up in is maybe going to be kind of okay-ish on wood, especially if we move this market north slightly, which is the plan. We wanted to have coastal access down here, but if we move it to the north slightly, we get access to some of these forest vegetation spots in the long run, which I think actually what we could do is they are our subject, but we can do this. In our subjects. Where's our alum? I know there is some alum up here. We don't have it. These guys have it. There may be going to be a priority to annex then. Oh, we're waiting to flip them Armenian. Womp womp. It's gonna take a while. Like the Farsi guys are gonna be the guys that we mainly annex next, which is unfortunate because we don't have a lot of control down there. Or once we finish the Armenian annex. I feel like you should have a certain amount of harbor capacity built up in order to turn it into naval governor. That seems kind of fine with me. At Age of Traditions, tech for Muslim countries that gives 1% minting threshold sounds pretty good, but it seems to do nothing. It's the threshold of the amount you can mint or like have coming in your eco from what is it? It doesn't do what you think it does. It makes it so that you can gain like more money from minting and from producing gold and silver in terms of proportion of your economy before it causes inflation. Or it makes it like slightly less inflation. But what you want is the monthly inflation in terms of being able to mint more. It's giving control of Georgia to Armenians. That's exactly what I'm doing. Sorry to ask you guys something you talked about, but give me TLDR patch 1.1.1. They fixed the naval stuff. There's still like issues with like the economics that are a little doomy, or people are a little bit gloomy about them. I haven't played in Europe, and I imagine Europe is like, it's felt really bad, but part of why it feels bad is because we're playing in the desert. Maybe people are overreacting. I am not 100% sure. Hey Elia, how's it going? Did they mention anything about colonial maintenance costs? Losing a ton of gold? Yeah, it's in the patch notes. They said that it was going to go up. We do have a colony that is now doing things, so now we can explore more. I don't know if this market can support that, but it would be faster. Do we have an explorer? Dora. Send out Dora. She is the explorer. which also unlocks our ability to exploit this. Nice. Nice-oo. Oh, let's move these guys back. And I think we're auto. Let's stop auto. Bring back the mercs. Oh, this guy's actually got an issue. I guess we'll get him back when we get Shabani back. God, that sucks. I didn't think that through, really, I don't think. Do we have a CB on this guy? Oh. Fair. Armenian is going to help them out in proximity. We haven't gotten it yet. Cultural makeup of Iraq is cursed? What's wrong with having a bunch of Armenians in Iraq? Armenians and Mongolians. I don't see an issue here. What are you talking about? Mongolians and Armenians in Iraq? That seems just kind of the natural course of things, huh? Don't know what you're referring to. Just kind of normal stuff, really. Monthly cost, so discontent. We don't have the contracts for that. We would kind of like to infiltrate administration, though. Gives us a visual. I think we're flipping Armenian before we're going off on gallivanting in some crazy war. This market's gonna get so squeezed on stuff. Alright, so we annexed up here, like these several provinces. Let's see what we can do here. Let's urbanize the lagoons. I think we're not gonna sweat like input costs considering like what's going on with the overall economy. Do the fruit. Horses. Almost reluctant to do wool even. Or sorry, stone even. Stone's kind of a little bit more pressure. This has more pops anyways. That does not need to be urban at all. We can't... Oh, it has separatism. How close are these? It's actually helping it assimilate. Assimilation's so slow here, though. Mongolian's such a strong culture as well. It causes problems. We get to increase control and do the other stuff, but we can't downgrade that until then. Womp womp. Okay, there's a lot of pops here. It's not a core though, so this will not be downgradable, but let's do it. So the having your guys' culture convert is like much more of a like play pattern. And the Mongolians are a little bit more resistant to being converted because they actually have decent cultural tradition. Maybe there's a world where we're supposed to accept Mongolian. I don't think that's the world we're living in. Three to accept? Yeah, I don't think so. So the downside of integrating this guy a little bit faster. To be fair, maybe we actually just want to give these top 3 locations over to Armenia or someone else to culture convert for us. What's this guy's culture? Are you Armenian, buddy? You are not Armenian. Are you my mother? Mongols, Kurds, and Armenians, and just a few Iraqis there. What's up with Biz? Gone. Reduced to ashes. Didn't mention anything. Yeah, okay, we already answered that. IRC, the mod author, is working on auto expand for granaries. Hot. Or the fork person, right? Because the original author is like not updating it or hasn't posted anything. How can you only be number 8th world power? Well, I mean, like, look at our pops. Now look at our dev. Now look at the tax base. And, okay, we have a lot of, like, land and control of land, but it's not very valuable. My UN taxes soon, inshallah. What's the biggest mechanic you would change in 1.2, and how would you like it done? I want colonization overhaul. The patch is in beta. Why do you have 100 Republican tradition? We need Republican tradition to flip Armenian. Although, if we are doing this, we're going to pay for stab too, actually. Because our stab cost is now cheaper, we're going to pay up for a little bit of stabs to make it less painful. But we need 50 Republican trad to flip Armenian. So, we're front-loading that. I was thinking that we'd be flipping right now, though, so... kind of not the timing I was hoping for. Just a few more we have left. How Armenian is this? Not as Armenian as we would like. Alright, well he's dead, so we'll send someone who's young with a lot of mill. Trying to send younger guys generally, because the older guys die really fast. Let's see. Friendly actions, share maps. Can we get Macron's maps? We can give him maps. Can we buy maps? Sharing maps is new. It doesn't look like we can buy maps. Unfortunately. We see Great Ming now, though. This is so awkward. We could disband the entire army here. Let's actually... What do we even have here? Most of our regulars, even. Kind of paying more for fort maintenance than I would like to. Also, the castle is particularly pernicious because the castle demands stuff we're not into it demanding. We don't want a bunch of tar demand, basically. We will keep it in the capital, and I think we'll keep a couple of these, because the Egypt fight is a little bit weird. We'll delete most of them. Fight the Retinids again. If we do fight the Retinids, I think we want to get maybe another annexation going. This one will be pretty quick. We'll just slow this one down slightly, but we don't want that to happen while we're fighting the Arachnids. Just kidding, we don't have a CB. Well, we'll just keep that annex. That'll be fine enough. These guys are both Kurdish, so we can go after them. The OPMs really do dev up a whole lot, though. This guy's got 2 locations. To be honest, though, now he's an OPM that's just up in the dev of that cloth a ton. Maybe this is a little bit of an experiment. Also maybe keen on moving to Breeze to here. Let's actually see what that looks like. What are you doing for food if your food RGOs are maxed? Well, you don't urbanize the 8+ food RGOs, and you build farming villages on top of them and irrigation on top of them, and you like stacking farming villages and irrigation. I just want to see what this looks like. I think this squeezes Baghdad too much. And Baghdad is our capital market, we'd kind of prefer to be bigger. Tbilisi takes over some of the heat here, but Tbilisi we'd maybe want to move. The thing I think we want to move Tbilisi up, yeah, our thought of moving the Eshfan market up as well. I don't think that this rotation works. I think it's just not quite it. We want this to like work, but it's not quite there. The markets are actually just so unbelievably painful. Because of the mountains. The mountain, like, the even if we solve the proximity problem, we still have, like, the mountains causing market access problems. Might just be me, but I feel like there's 2 little pops in Persia, there's a lot of people doing that. Why are you holding so much gold? Is there nothing to spend on? There's kind of nothing to spend on. We could merc up and do like a really tough fight though. That is the thing to spend on, but these are almost never dead, so actually we'll add a bunch. Probably should have been adding more of these. I guess it's just us. We should fight that guy. It's just we want this to finish first. I think we can afford to let this finish. It's 6 years. It's 6 years though. We don't want to. The thing is, this war is going to take us longer than 6 years. But we also have a lot of stuff on auto-expand that's expanding the way we want it to. Spending gold as fast as he can. Yeah, basically. Should actually just be dumping more into like colonization and stuff though. I think this doesn't have too much, yeah. Not gonna cost us too much pop to colonize that. We are colonizing this as well. We researched Deus Volt, right? Yeah, we do. Where's the Carrick? Just kind of looking forward a little bit. I don't think we have the Navy to fight this guy. Yeah, he's got a couple of heavies. Not in Trebizond. Oh, this is so useless except for the Pluto push. I think since we're actually integrating promote integration provinces, maybe okay. Let's do expand paved roads actually. And click these buttons. I think local markets is one we don't like. No, this is the one we like. We leave it. Prod efficiency is good, I think. I just blanked out. There was something that we did here that mattered. What was it? Yeah, we should be paying for more of this stuff. The person who said we should be spending more money is correct. But we should, like, this is something we can, this is a valuable money sink for us. Before we weren't as keen on pushing it because we were really, really low pop. And so pop was more of a throttle. Also, we are getting more additional range here, so... So integrate province here. We're about to run into problems with tools again. I think it's going to be painful until we get the tools tech, basically. Kind of hyped to fight with the other colonizer. How do you know you can put multiple cabinet members on the same province to assimilate? I did not know that. I'm not sure I would want to. You've probably gotten this question already, but do you have a solution to the data patches for the ironwood tool storage? Boy, have we gotten this question. I get this question roughly every half hour, I think. There's a lot of things that you can do that are little small adjustments, but fundamentally the problem is that there's too many random buildings getting built that there's a loop, right? You build the bog iron smelters, which gives you the iron. You use the iron to build the tools. You use the tools to get the lumber mills, and you use the lumber mills to get the wood for the coal required for the bog iron smelter. So it's a loop. The problem is the loop is very sensitive. It's nearly break even at base prices, and so it's required that you have production efficiency for it to be remotely useful. And you don't have production efficiency very early, and so this makes it kind of apocalyptic. In H3, you get production efficiency for both wood and iron, effectively allowing you to spin up. But a bunch of stuff demanding wood, which almost everything demands wood, effectively pulls stuff out from that loop. And so a lot of what you have to do is be deleting stuff that's no good. So fruit orchards, for example, no good. We delete the fruit orchards, all of them. Fiber crop buildings, I think we haven't really needed fiber crops relative to how much we've been producing. They require wood, no good. So we just delete all the fiber crop buildings as well. It's kind of a tedious thing, but this helps out. Avoiding getting a pileup of things getting produced is also important, which is kind of hard to prevent in the early game before age 3, I think. Age 3 it starts to get a lot better. But specifically when a pileup is occurring, like this place lacks tools. And the lack of tools is going to become more of an issue. As it lacks tools, it still creates demand for tools. The tools are still demanded in Baghdad province. And what this means is, with the new production efficiency, because there's way more demand for tools than there are actual tools, this makes all of your buildings less efficient that are using tools as an input. So this drives down the production efficiency of this. So you see that we're getting -7% production efficiency. If you don't have production efficiency modifiers, this like collapses you. And the AI in Europe doesn't have production efficiency modifiers, so the AI is like collapsing your markets. And so preventing the AI from being in your markets, embargoing them, this stuff will probably help a little bit. Being sensitive to these issues yourselves, not allowing anyone pulling anything out of the loop, making sure you max out RGOs for like these relevant industries like the lumber and such is also going to help out. But you know, it's still like a bit difficult. Like we are stalling out from lack of tools and can't finish this. Construction speed and RGO expansion speed are also going to be useful for avoiding like these stall outs, like the pile-ups. But like once you start piling up, you're starting to have issues. Command economy makes the cycle feel better. Yes, way better. It might be like rush command economy or get the fuck out type of thing. If you don't have access to wood RGOs, like a ton of them. But I need the food from the fruit farm. Too bad. Build villages. Farming villages are so much better. They're so much more efficient. You get way more from them. You get almost no food. So here is giving... That's giving 4 food. Plus scaling food. Fruit. Not only does it demand wood, shooting you in the foot, it only gives you 0.3. 0.3, it's giving you 1.2 food. Do you, like... You don't build the fruit. Don't build the fruit. Just, like, look yourself in the eye and don't build the fruit. If you click the lock, it'll lock future orchards being built. Yeah, but this also locks in labor promotions, which is, I think, undesirable, but that might be just more convenient and straightforward, yeah. The war is nice. Everyone's conscripting up. Just kidding. We will just sit here. I think this is Grandpa character. Yeah, you functionally get like no food. It's the farming villages are your friend. If you're going to keep stuff... Like, if we're gonna keep this rural... Actually, we probably shouldn't. If it's a river, though, we're gonna keep it rural. So, here, for example, I think we're gonna keep this rural. The reason for this is that, it can build both farming villages and irrigation simultaneously, both. And the combination of the two is gonna be nice. Farming villages, though... Notably, do use a little bit of tools, so they will pressure that resource. But we're going to do this to increase the food. And kind of maxing out all these in tandem it makes it a nice breadbasket province. You used to... Maybe you still do. You used to want sheep farms. I think sheep farms kind of suck now. Especially in the lumber and tools apocalypse. But I think that sheep farms were okay. They just, like, gutted the value of the wool by a lot, but it's okay for adding food. The sheep farm for adding just additional food, if you absolutely positively must, you want to be doing that. Oh, what the hell? Oh no, did I go live with the wrong thing? On YouTube? No, not like this. I did. No. That's also not monetized. Okay. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I don't know, I'm watching my mistake in real time, not like this. Okay. Sorry, chat. Just give me 1 second. I accidentally went live using restream on the wrong... I don't know if that means anything to you guys, but I recommend for you. Thank you for the follow as well. Okay. My bad. Thank you for the in-depth response. You're welcome. The fruit barely gives food and the peasants on sustenance, yeah. I worry the fruit demand, though. The peasants really need the fruit. Just let them be unsatisfied. How much cav power modifier do we have? It's nice that we're getting it from 2 of our formables. It's not as nice because cavalry, I think, sucks this patch. Yeah, Persian horses and adaptable cavalry. 25%'s a lot, though. I mean, cavalry is the unit we have. I guess we just won't actually research. I think this is maybe our ratio here. We get combined arms. Our 2 guys for actually fighting are the cavalry. We have a cannon as well, but these footmen are H1 dudes. And we almost want them in the back lines. My Netherlands run has reached H5, and AID replaced 50% of the RGOs in Roman with Chile, right on the time for the Little Ice Age. Germany's gonna starve now. Oh, the AI needs to be smarter about that, yeah. How much army can we support? Alright, we're not using much of potential. I think we can add 2 more light lancers, a falconet, and a camp follower. I do like how much harder spending the economy is, and that the estates are building a bunch of junk and slowing down growth, but I don't like how it happens. Well, like, the economy itself is faster. It's just like you're not throttled by, like, money or value in the economy. You're, like, throttled by, like, these input weirdnesses, because, like, the market value of the Naples market is freaking massive. Genoa is massive. Venice is massive. For the AI, this is, like, absolutely insane numbers. They're running it up. But it's not translating to income for people, except in the instance of, like, this bugged Omega Lol Silver, which is giving them, like, infinite money. Because it's giving them more money it should. I think some of this we did want to de-urbanize, right? This we certainly... We don't have access to the rice. The rice is going to be really nice once we can breadbasket it, because we're going to be able to get irrigation there. Not from the river, but because it's next to a lake. But this livestock, we could probably breadbasket. Because it's like, it's looking like we're going to need that. Let's do that. think we want to just subsidize. Let's go here and take a look. Farming villages in general, I think, are just super worth subsidizing. Yeah, maybe we just follow chat's advice and just close these for the time being. Eventually we'll just delete them all, but we'll close them to like slow the bleeding so the AI doesn't expand more of them. But like, I think that like, it just, there's way too much money. It's just like, you're trying to, I don't know if you guys are old and decrepit like me and like watched The Simpsons like 30 years ago or 25 years ago. But there's an episode where Mr. Burns has so many diseases that none of them can kill them because all the diseases, it's like a bunch of little monsters trying to all push through a doorway at once and they all just block each other. And that's like how the economy is like stalling out now. Like I think fundamentally like running out of stone, clay, sand, and wood were not like historical markers of like economic slowdowns. Like from a simulation perspective, those things throttling you makes no sense. Now, the wood required for like building big ships, like that makes sense. But like, you know, like the other stuff, like it doesn't make sense as a thing that's throttling you. You know what I mean? I think that we have a, where's our explorer? Where is Dora, the explorer? Alright, we'll just explore with that. Are we stalling out here? Alright, we are. Why? Tools? God damn it. I just realized that's going to actually be really hard for us to solve. Holy shit. Alright, tools and iron need to somehow... Tools need to somehow get there. Jesus Christ. Okay. Tools and wood need to somehow get there. I don't think we're having any place running. Like, okay, we have burgers exporting there. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. What do you think of the current estate situation? Well, apparently, like, it's difficult to evaluate because there's also bugs going on, but, like, there's a bug that makes them get, like, way too much money. And so, like, it's difficult to evaluate. I mean, I think that they're, like, building way too much useless stuff, but, like, this also has to do with just, like, how many buildings there are that use lumber that are just, like, not buildings that are worth having, so... Provinces should have a percentage of crown land owned in 1.1, since they don't, estates get most of the money anyways. I would low-key want EU5 economics to be more like Vicky 3 economics. Vicky 3 economics with EU4. I prefer the construction queue like system from Vicky 3 in terms of how stuff gets built, but I don't think it makes sense from a simulation perspective. Let's close all the rural cloth makers. If you made them expand the RGOs, I think this would alleviate a lot of the problem. You guys remember the episode? Yeah. So, like, the economy is not throttled by money. It's throttled by this other nastiness. Alright, we're halfway there to annexing this guy. We maybe could start a little bit of a small war. We don't have a CB on that guy. Oh, we annexed the one guy we had a CB on. Wampa Wampa. Smolensk? Let's start bringing the guy over to do it. Don't want to have the army having issues. Growing businesses, raw materials output, or bountiful harvest. We don't want to move towards capital or traditional economy, so especially with the loot. Spain strifed completely away from the New World and went for Africa instead. That is what's happening here. For our game, they're in like the Congo. Oh, they got kicked out of the Congo? Yeah, I mean they're going for Africa. Unfortunately, Orissa's gone for that. Mombasa be kicking things up. The only one who's colonized the New World is France. All the devs just make constructions productively inefficient if you don't have enough resource. Or just make it so they don't demand the resource as they're producing would also help out. We're hitting 20 dev in a lot of these places, which is going to be nice for us. A lot over here too. It'd be nice from the demand perspective. Unfortunately, it doesn't really matter because we could just spin up free demand whenever we want by exporting between two markets. I think we might start doing that now. Our marginal trades are marginal enough. Also, they keep on trying to use trade capacity to pull tea that they can't pull. You can't pull that tea, brother. So this will just push up prices in both the markets, allowing for more opportunities for profitable buildings. Eshfan does not have fine cloth. That is a crime. Oh wait, here we want to lock in on the silk because we actually have silk in that province. Yes, yes, yes. I wish there was an unemployed burgers map mode. Although this might get to be too much silk usage, I'm not sure. We'll try and lock him in on it. The labor buildings exist inefficiently to fix the lack of RGOs in the market. The estate spam buildings just makes no sense. Yeah. Persian dev glow up. The states plow all the wealth into irrational production because the game was built around building/production economic loop meant to be used by the player. I don't think bolting all this estate wealth onto the existing game system makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I was against them. I was okay control deleting money. I was against them turning lack of control into estate money. Because the economy was already so fast, and this just put a bunch more money into the economy. And now it's just like, it's money, but it gets lit on fire and then you delete buildings, and it's like, well, okay, what are we doing here? I keep forgetting fur, like, actually gives food. I always forget that. It's not a lot of food, but it gives food. Also, like, the irrigation on the fur is not, like, completely dead, but it might not be worth the tools. Like, tools, like, always got pressured, though, but, like, it has to do with the way the... Yeah. Maybe I'll make a video on how I think things should be different. But, like, the streams, I don't know. It feels like people come in and then everyone's really negative, and then it's like, oh, what are you gonna do? I think we're gonna go settle colonies. We just want these boys finishing much faster if we can. I wonder if we want them to flip as slaves. We don't want them to become tribesmen is the thing. Tribesmen freaking suck balls. Especially right now. Can't even really use that for that much. Alright, I guess we're just gonna take maps from them and upset them. It's not even worth... This spy network's just not worth it, like, anything really, other than the vision we're gonna eventually get. Alright. We want something a little bit bigger. From Leon, maybe? Yeah, one big one ought to do it. What do we got here, though? Early arquebusiers, nice. I think that we want one more falconet. The light lancers for us are just going to do more damage. We don't want any supply carts. We have supply carts? Oh, maybe we want a supply cart if it's cheap. Just for the modifier. I wish we could put the more obsolete guys in back. Let's do this. We have to go after Ayudin. We want Smyrna anyways ourselves, because I think we want to move the market to Smyrna. They have it in Rhodes, so we're going to need to take Rhodes too. Sign the guy who's actually good at this. Is this assault ability? Yeah, it is. So we kind of don't want the guys with assault ability. We want a better... Let's see what this guy can spin up in terms of bonus. And let's go here and wait to see where the army comes out. Oh, there it is. Let's go to here. Help them, maybe. Just basically missing on all fronts. We're willing to fight them on that. Wargol's Ayudin though. And we do want to be able to peace out relatively fast. Yeah, there we go. Artillery power, pow pow. So we might even be able to split up the guys. No, just kidding, they have a ton of dudes. We'll siege there. At least they could give additional estate privileges. I actually think that locks them out of... I think estate privileges that affect what they build would be amazing. I think there should be way more estate privileges. And that they should give just generally less power, and they should lock through the ages. Because it really feels like that entire aspect of the game, like, you just, like, set it and then you forget about it. Like, you're like, oh, we already handled those. Like, we just aren't looking at estate privileges basically ever again. Trader and Jews over land is kind of an interesting modifier, though. Not worth getting negative max tax. We could go for gold and silver output. It gets so heavily diluted by the that one building, though. Maybe it's still good enough. Try to be less negative, Mr. Generalist. I don't know, like the... yeah, well, part of it's on my end too. I feel like people just ask me about the bad stuff and then I start working myself up and then it's like, bro, my overall opinion on this is like that it's fun, it's just not ready yet. Like, and a lot of the changes I really like. A lot of the changes I like are subtle and a lot of the stuff I don't like is just really in your face. I think it's part of the issue. Because it's like, oh, like everything that has to do with culture is just like kind of better. But it's like, well... None of my buildings can get constructed, you know? Thanks for keeping up, though. Thanks for the stream. See ya. Alright, take care. How's the Theocracy Fort Eco Spin Up doing? Is it still valid? I think you... One of the things you don't like about the early game forts... I think it's valid, it's just like later on it's gonna be good. Right now you're not throttled by money as much as you're throttled by like your lack of lumber. And tar is involved. Also, right now, you can export between two markets to spin up demand. So, the fact that you can spin up demand is, like, just kind of unimportant. And castles create demand for, tar. Which you kind of don't like. It's probably okay. If you're going Theocracy, you're probably okay just holding on a lot more forts, yeah. If you sit on 30% tax rate on all states at 100% control, you still get maybe 30-40% money, the rest goes to them. Right now I earn 25 ducats while the nobility and peasants each earn 60. I'm not entirely sure that's not that bad a simulation. But, like, the way that they spend money is, like, through buildings. Like, the way that they manifest the money into, like, emergent effects is, like, only through buildings, and that's maybe bad. Like, if the nobles getting rich pushed you towards noble laws, and they paid money for, like, lobbying or this type of stuff, or it increased their consumption, these are, like, different things, you know? But the fact that it's only translating to buildings is maybe an issue. It'll take us forever to siege this ish. I think maybe we could split in half, actually. Do we have a guy with siege ability? No. We'll sort by admin, which gives siege ability. I guess this guy is good at assaulting, but he's also just good at standing on a siege. Oh, part of why Castile is in Africa though has to do with the Treaty of Tortillas, because he got the east portion. Maybe if they fixed estates, paying for their demands, things that would fix things. I kind of like it instead of governors, you had local power centers for estates, so you could build burger center there, and they get control from there, and you can tax, but it all goes to them. Interesting. Maybe this is. I think this guy's on just levies. We definitely want to be able to get another war from them. No, we can't release the historic guy like this. This might be the historic guy we want. Or this guy, and then feed them. That way they're next to us here. Something like this might be the peace deal we're looking for. And then Negroponte. We kind of would want at Paris, I think. In terms of being able to produce claims. And taking from Negroponte is also just going to be more expensive, so... Something like this. Unless we could just subjugate him. We can't. Yeah. Where is Naxos even? Transfer Besbury would also be okay for us. Transfer Circassia. Oh, I didn't realize they were. I didn't realize they were in this outfit, in this war. That's a two-front war. Not exactly what we like. The estates end up hoarding 100 times your wealth. Well, a lot of like wealth got stored in stuff like plates. I'm actually super into the idea that they create minerals as something you pull out of the earth, and then that depletes, but then they stick around and they don't just get consumed every month. Because the states hoarding gold and silver, like in terms of quantities, would maybe be something that's an interesting way of capturing estates. And you caring about how much gold versus silver they have, although Adam Smith wouldn't like that. Is there any disasters that can get if we go to zero Republican tradition? Nope, the only reason we're floating up so high is because we want to flip cultures. And it requires 50. And if you're going to float it, or if you're going to pay for it, you should, like, just kick it to 100, basically. Because, like, the decay is linear. It's either sitting at 100 or sitting at 50 with the same cost. In the period, the basic Yugo loops should be struggling to produce surpluses, not print money the way they do in game. Yeah, this too. Or like the real issue. So the economy is like a video game board game economy. It's like not simulating the economy of this like era. Because like what most of the consumption of this era was. So most of the peasants and stuff produced their own goods, and they didn't consume like market goods. So the fact that they consume furniture is maybe like a little bit weird. And it's the upper class pops specifically producing luxury goods for the upper class pops that was the majority of the like economics. Like people would spin their own wool and stuff like this. And so like some of the ways in which the economy is like simulated, like having skilled art, it's not about volume, it's about having like skilled artisans producing for people that are engaging in this like massive consumption because they're the only ones with money. I didn't say you to be less negative, I said I would be. My feeling window literacy ideas. Womp womp. No, I read you correctly, but I'm saying like part of it's also on me. Money evaporating due to lack of control is the only hit a problem. Eco too fast. Yeah. The eco is too fast, which is why, like, I mean, if you could go back to, I think in my initial thing when it was spoiled, like, my first, like, thing I said is, like, I don't like this because the eco's already too fast. I don't like them making it faster when it's too fast, even if it's, like, a better simulation. One day they will bring back breaching for artillery. I mean, like, war is hell. I'm okay with it. War sucking. So here's an interesting one. We want to either... Tribesmen really suck to have, and now you don't care about having the tribesman estate. So we either want to... We either want to integrate them, or we want to enslave them. I think we just want slaves. So now as we finish this, it will turn all the tribesmen in the location to slaves. Which will be slaves we could actually utilize. So we can colonize the area with our pops and then import the slaves back. God, that's weird as a play pattern. Let's see, do they have like any fake tax-based locations? Where's the capital? The fact that it's bugged out also is just like an issue. Where these guys are getting like infinite money from something they shouldn't be. There are certainly things that are underbaked, look no further than the artist. And this would be like if you were to change the economy and make it more like driven by luxury goods, this is maybe a way that you can make artists more interesting and useful. I don't know exactly how. By giving the artificially destroyed wealth to the estates, the real problem has become visible. The production loops are too efficient, and the stupid AI wastes printed money on bad buildings. What? Like, I also think that the fact that the economy is all tools and wood, like, doesn't simulate the fact that, like, artisan luxury goods were like the economies of the day. Like it's like a modern notion of mass consumer economies is like projected onto like early modern history, and it's like they didn't have mass consumption then. Like there was no mass market. Like that wasn't a thing. You had peasants. People made their own stuff. Like you need industrialization before you have mass markets. How are we doing up here? We're getting wrecked. I think you have to pay out the ass for the elephant artillery, so I think it's kind of bad for the conscripts. Cool seeing Smolensk all caked up. So what we're going to do here is we're going to... We want to assimilate this to Armenian. The problem is we have like no control in the area, so it's getting bricked basically. We're assimilating Tabriz right now. We actually don't have high control in Tabriz. Let's increase control in Tabriz, which has a decent amount of economic activity if I recall correctly. So that increase in control will be somewhat valuable, but also the assimilation that we're trying to do there will be more productive because it's entirely throttled by lacking control. I think that feels good. Sure. Least proximity speed makes our province equal size even if it's not. Before 1.1, if a province was connected to a province, it could have wildly different proximity. Now they remain the same. Not sure what you mean. Proximity speed, I do think, is a dramatic improvement, though. Question about the artist. Is there some limit? you have an artist limit as a modifier that you can increase through various texts and other things. There is an artist limit. Art's like kind of whatever. I mean, it's kind of helping us right now to actually spin up the prestige a little bit, which is giving us more Diplo rep, which is good for the end tag. It's like things you would care about a lot more if the game were a little bit different, I guess. Alright, we'll also get a more qualified general. Army morale recovery speed is actually something we're into if we're going to be running around these mountains trying to chase down armies. Which I think is kind of what we are going to be doing. If we explore this. And then do we have an explorer? We do not. We do not have an explorer. We must contact Dora, the explorer. And then the estates, aka Swiper, kept swiping. Oh no. Mel Van Deer, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Makes culture slider insane. I think each artist increases the cost. Yeah, it scales with the artist. So, it doesn't scale with your attack space. Looks like they upped the amount you get from ransoms. It's still not a lot, though. Laughs at Muslim at the treaty, basically. Although it is annoying that colonization is haram and you can't move liquor around and can't trade it. Do you do the thing where you salt every sort instead of waiting for a siege? I do not, because pops are really valuable, I think. And like long term, like pops spin up. Like the more pops you have, the more pop growth like positively affects you. But also, this guy recovers morale so fast because he's got the trade. Yeah, he's gonna just run this guy down. Oh, this guy's so screwed. Oh, he's gonna get so wrecked. He's gonna get so wrecked. You have no morale, my guy. I hate that. Alright, we're gonna follow him some more. But, what was I saying? Yeah, something about colonization being haram. You can't trade, the liquor. Unfortunately. Should probably operate a little bit differently. Those guys have been kind of beaten down, but these guys... Get them. Get them. Get wrecked, idiot. I think that this should just be like, they all get captured if they like route like instantly from something like this. But instead they just retreat, like infinity. I think eventually it gets to being a stack by, wow, crazy that they can resist us. Alright. Unrushed minus, yeah. Alright. Estate's a bit of strange situation because they don't compete with each other. And they don't, or just with you, and you don't really have estates which to rule, just a nebulous crown estate, yeah. I guess they're negative attritioning because they have no food. We're just locking them in they're just handcuffed into negative attrition. It's about family. Maybe make the most of laborers. Buildings have upkeep paid by the peasant estate. The problem is that they're not going to subsidize it in a negative profitability, and everything goes negative profit. But yeah, I do think you should just subsidize the buildings. We're also locking him down, like, while our guys get to just expand out here. Do the things. Uh-oh. Well, that works. Alright. Have them head up. Got him. Wait, can we just keep... we just keep capturing these idiots? You don't have ransomable prisoners. Alright, whatever. Seems like a lie to me, bud. I would love to be able to steal maps in a way that did not require that I remember the name of everything. I'm just guessing that that's a reasonable place to steal maps from. It looks like I was mistaken. Just trying to steal from Africa. I didn't see like Sahara or anything in there. Exploration monthly progress is going to be nice. Especially because now we're feeding the colonies very quickly. They're expanding quickly. Yeah. We still want to, basically the second we finish this, be done with the war, so... So where's the prestige? Surely we don't care about this guy. Whatever. 4K for a terrible artist. We've lost the man, the unifier, the builder. No longer will we get 25% discount on all urbanization. This is truly a sad day. I know it sounds like I'm not sad, but that's because I'm not sad. We got a lot of use out of him. No, they're not separate. They're part of Smolensk. Ooh, Smolensk is into ending this war. Right, which is fair. There's a lot of payment in kind service, so uncontrolled land providing a pile of liquid wealth doesn't make sense from a simulation. Yeah. Okay, so we really care quite a lot. About the family these guys belong to. This is a dynasty that's pretty well expanded. I think this is the only dynasty we have expanded already. The reason we care is because crown characters. But this guy's gonna die real soon. Alright. Looking for a youngish guy. I think this is the previous guy. Neither of the guys are that dynasty, so we'll like this dude. We'll see what we have for crown characters. Looks like we have some. Looks like we have some. Can't make him out of cabinet. So he's not the same dynasty. I don't know why he's a crown character. Crown power, of course, will get gimped. So guy's unfortunately not going to have too many more kids. He's probably going to be more of a transitional guy, to be honest. Been a while since we've had that great dynasty. Yeah, I hate to see it. Can we get there? Is there remotely a path over there? Like, in theory, it looks like there's a land path over there, but we can't explore it. Cabrina and Crimea. So I think we're into ending the war on that front this way. Just grabbing a little bit of stuff. That puts us next to Kaffa as well. Actually, we'll stop marching because he's morale. There we go. Alright, working our way over. Who's looking like they're gonna be our heir after this? God, we're just gonna have someone competent that doesn't have a dynasty, unfortunately, it looks like. Shoot. let's grab this first. Paying 200 a month on the mercs. I think if you made tools input and output for everyone that currently consumes tools, it'd need a big stockpile of tools, but doesn't need a big production. Yeah, this is what we were talking about yesterday. And that, like, you pull iron out of the ground, it gets exhausted, but you create a tool stockpile. And slowly decays, but how slowly is up for unclear. Makes to be most laborers have to be paid by the peasant estate. Yeah, doesn't solve the issue. Like the idea of local power centers for estates, so that it could simulate outside powers. I wish that the estates like kind of had more agency to fight you. Yeah. What is that? Wait, what? How'd that guy flip it instantly? He assaulted the fort? What a Chad. This guy's into this as a resolution for this war. We are kind of too. We have to get it reasonably quickly, or our annexation is almost through. Raw materials output plus 100%. Okay, cool, I guess. Question is, do we make this a colony or do we directly control it? I think we make it a colony, to be honest. The colonies getting Armenian culture is going to be so pog once we flip Armenian as well. We do need to get all the forts in this province to make the stuff cheaper to take there. We could also just take some wonky ass stuff from them. I think what we're into is like doing something that's just like not uber off theme, taking maps if we have an additional war score. Let's just have him kind of go around sieging. Catch up with the chat. I like the idea of atomizing effects of control a bit, like losing all tax benefits due to local power, but getting promotions, etc. Seems like a fun gameplay mechanic. I think that they want it to just be generally a lot better, though. Like, that's like the design principle of the game. How about instead of nobility fighting peasants on what they earn, government would fight nobility over peasants' income, neutering the peasants as a buildable state until you go free subjects? I think that's kind of some of the idea of what they did. I just think it's, like, actively bugged, right? Maybe early buildings shouldn't make money, but also have zero maintenance, so you build lumber and such. This is kind of what RGOs do. But the states don't build the RGOs, is one of the issues. Do we have max innovative? If we don't, this is usually a time where we can push it. I think we already maxed it out, though. Nice to get a little bit of extra on that front. You need to have player agency in loop to make a game anyone wants to play. Yes. I did some calculations. New proximity speed, efficiency as good as old proximity, around 41. Is it not as good until 50? I thought it was as good until 50. Because assuming that you have twice as much speed as you have proximity because they doubled every modifier. I don't want Noble Idle Battle Simulator 2, where we have to them on their phones anyways. If the game auto-builds the entire economy, what's there to do? Yeah, not ideal. But you can influence stuff from a macro perspective, too. Like, Vic 3 has a lot of stuff where you're doing macro things. Alright, this isn't really working for us. I don't know what's going on with all that. I want estate buildings that benefits them, but not actually want them to do the economy. Yeah, I like the estate buildings. I think that like like estates could be an entire patch, and that like them getting the money is like part of the patch. And like I think I would have preferred had things been done that way. You know? I mean, I guess that's maybe what this patch is, but there's no like new system. It's just like there's no like the internal estate spending system or something like this. What's the ideal capital for my Portugal run? Probably Sevilla. You mean like in Portugal? Probably just keeping it where it is. It's a pretty solid spot. Yeah, especially now you like you really actually this is probably better than Sevilla. Having a really good natural harbor actually matters now, because the way that they changed how it works, where you only natural harbor is giving you a discount and the other things are giving you efficiency, so they don't stack and make it so that you zero out the outgoing. How do you get gold in the Sevilla market early? I can't pull the local governor and peasants are super rich. You probably have to explore and get access to the market to the south. The Niani market would be maybe the most straightforward way, because there's not really sources of gold that are near it. Unfortunately, that's probably not the answer you're looking for. So I basically cannot use cultural slider because the artist slots never expire. I'm not sure what you mean, but you probably shouldn't pay much for the cultural slider because it's like kind of worthless. That's like barely any more antag. What's causing all the antag? This is really where most of the antag is? Why is that so much antagonism, my guy? I mean, we still want it because it's contiguous with like kind of where we've been expanding. Just weird. We'll just resolve it all at once though. So annexation on this guy. Soon we flip Armenian. It's the Armenian. 22%. We have to overcome 31%. Can I just have a zoo of prisoners because it's not worth ransom and I can't just release? Yeah. I just like don't want to have him anymore. I think I'd be okay with like auto ransom and then you could turn it off. Someone was like walking them out onto frozen ice in the winter or whatever. Making local liquor colonies first does feel silly. Yeah. Mashallah. Not for consumption, but can you keep exploring? You gotta have your grog. Yeah. This is... I don't know how they solve that, other than like making it so Muslims don't have to use the thing, which is not realistic or like a very good solution. Because they did it to keep the water clean, basically. At least 1.1 made me give out 1,000 estate privileges and disregard crown power as much as before. Now I'm back to maximizing crown power. That might be correct. I think it's weird that powerful estates become unhappy. I think it's because they're unhappy not being empowered themselves. I think that that's probably fine. Don't have a way to get to the other place, so Cassie is all we can occupy. We're just occupying it for maps, basically. Maybe just one more map, one more tick. Doesn't make sense to have different roads having different construction requirements. Why does modern roads have the same needs as gravel roads? I think I agree with you. Yeah. I think that's low on my list of things that are like an issue. I think that barely bugs me, but I think you're correct, yeah. That makes sense. Get 'em. The Goon Squad. I am the Goon Squad. Oh, we're talking to the wrong man about this. We would actually, if we're going to be fighting this guy in the future, we'd maybe want to be able to find them. Not that I think these guys get back here in time, but just in case. Let's stop paying the mercs as well, or rehiring them. I think those guys' contract is closer to getting up. Oh man, I'm behind. What is this dance? Love this for us, basically. Alright, we'll just kind of skim through. Manpower buildings have just a set amount of laborers. They continually generate manpower. You don't consume more pops other than constant employment. Yeah, but when the pops die, I think it's like manpower is not like a representation of actual guys. It's a representation of like your throughput ability to turn people in your nation into soldiers, basically. Tabriz is down a core. Hell yeah. So us increasing the control here is helping out with that play pattern because now we're assimilating faster. I think we got one more to flip Armenian and we're pretty close. It's better for the economy too. You can hover over a location and there's a faint outline around the area when you steal maps. It's still a huge pain in the... Yeah, it doesn't help that much. Consume pops when they die in combat, yep. It drains from like random ass places though. And I don't think it drains just soldiers. They drained it in 1.1 to drain more evenly. Okay, that's good. It would just randomly minus 300 pops like in one location. So. Alright. We can get what we want, but we can get more maps if we stay in it. Maps! I think we do paved roads because we did paved roads before and I wanted to add roads, but then we didn't add roads, so... Levy obligations are not useful for us. This, we don't want to go serfdom, or do we? We can reduce opinion though, that's fine. But I don't think we want to click any of the other buttons. Do we really want to preserve stab that much? I think we'll go for the additional taxes here. But let's build some roads. Oh, the calculation's gonna change when we flip Armenian, man. That farmland. Kind of got a lot of pops there. I want to try and make that cheaper so that we can annex them faster, so that we can build the roads after we have the Armenian discount, because that's going to change which roads are good. We don't want to gain Traditionalist. Paying 2k to not gain Traditionalist, basically. Stupid artists. I don't know if it needs to recalc. We got faster? Or it got last year. That's today, brother. That's yesterday. You know what they say? Let me pay you Tuesday for the annexation of today. Hopefully we spike one of those good events. Do we not have Smyrna? Oh, there's another location in Smyrna that we need. Womp. Oh, we lost it because the fort? Scatter, bros. Well, I don't think we're getting enough support. Okay. Surely we have enough Armenians now. We still don't have enough Armenians. Not like this. Oh, it's so expensive to flip. Why is this? No. Alright, well at least we have more. I mean, we're culture converting people. Problem is there's a little bit of backslide. I really thought that was going to be enough. I should have just done the math like I said I should have last time. We thought it was going to be enough and it wasn't. But with that done, now we're not annexing anyone, so we do want to get a peace deal. I think we're kind of into this. Don't necessarily have to get like the whole shaboodle here. Maybe we want entirety of Northern Epirus, and then we'll take a couple maps. Oh, I should not have clicked the button while these guys were still there. No, son of a... I feel stupid. No, no, no. This way. I mean, planning on keeping Smyrna, I guess we could build a boat. Roads is terrible. Relocate Smyrna. Perfect. Create subject. This guy. Vassal. Cool. Okay, let's cede this location to him. Create subjects. Historical subjects. Roads. Here we go. Expanding our reach a little bit at a time. Oh, these guys had a K in their name, I think. Or Shanjir, right? And then this guy for all of Circassia. Crimea, rather. Ooh, yikes. Nice, nice rebs, dude. Sorry, I'm behind on chat. Money not there for an OPM. I know all these vassals decreasing your population. I've seen too many times when not paying attention to smaller stacks. Yeah, it just adds up. I think that a lot of players just like undervalue just not losing pop. See quite a lot of Reddit posts and forum posts about the world wrath economy death spiraling due to Iron Lord tools. How's your experience been with this? I think it's like bad, but not as bad as people act like it's apocalyptically bad, and it's just like quite bad. Byzantium's not dead. Oh, we did take quite a bit of yikes. I don't know if we want to catch Serbia's hands here, so let's improve relations with them. And let's also start annexation. We can annex Kurds, specifically. We don't mind. Kinda don't want to annex anyone who's Farsi, because that's going to make it harder for us to flip Armenian. So, or we could annex someone who's huge, and it will take a while to annex. We could annex someone who's Armenian and is trying to flip stuff. But we kind of want them to flip the stuff. We could annex and then re-release people. I think I'm into annexing this. I think we get control of this eventually. I think that this is like... We would not mind using Convert Province on Baluchistan. And that maybe this makes sense at some point. Are these guys in Baluchistan? Yeah, they are. But Baluch is kind of... We're kind of running out of good places to go after, but we'll try that. Now these guys are flipping stuff Armenian, but they have a long way to go. This is the beta, yeah. I need to stop assaulting every fort. No, as bleeding pops out. It's not that bad on castles, but on bastions, like, it really, you punt a lot of pops. But, like, look at your monthly pop growth, right? We have like a weird month because we just did a conquest. But if you look at your monthly pop growth and then look at how much you lose in an assault and like think about it from that perspective. Crown for Republic and Theocracy should not be familial. Republic should have factions, Theos should have ruling clergy. I agree. Kind of low on priority list, I think, for me, but yeah, I 100% agree. Get a bunch of cores. And a bunch of stuff that's not cored because it didn't flip all the way Armenian, but... Fair enough. Do we want to urbanize any of this specifically? I don't think so. But almost certainly want to do this and want to do this. Actually. Takes kind of a lot of clicks to set this up, but would love to have the Masons auto-expanding and locked in on using stone because of the increased pressure to clay in this patch. That's not what I was looking for. Didn't do all of them, but did some of them. Also have stone from here, probably. You get the same value at old 50%, but efficiency slows down before that. Before 41% proc speed, you get more proc speed than the old procs cost. So it evens out at 100% proc speed. You get the same value at old 50%, but the efficiency slows down before that. Before 41, 42 proc speed, you get more procs per speed than the old procs cost. Oh, yeah, but since all the modifiers are doubled, it's like 50 versus 100. But yeah, early on, proc speed is actually really strong. It's the part about you having 64 artists. Whoops. Better like 30 minutes. We kind of be spamming that. Yeah, I'm trying to catch up. I should just only read the, like, recent ones, maybe. Should I care about natural harbor suitability or just harbor capacity when worrying about proximity and road building? You should care about natural harbor suitability, yeah. But when you're building for proximity, if you're getting proximity from, like, the sea... If you're getting proximity from, like, an ocean source... Well, one of these guys... It's not showing us... It doesn't want to show us where we're tracing proximity from. It can be a little bit... fiddly sometimes... when it's connecting to the governors. You see here, it doesn't want to show us when it's connecting to a governor, but this location is connecting to one of these two locations, and so building a road from here to here, whichever one of these is being used, this is going to be the way that we increase proximity, basically. So like this location to this location, so that's going to help out the proximity in this location. Go over some of our bad buildings and just shut them all. Rural cloth maker. Fiber crops. Fiber crops can be okay, but we just don't want to deal with it. Fruit orchard. I was short of you without a beard, and I felt like I was being told I'm resisting arrest. Don't resist. Stop resisting. Oh, it sucks that I feel like we can't grab... We're so close to getting there, man. We could just yoink locations from Armenia. Annexing Armenia will definitely give us enough. The thing is, like, these guys are still busy converting stuff. If we had assimilate the area, this would be so much easier. We don't, though. I wonder how far we are from it. We are GP. I think we're probably pretty far. Because, yeah, we have a third. They just, the AI spams the, like, the universities. Should I be building my barracks and training camps in cultures that aren't mine, but, so that my primary cops, can be spared? I think that it requires that the place be a core, so I'm not sure how easy that will be for you. That's so our rural areas can get literacy on the burgers a little bit better. Oh, we're also not flipping Armenian here, where we thought we were. So, I think what we'll do is we'll throw up some roads. Road to Mosul. Road's not in our territory, but we'll still throw one up. Actually, let's throw one up to here. I think that's fine. The roads, you don't get a lot if it's not connected to the capital, which I, like, kind of hate that, like, Basara is missing out on so much progs. Or, I mean, so much dev. It's missing out on 20% dev modifier. This feels stupid. It doesn't have a road connected to the capital. This place Has a road connected to the capital. It's like super punishing on the islands. I think that maybe we'll make a mod, or like we'll ask someone to mod that where it doesn't have to be connected to the capital. Being connected to a capital or a harbor, I think, would be good. Could you just release part of the Kurds? We'd have to release 2 people, but yeah, we could release some Farsi and some Kurdish. Right now, Farsi is our most populous one. It has to become the majority over everything, but we're also trying to just like make progress on these annexations. You know, right now we're refraining from annexing Farsi pops that we otherwise would. Do you have any naval levies from that? We can't raise the net levies at peace. We could also just detach the mercs. We don't need the mercs. It's mostly merc army. Let's double check that it's not auto-renewing, I guess. Yeah, it's not. It's not going to actually take us a lot. Only 2k if it's not mercs. Monthly literacy is nice. Trade capacity 10% is nice. Monthly research speed and max literacy is really nice. Or sorry, max research speed. Or max literacy. Which will give us some stuff in the short term. I mean, our debt is starting to scale up pretty high relative to the rest of the world now. We also do have the cis market, which we can move to Hargan, which was always the plan. For that, Hargan needs to be urban. Damn it, we de-urbanized it. Well, we partially de-urbanized it so we could finish the annexation a little bit faster. More harbor capacity, always better. Big true. I think that when we're at war, we could just march through. Nope, we can't. Gonna need the boats. We're actually not assimilating that many Armenians, though. We're assimilating in 2 spots. You know what? The Diplocor is probably unnecessary. Let's assimilate to Armenian this province, which will decrease the amount of guys we have that are Farsi as well. We also have like a lot of momentum of like pop growth from these other things too. Although we're pop growthing Armenians because they're accepted. So for the rights of the burger, we unlock a new one. We will probably stay curtail. Prod efficiency is nice for escaping the death spiral. But which one got unlocked? Is it trade regulations did? Yeah, okay. And for the admin system, I think we want to stay Confederal Union, but the one that got unlocked was Federal State. All estates at 2.5% is actually pretty nice. Maybe we swap to Federal State. Okay, but we hit the edge of our formations. Let's catch up on the chat. Or just skim kind of catch up. Minus 259k pops. That's because we released subjects. 3k's are kind of thing. Have you avoided the Iron Library death spiral? A lot of it's deactivating and deleting buildings and trying to seek a lot of production efficiency because the looping of creating more lumber in your economy is basically break even and dependent on production efficiency, so when you lose it or when you hemorrhage it to inefficient buildings, it jams you up. And once you get jammed up, then it decreases your production efficiency, because if you have stuff queued up, and it's as long as this is queued up, this is going to create demand for lumber, even if it's not actually building. So when it's queued up but not building, that's what causes issues, which makes everything that takes lumber as an input lose production efficiency. And so when you have stuff that takes tools and takes lumber losing production efficiency, it's really bad, because the tools, loss of production efficiency makes your lumber mills less efficient, for example. But all of this improves a lot in Age 3. When you release a vassal, do you inherit your values and reforms? Yes. Does it matter if they're historical values? I don't think so, but they will. Historical will have a different culture and religion rather than the custom one. Is that new roadmap mode or is it a mod? It's in the beta. Does Persia get unique content? Yeah, they get some events and they get some tech. The biggest tech for us is that we get 33% prod efficiency on this is probably the biggest one, which makes these spinner gills very profitable. Very nice. We need the dopamine hit. I'm trying. Is X5 speed the meta or is it for frames? No, it's not. It's just for pacing. We could go max speed. X5 feels slower than the X4 speed, the old X4 speed. I believe it is. The extra speeds. This is speed 5. The maximum speed is still old speed 5. It's just more granularity in between. I did see another streamer spam connect to all roads by building the most expensive roads from the capital. Yeah, that's like the other way of doing it in UI. I don't like doing it that way. I checked myself to clear confusion, but proximity cost from ocean tile to land tile is calculated based on the harbor capacity, not natural harbor capacity. And market access is also based on harbor capacity, not natural. Yes. But I see what you mean, given limited resources, you'll only be able to build in high natural capacity to maximize harbor capacity. Yeah. Also, you want to reduce the micro of locking up new buildings. Yeah, you can just lock up the buildings, which we kind of just did that a while ago. So, the fruit orchards, we just don't want any fruit orchard doing anything, so we just closed them all. Technically, this is a little bit inefficient, but it's not the end of the world, because it's giving you labor promotions, which you'd probably rather not have, because you'd rather have peasants. Does Saptogram Bengal have unique content? Yeah, they have some content on their culture, it just looks like they don't have any. It's not a lot, though. Okay. We are caught up. Let's think through this. Road building time, by the way, prevents like log jams. So road building time and construction speed are actually good modifiers like on this patch because it decreases like the demand that you have for when pops are constructing. Tolerance to True Fate's kind of okay. They didn't give that the good old 3%, just 2%. Tolerance is kind of okay. Cultural capacity is strong. Cultural capacity is also stronger in an environment where you're wanting to accept more cultures, so that is intriguing. I'm thinking we're probably leaning towards the Diplo, right, though? 5% tax efficiency is just better. 20% efficiency of cabinets, strong. Trade maintenance, yeah. The trade maintenance is also good for us. Trade capacity, dip range, yeah, I think this is just a lot better. Navy maintenance also is going to be reasonably strong. Defensive mentality. Cultural plus 25% is a thing. Cultural, like, the cultural modifiers used to be really good, and then they didn't matter, and now they're good again. Local access to raw materials is also an interesting one. In multiplayer, it's kind of interesting. If mercs are super good, mercs can't assault forts, so forts get so much stronger in an environment of that. Journalist hates fruit. Yeah. There's some permutation of, like, fruit hate him. This one weird trick, but I'm not sure how it goes. Cab efficiency is good. What's on your shirt, Journalist? It says one lift to rule them all, and it's got Sauron, but instead of holding Instead of holding like the ring, he's holding a giant barbell. Here, you can see he's holding a barbell at the bottom. Maybe. We're gonna go Diplo focus though. This is also our age to shine, because we didn't unlock Carrick during the right age. No, we're okay. Well, we wanted to unlock these last age. That's fine. We still haven't researched an infantry tech. Great shirt, thank you, thank you. Very cool, thank you, thank you. Wow, we're getting so much income, holy shit. I don't even know what this guy's going after. Alejandro, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Bring some cannons over there, basically. The Merc contracts are going to expire soon, though. Do we have any chance of... No, we can't spawn shit. I don't think. I do believe the requirement for almost all these is, like, North Africa, basically. North Africa or, Do they break these two? Oh, no, wait. This is... Yeah, it has to be in Europe or North Africa, which we have neither. Terrible. I think global trade maybe doesn't have that requirement. Nope, it does. Pike and shot. Artillery is... Yeah, we will be slower on the institutions, but we have a lot of trade with like people who are likely to spawn it, so it's probably fine. More literacy. We can read better, but we can't spawn an institution. Damn, the truth hurts. The reason you float so much money rather than investing it, we don't really have that very many good investment opportunities, but we could be investing a little bit more, yeah. It's mainly just like I'm distracted by other things. But also like we have auto expand going for like the best buildings. And like on a lot of spots we're jammed by like promotions and stuff like this, but city promotion will be good for us. Let us increase the max level of some of the things we're auto expanding. Like here we should be auto expanding something, but it's like what? And it's like, oh, we have wool input. It's like what's profitable. The thing is like it's very easy to build too much stuff, and a lot of our stuff is like if you're only making a quarter of a ducat, building the thing will actually decrease your income. Which is not very intuitive, but that's how it works. And that threshold is like a quarter ducat, like definitely will, but like half a ducat probably also does. And so the thing is, like, we also have stuff that's not all that profitable. I think we were building some paper up here. Yeah. And so now this paper will be unlocked a little bit. But like this is auto-expanding, but it can't expand. Kind of barely positive value. But like we're also wood pressured, so building more of the things that demand, like the only things that are really profitable for us are things that demand wood as well. The bog iron smelters are really profitable actually. I think we have them on auto expand though. Oh, I guess not. Almost. Yeah. Because the thing that's throttling our tools is lack of iron, and then tools are needed for the wood, and like we don't have as many like lumber mill slots as we would like. We don't have as much iron as we would like because we need wood plus for that, and then we need wetlands or lakes for the other stuff. Importing it doesn't work that well anymore. You can see that we auto expanded out the bog iron smelters all the way. Not here, though. We don't own that location, yeah. So, we're, in a lot of ways, we, like, have the economy kind of, like, at least on our primary market, like, as spun up as possible. We could add more trade capacity, but, like, adding more buildings, like, it's, like, really, really marginal for us. Played an older version and realized you can cancel other people's colonization by deleting yours, by canceling yours. Oh, that's hilarious. Does it still work? Did they fix colony flipping to another country even when you got like 50% more people into it? AI stole 30k pops from me. I don't know if they fixed that, or to what extent that was an issue. I think we want... Do we have a... Explorer? I think we don't. I think we want to colonize this while we have a location here. So we have a location that's giving us potential colony. These potential colonies will go away when our colony finishes, which is really silly. God, so close so far. Being Armenian, maybe we are supposed to just release stuff. Thing is, all the Farsi stuff is like full chord. It's not, we don't have like semi-chord places. We just want to keep the ball rolling forward. Let's go Sunni zealots. We fight for our faith. Or something. Okay. Let's use this fleet to transport them. I swear to God, if it moves all of our fleets, I'm gonna be really big pissed. Alright, it doesn't. These guys have an objective. Oh, they don't have a way to get over there either. Yeah, we haven't explored around the way yet. I also find that making your market quite unattractive by not building or getting market attraction bonuses, you can isolate your market from the hungry AI, therefore not ruin your iron, coal, lumber. I think you can also just embargo them. But yeah, maybe this is the way to approach it. We are in charge here. Do you feel in charge? Yeah, we do. Could just take a bunch of maps. We do maybe want to take all this. We could get the remainder of Georgia as a tributary and then release them eventually. Just annex this idiot. .1.1 colonization is bent on cent pops. No need percentage pops anymore, so you probably steal the pops, but you shouldn't need 30k for a colony. Sometimes the colony just stalls out, not progressing until it flips either way. Oh, I forgot, we're getting slaves. When we finish this colony, slaves come around. I don't know if we can import those slaves. If we wanted. Import from here. Let's import to here. Because they are eligible pops, because I think they're not our faith. Yeah, they're from Mosa Gassi. Which, like, maybe we don't want to import slaves from our colonies, but also we don't have a lot of pops, and we're injecting pops into those colonies. And the slaves will get shuffled around, like, where they're most needed. But yeah, we really don't have a lot of pops, so that could help us out a bit. God, you could tell where we've owned for, like, extended period of time based on the dev. Like, you could tell this is more recent acquisition up here. In fact, I'm not sure we have the villages set up correctly up there. Where if we're not going to urbanize it, we want the villages. But we do not want multiple levels of villages because they're really inefficient. The Gooms we're annexing. We're upgrading. So that way we get burger pops everywhere. So that we get the literacy on the burgers. And the literacy on the burgers gives us a nice little bit of local dev growth. Also trade capacity on the burgers, which might be kind of okay now. I know how each colony increases the upkeep cost, so now 1/3 of your income is going to colonization. Yep, and they also take your pops. So if you colonize with really low pop count, you're gonna have a bad time. Why can't we take Baku, man? Province capital of Javid? Oh, that's the actual capital. Yeah, okay, sure. We will set this guy to be a crown power character as well. He's got the most... We're looking at mill plus admin, basically. Let's make this guy. Put that guy in charge. It's going to increase our crown power. Yeah, we don't want to get 10 progress towards that. Alright. You're getting a full annex, my guy. My brother. I don't think he's needed at this point. Maybe we should just start annexing Armenia. It's going to take us forever to annex them anyways. I just don't want to jump the gun on how much they can convert. But they're from Yerevan. If they don't have control, they can't convert stuff culturally anyways. I mean, it looks like they can convert that stuff. I guess this guy is going to be maybe more in the neighborhood of who we're going to want to annex. Because he's doing a little bit better on the culture conversion. This guy is also kind of getting some stuff done. We could annex this guy and start culture converting it ourselves. It's kind of a mess. How many Armenians does this guy have? We're like a... We're like strung out on drugs and the drug is Armenian. You guys got any Armenians? Depopulating the capital, yeah. We're primary culture is Mr. Worldwide now. It do be good. Gotta give that a free land modifier, except Australia. I need to try Cuba run. I don't know if I want to start as Castile or Portugal for that. I think in theory, Castilian culture gets like a special thing overseas and they have like the best colonies or something. That's what someone in the MP was telling me. Like from on the side of the colonies for the colonial aspect, so if that is the case, then you would want that. Yeah, we're just gonna annex them. Can we separate piece Georgia? No, Georgia's too loyal. Womp womp. But that'll be the conquest of the north. The Persian Empire rises. I know we have spy networks on one person. Who do we have a spy network on? Morocco for the maps. Got it. Steel maps. God, the UI for this is so bad. This is what I want. Highlighting the map highlights that, yeah, but like it's so... It's got Sahara Oasis? Yeah, okay. That's what we wanted off of Morocco. Haven't we gotten spawns yet? Okay, global triad spotted Praha. That's an annoying spot for it to spawn. I think that we get global trade progress though. Do we not? If we have satisfied... Oh, we don't satisfy the requirements though. We don't satisfy the requirements. We don't have the could have spawned here modifier. It's Europe and North Africa only. All Iberian cultures get viceroyalty, if that's what you're talking about. That's the thing to have. But that's not what they were talking about. It's like a special gov reform or something. Is the beta in good state right now, or you should wait? Should you wait? You should wait. You should wait. I guess we want to get visual on these guys. Maybe we could do this. Almost certainly got, yeah. Maybe not too unclean. Would 100,000 Armenians push us over the edge? 2.5 million in the world, yeah, but how many do we have? $120,000 would not push us over the threshold. It would get us really close, though. Thank you for the bless you. Always some kind of republic. In 1.1 it's kind of scary to play as republics. You can't fight the burger power since they will sit on a permanent plus 200 power from their wealth. I'm not sure I agree. Especially if you keep everything nice and tight. We haven't kept everything tight. We have a bunch of low control stuff. You don't have a local governor spot in mind right now. So let's do this order on some of that stuff. Foreign culture law is actually good though. We can't steal a map if we annex them. I guess there's a reason not to annex them. I think we we could transfer Georgia. I think we've decked on Georgia multiple times such that that's not really a good idea, but I think we'll just do this, just eliminate them. It's almost certainly not the best way of handling it, but actually, we just want to make more subjects. We're not close to the subject limit. Alright. Is Tabriz all coordinated yet? No, we're still waiting on this. Still assimilating pops. Maybe we don't need the Diplo rep really anymore for now. And we instead go for increased province control. We only get to use it once. I think we're done assimilating Tabriz then. We'll accept that it's not a core. We're gonna change this guy to increase province control down here. And then we're just gonna, instead of assimilating in Tabriz, we're gonna assimilate right on top of our capital, where we will have more control. Unless there's one of these has way more locations than an 8, 6. Our average control high enough? Probably just assimilate faster here. It's just probably where we assimilate the fastest, yeah. And there's plenty of Kurdish pops to assimilate. Although, these places will assimilate the fastest anyways. Or like once we flip Armenian, they'll flip Armenian faster. So maybe we do this. It's 2 more locations, but like lower control. But okay. Still reasonably high control in all these locations, so. We're gonna need a bit from that. Inner workings of our government, this guy being annoying. We act landowners in the Republican electorate law. Well, we currently get Diplo Rep, and what you're suggesting is we get... That's actually not bad. I think we prefer the Diplo Rep still right now, but so we're gonna say he forgets his place, but maybe he didn't really forget his place. He just forgot the face of his father. Alright, let's have these guys link up over here. Where is running out of food? The Lar market. So food auto-expanding. Farming villages are struggling because of lack of clay. Can't make clay here because the clay requires wood. The vicious cycle continues. Alright, I know there's a few clay locations, but I think they're not expanded out all the way. Okay. Get rid of these. Put the clay pit on auto expand. Oh. Pain. Yeah, we don't mind giving 4 gold over to our estate. Tragic man wants to be Armenian, but the peasant said no. You hate it when it happened. You hate to see it. Maybe also with elections, like, we could get a character. Maybe we didn't pay attention. In the last election, like, maybe there was an Armenian character, because if we get an Armenian character, we could just flip. Current wealth, 100%. Plutocracy, plus current wealth is 100% for yours. Jesus. Oh, interesting. Is the low population in region Persia being a problem? Yes, it's a huge problem. How late in the game are you? In 1439 they have that much? Interesting. That's probably a problem. It's also... Large markets having food problems. Part of this is we expanded the granaries. We go goods, our geo builder. Yes please. For that, and then go produces food. filter. So if we pull slaves or whatever, they will have something to come to. What abomination of a market did they decide to make in Georgia? That's not too bad. Sorrow. I don't even know where that is. But I think Georgia's our subject now. They're tributary. We eventually released them, but that they were a tributary pulled them into the Tbilisi market. Unless they made the Tarki market. That's an annoying ass market. I don't like that market one bit. I think that's what they made. Son of a bitch. So maybe improve relations a little bit with them. Yeah. It's not the most annoying. It's like really small, so I guess it's not that big an issue. You know why Georgian doesn't get that mountain prox advance? No idea. It's just Armenia. Also wish there was a possibility of consolidating input goods if you run out of iron instead of swapping to full copper. Only those which lack it would switch. Yeah, you can lock in things. Oh, this... Brother, what? What the hell is that? We can't make colonies in Madagascar? Oh, because it's an adjacent subcontinent? Bruh. That's annoying. We really, like, we can't do anything with this. I mean, we could put a naval governor in Kilwa eventually, I guess. Yeah, we're in the Middle East. It's an adjacent subcontinent. Pain! Middle East, stay losing. Can't make colony in Africa. I mean, okay. They got a bunch of slaves, I guess. We'll just import the slaves. We'll maybe make more slaves. That is... Yeah. Rip indeed. Valera Lind, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. At least they'll dev up reasonably. Oh, wait, just kidding. At least they'll dev up reasonably fast, he says. 65% malice. Well, at least we'll be able to put a road. Oh, wait. We won't. No road for Giuseppe. Yeah. Market village for burger and then forget about forget that this place exists. Sorry, that's our game plan. We can make colonies south though. Once we're in on the, oh, this will be able to make a colony in Southern Africa. In Southern Africa. They gave me a market and you just like it. You don't like the Turkey market? I do not. At least it's not a Tarkus market, though. Terrible. How you doing, Tark? Welcome back. Same issue with colonizing Australia and New Guinea as Southeast Asia. Pretty annoying for non-Euros. Yeah, well, to be fair, Majapahit, I think you want to own this stuff, and you're like, so there's that. But yeah, Southeast Asia's also got issues. I mean, we will get something going eventually here, so... Just try to get a bunch of these out there. Do we want to colonize the internal? I mean, I guess there's lumber there. I don't think there's a lot of pops, if I recall correctly. Yeah, there's not. It's kind of expensive-ass colony, but okay. Maybe we don't want this. Do we want to urbanize? Maybe not. We could actually, if we're just full siphon, like, RGOs from the colony, maybe. India's not adjacent to East Africa, though. India gets to colonize Africa and Australia with impunity. Way better region. Heretical, you say? Fair. Fair is fair. I can respect that. So we can get like another 120,000-ish. Which is not enough to pass up Farsi if we annex our subject. But by the time we finish annexing our subject, maybe we'll have it. Maybe we just start another annexation in Simul to slow it down a little bit. This has been painful. India stays goated, stays so winning. Why are roads so expensive? Probably because you can't get the price of lumber down. Stay winning Persia, yeah, I just like... I'm gonna actually enjoy throwing so much shade at the Middle East, like, subcontinent, because, like, literally, what's the strategy on Arabia? Oh, just be as close to Egypt as possible. Crescent, close to Egypt as possible. Persia, close to India as possible. Like, where you put your capital, and then Caucasus, okay, you could have a little bit of a decision, but then you're just crying. And then Anatolia is just Smyrna, and it's like... This is like, this could have been an email. You know? What's with the 100 Republican tradition? I love how people are asking me both sides of this. So, the decay is flat, right? So, You could either be at 50 or you could be at 100. The amount to maintain it, the cost to maintain it is the same, because the decay is not exponential, which it maybe should be, but it's not. Okay. We're trying to flip Armenian. If flipping Armenian requires 50 Republican tradition, so we're just prepping having it so we can flip. Try Australia. We could do Australia. Oh, you mean like what the best capitals in that region are? Yeah, fair. He's making a place to put the capitals list and you're laughing. You're laughing. Alright. Laughing at it. Who could we rival? These guys rival us. We can make 4 rivals now. Still can't rival Egypt. Why not? I think we use that to gain a claim on them, so let's do that maybe. %100% want to build a dry dock here. I think we just don't have really good harbors, but places that are okay, we will drop a dry dock there. Mogadishu is also a city, we'll drop one there. So that's gonna help decently. The piss jug, basically. Are you playing with the forked auto expand for 1.1? I am. Maiden Voyage, the best soundtrack in the EU5. Can't wait for Pain is Salvation. Oh, is better opinions? Yeah. I like the one that has the really heavy-handed drums. That's my favorite. How long does this annexation take? Chat, I'm dying inside. I think we go fight Bari Doab for the actually good territory. Is Delhi still around? No, it looks like they're not. We fight them for the actually good stuff. Hopefully they don't have a big-ass navy. They might have a big-ass navy. Do we have Carracks yet? No, we don't. Traditional galleys are pretty useless. I guess we'll just cry if they have a navy, but we won't do anything about it. That seems like a plan. Do you want to infiltrate them? Or we could make this a subject, instead of controlling the land directly. Not sure that's better. You know what's kind of cute is as we import a bunch of the slaves out, we will eventually make this core by depopulating all the slaves. Population's starting to come up. So we definitely want Bella to be the war target. With the biggest army possible. Why is this? What is this? What is this 1200 army? Is it all elephant artillery? It's all elephant artillery. Alright, let's hire this version of the army. We want the camp follower. We want those. We want the lancers. I can only hire it over there. What a terrible deal. So Jaws pulling from our stuff? The Jaws is like down here, right? And then the Malay Peninsula. We do have arquebusiers. We don't want the elephant auxiliaries at all. I think they're really expensive. Alright, we're hiring 70,000 mercenaries here for this. To go along with our 5,000 regular stack. We'll just put our regular stack with whichever one of these seems to have the least amount of units and just operate it as 3 stacks, probably. These are going to be hella annoying for them, the subjects that we have. I don't know how valuable these will end up being, but it's kind of... we have a lot of money. Crazy how strong India is than everyone else. India just always stays winning, man. We'll put actually good generals in charge of these. The already powered general in charge of this one over here. Nice, we could just put in a crown power character. Wait, what are we doing? Changing... let's... let's assimilate pops to Armenian. What are we doing with our life? We got a ruler trait. What do we get? Counter espionage? Yeah, sure. I guess. Let's merge these guys. And then we're still gonna give the cannon power guy over here, and then the guy that we slotted out was probably our best overall general. We'll do this. Get these guys ready for battle. We want Bella to be the one. We don't really care. Alright. That's gonna be Bella. Alright, here we go. Oh, he's got an attrition thing? Oh my god. This is what hell is. What's this attritioning from? We can't assault forts either. God, this is gonna be so rough. Before we fought an entirely defensive battle, maybe this is actually just a relatively short war. I mean, we already hired these mercs. We might as well just, like, thump them, but we're trying to get this region on the coast. Oh, that's so miserable. Oh, that's ungodly miserable. Alright, we infiltrate administration. Release the flag of war. Alright, which is the siege guy? This guy's got the most cannons. This guy's also got quite a bit of cannons. This guy's maybe better for doing other things. Alright, we seized some ships. We unlock Carracks. Right as we're emerging on the world stage here. I'm not saying it's because we're flipping Armenian and Armenians stay winning, but you know. Oh, we actually just need way more. Oh, we have like no sailors because we don't have control where we have any of these dry docks. Yeah. I mean, yeah. We have like 0 sailors. Gross. I didn't even... that wasn't registering. And we're using so many for our explorations. Just kidding, we're not gonna get a grand old navy. Okay, we gotta try and get the forts down. And maybe we just wait in here, because I think we're gonna have to do some stuff. Sailor locked. It's so bad. Gentlemen in Paris, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Okay, well, I mean, we want this. This is what we want. I think we can do that if we slap around his army a couple times. We have an option to go north, basically. Gonna kind of see where he moves the army, I think. Oh, looks like he's fighting someone else right now. That's so perfect. Half a %. So bad. Is capitalism to Fort 2? Gentlemen in Paris, I'm dying? Well, you know. Yeah. I don't want to fight that 39k stack without 2 of these stacks, so I don't want to split up the 3 stacks. So maybe we should have bought 4 stacks. But I'm anticipating this guy's coming this way. Lower the speed a little bit. Where are you headed, dog? Okay. So we should have a big advantage here. Front saturate. Oh, we're taking so much more damage. Why are we taking more damage? Or is that him? The, like, directionality bit. Is it always attacker, defender? Attacker on the left, defender, or is... It's so... No, they're crushing. Why are you doing so much damage? Or general's using the other guy. Pain. We still have more discipline than him. I mean, I guess it's gonna flip because we get full saturation when he doesn't. Yeah. God, he hurts so bad. Yeah. I hit the iron wall in 1.1 and the iron is the new gold. Yep, iron and lumber, gold and silver. You notice all the troops are piling on the one flank? Yeah, it has to do with when one flank opens and all the guys are in reserve, they just mob the flank. More bigger issue with battles, but I was having issue last night, only for troops, not for the AIs. If you reinforce, like, separately, it helps out. Like, if you reinforce, like, piecemeal instead of just stacking everyone all in at once. I was not expecting that battle to be anywhere near that close. I was kind of disappointed how close it was. Alright, the tactics is kind of okay, but I don't know if it's worth the tread. One of these guys has cannons, the other guy doesn't. Yeah. The attrition is painful. Yeah, we're losing so much to attrition too here. I think we get to roll over all this and occupy the capital though. Hopefully this is the correct play. I mean, we're ticking him down too. We have a forward position from the ticking. Yeah, this might just be a chip shot war. We'll see. The war we will try and end peace out just as soon as we finish this annexation either way, so... Yeah, it's kind of a little bit of a long explanation, but the idea is you can only roll from a flank to engage if there's available spots. And you can only roll to come from the reserves to a flank if there is available spots. So what happens is one guy who's engaged dies, and then the flank starts rolling to engage. While the flank is rolling to engage, if you have a way bigger amount in the reserves, all the reserves guys will roll to fill the flank, and then the guys on the flank, only the amount equal to frontage, or I think only one, no, I think it's the amount equal to frontage, is allowed to roll to engage. And so there's more people rolling to come from reserves to the flank than there are rolling to engage, and so what happens is more guys come into the flank before this guy can roll to engage. And then once he's engaged, the reserves stop rolling to reinforce the flank. But what ends up happening is usually your flank, or your reserves, just uber reinforce one specific flank. And this is like just like how the play pattern tends to work. We're gonna wait until the month tick before marching forward, because that way we avoid the attrition. Oh, our guys are just punting stacks. No, not like this. Not like this. Alright. We will eat one more month. That's nice, because we won't eat the attrition that month. I think we'll ignore the fort here. Well, we're taking more land. What's the land that we're taking? Maybe a question to ask ourselves. And if it's in Upper Sind, we actually do want to take the fort. We do want to take the land of Persia proper. Which includes this up here, but if we can't take that, we can't take it. Actually, we don't want to give him all the things he has cores on now. I think we probably want this stuff that is leading to Godwara, so that we could actually, if we wanted to, fight Godwara. Seems like an interesting strategy on his part. I think he runs out of food. Oh. I know what he's doing. Coming from the war goal. Well, we barely have more troops than him. We're gonna have a lot of reinforcements on here if he comes that way. I'm gonna wait here until the month tick. Alright, gonna see where this guy goes. Us not having our general be the leader in that last battle was really rough. I think we're okay letting him stack wipe the stragglers. Let's come here. Taking the capital is going to be good. Don't mind fighting him on a +1, I think. I think we want to avoid on a +2. Certainly we'll take him on a +0. I think we win this. Right? Yeah, that guy doesn't know how to spell his name, let alone lead troops. think we will start heading north this way, just to maintain some flexibility. Getting a lot of occupation on this guy. I'll let the month tick happen. And head this guy on over. Ooh, this guy has the cannons. Foreign culture law. So, previously, when you just get all of the guys... Yeah, I think we go allowing foreign rituals. Integrate foreign traditions is interesting because cultural influence trying to fight Ming for the #1 spot. But I think we go accepted cultures and culture capacity. Like, accepting Turkish would give us way less of a headache. For example. Same with accepting Mongolian, but I think we're kind of pot committed to flipping them, but that will make some of these not quite as painful. I don't think Turkish is an Arabic group, though. It's Turkic. And the ones that we really want to accept are the other ones down the... Well, what group is Caucasian? So we might accept Georgian even, actually. Because once we're Armenian, we will be the Caucasus group. And so accepting Georgian will be very cheap. Get Great Britain, idiot. Your art is mine. Okay. What's it like to get decultured? I think we'll bring this guy this way. It's nice being able to see him. We know that when 9k stack is vulnerable, we're just gonna come back this way. Be cool if your generals could level up. I think they gain stats. Game freezes every month. It really gives you time to think. Big true. So we can head this guy off. Well, being able to see the guys is actually pretty useful, low-key. Not really much of a way for us to gain movement speed, though, I don't think. I don't know why this guy's just standing there. Can we get it before the month tick? No. Attrition, no. It's not the worst in the world, but these guys won't reinforce because they're dudes that don't reinforce. Mercenaries. Maybe we come this way. That fort would be useful if it was useful. The schnozberries would be schnozberries if they taste like schnozberries. I don't think we want to engage him there, but we can force the fort to finish. Oh, it's only +1. Well, you can box him out. Don't want to fight him on a +2. He's not gonna have food in just a second. Don't want to fight him with our subjects dudes. Wait, how do we not have food here, dog? There's only 60 dudes, but we can't assault it because we're not allowed to. No. I think our other guy with cannons has the regulars. So we can move this guy so he's not going to attrition like 3% a turn or a month. Culture flip Mongolia and reforge the Mongol Empire now. No, we don't want to. We can't form any other country. We're already tier 4 country. I know there's tier 5 countries, but not a lot of them. You could also just post up on this +2 and tell this guy, come at me, bro. Alright, we'll take the guy who's out of food and run him down. Come at me, bro. Alright. Getting close to RP steel that we want. Bro just got all the art. It's completely useless. Yeah, basically. Oh, we're gonna get more Diplo rep. 150 years in the game. That guy pieced out? He didn't piece out. What happened there? They can't make a peace just between the two of them. This guy's not... Oh, this guy is disloyal. Okay. I take it all back. This guy too. Oh, our subjects are getting too big relative to us. Not like this. Okay, so then we actually kind of care about some of these things. Kind of. He's locked out. He has to go through this fort. We actually should have put the fort on the capital, though. That's kind of silly. Well, no, this is a better location for it. %42% to take the capital. Come on. Oh, let's ransom this before he picks them up. The, like, most pointless micro. Oh, we got 1 ducat, boys. Mission accomplished. We did it. Can you use your 200k ducats to supercharge some AI nation that's far away from him and periodically check? I guess we could. The, like, min-maxer in me hates that, though. Min-maxer in me was like, ew. Just send them 10,000 ducats? I don't even know what the AI would do with 10,000 ducats. I suppose that's very much your point, is that maybe they'd do something interesting. But they probably just drool on the floor a lot. I think we'll stand here. On the +1. This guy's attritioning from lack of food, I'm guessing, and now he can't get out. Stranger danger. There's a fort there. Oh, no, he can't because we occupy this, right? Yeah, he's got to stand on the fort. Yeah. If we didn't occupy this, he'd... What the hell, dude? What the hell is that? It's not what we signed up for. It's because it had no guys in it. He just assaulted it down. That makes sense. Now, in theory, we should with like one of these split up and send half in now and then half reinforce after. Would be like optimal to prevent one front from getting oversaturated. But I think we just win either way. Can't accelerate that. Can't flip Armenian. This is the worst. 25%. Can't assault this fort that has like 5 guys in it. Yeah. We don't have regulars in this army, so can't do it out of there. I think we can do this peace deal though. Nope, 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 nope. Now can we? We ticked one more month. We ticked one more month, please? Yes. Okay. Yeah, I think we just want this nice and straightforward. Don't need to... The mercs are going to need re-ups soon, so... This prevents the need to re-up. We will create a new one. It's low. It's one province, aka the future capital of our nation. No, we're not going to do that. Let's make sure that the mercs aren't auto-renewing though. Their contracts are going to expire soon. I wonder if you're supposed to just... I should know better how exactly the re-upping works for the mercs. My brain? Okay. Naval infrastructure. Support the state actually is good. He's so old though. I mean, we're already maxed towards naval. Maybe we're supposed to be getting guys with artist skill. Jesus. Probably not. Those are the good ones. We could go additional taxes, or we could pass this for the stab. Let's go additional taxes. And let's also stop paying for the stab as much. Or maybe there was a historical guy we could have released. Should have taken a closer look at that, actually. EU5, 4 more years. Carthage is our subject? No? Oh, we have a truce with them anyways. We just fought those guys. We don't have claims on Egypt. Forgot how we got those. I don't know who has claims on anything Egypt has. Alright, well. Europe is tier 5. What are the other ones? Rome. 52% crown power in 1418. Nice. Max Debo Generalist, is that you? Yeah, I overshot it. I definitely... Actually, let's just stop paying for the slider entirely. This is just a bait. I know we're going to take a 50 hit soon is the thing. We'll do that. A 50 stab hit. So... Ooh, look at that income, though. It's only, like, less than what we were earning on Italy 70 years earlier. Last patch, which I think might have... a slower income, so... To be fair, we're doing some suspicious things, trying to play through this region. Very suspect. We might want to be downgrading that. I think that we did want to downgrade it because it's copper. It's a desert? Sparse. God, Sparse is so miserable. This region is just so miserable to play in. Like, you just have, like, no pop capacity anywhere except for, like, 5 locations. What the AI would do if you sent him money? Oh yeah, they'd probably fight a war with a bunch of mercs. That would make sense. I think we actually want to annex those guys next. I don't think... The issue is I don't think we get the bonus from being bigger. There's 600,000 pops. But I think that we are... Actually, I think we have something to spend this on. Nope, we don't. We want... Where's our reform slot? So I think this age we get the reform for the... Is that what we're going for first? I imagine it's not. Yeah. We'll get the reform for the naval reform. And annex Punjab, or annex Sindh and put the naval thing in there. Just plop down. I think they don't even have a good harbor. They do have a good harbor. My sweet Jesus, it's magic. Is it max pop capped? So we could upgrade this. We could also wait to upgrade it. But that's where we will put our isolated new naval capital in Sindh. We will be living in Sindh, Chad. Goated climate is purely on, and the goated climate is purely on mountains and hills. Yeah, this is another thing. It's like, you have this Mediterranean, you're like, wow, this is so great, and it's like all, yeah, mountains, hills, basically. Yeah, I do not like playing the region. Alright, so let's get rid of this. we're gonna be in for a little shift clicking. We're gonna put everything on farming because we have a discount, and we're just gonna shift click this one out. Actually, let's include not owned locations. Oh, they don't get our discount. Never mind, just kidding. But there we go. And the contracts on all the mercs should expire here. So the timing was really nice. Like, real nice. Just quick in and out two-year war. Kind of knock him down a very significant peg. How are the institutions doing? We might be spreading some now. Our subjects are. I don't know why they. Ooh, do we have a way to get to 50%? We can contain artillery. We won't support this anyways. So nice. Why is he spreading the institution? What institution is he spreading, first of all? He's got global trade spreaded, but like through events or something. But the second he gets it, that's good for us, yeah? So what's going on with you? Yeah, you're just like spreading it with what? Are you using the... Are they using the gov action? They're just randomly getting pips? I thought you couldn't use that unless it was partially spreading to you. Well, you had like some knowledge of it. Which makes that as a modifier a lot worse. Or sorry, as a cabinet action. I mean, the AI is doing it for us, so we maybe don't have to do it. It is an age 3 one. What am I doing? So far, we've been able to hire as many mercs as we need, but maybe that's something we kind of want. But we're talking about, where is it? Did we research it? I don't remember researching the... cabinet action. For encourage institutions, promote institutions. I don't remember doing this, but I guess. Alright. Like, it doesn't give direct growth. Maybe I just have misunderstood. It doesn't give direct growth, it just gives a chance to roll up the institutions. So, we're going to do that to try and get a little bit faster on the institutions. How are we doing? Would 120,000 Armenians push us ahead of Farsi? No, we need like 220,000 Armenians. How many of these guys have? Not 220,000 Armenians, 142,000. Oh, we're growing too many Farsi pops. What the hell? Stop pop growing. He said unconvincingly. I mean, we can just look where we have no control. Maybe we should release something just to be able to do this. It just feels so bad. I mean, we could release the highest pop places that are Farsi. would be the most effective way of doing it. Fortunately, they're like all spread out, so like it's not even that efficient releasing them. We will culture convert and increase control here. And by doing both, we will culture convert these faster. And this will be a little bit better because we're converting Farsi pops. This is 7 locations, this is 6. So actually, almost certainly, how much control do we have? Yeah, it'd be better first just to actually convert instead on this adjacent province, Armenian, here. So we're going to be flipping Farsi pops. So for every Farsi pop that we flip, it's kind of like getting 2 Armenians because we're decreasing the amount of Farsi we have. So we have to pass this 28.21 threshold to be ahead of Kurdish. And ahead of we also have to be ahead of Farsi. Was that a blank research for Persian formal age too? Yeah, it's blank because I think it just gives like legitimacy or tribal power, and since we don't have either of those gut powers, it just shows blank. Should I build a marketplace in your capital? Or is it a waste? Well, right now trade is just insanely good, such that, yeah, you don't mind putting it in the trade capital, but yeah, in principle, if marketplaces you don't want to max out in every location, which I kind of think you do, then in theory it's worse in your trade capital, and if you play that way, it's maybe a little bit more accurate, I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, the AI kind of expands that out, but they don't like building... They don't like building schools, we've found. So we're going to build a school ourselves. They don't like building bridges. Or pound lock canals. They don't like building infrastructure buildings anymore. It's changed what the AI likes to build, so... They just like will not build a bridge anymore. They don't give a shit about a bridge. Could not, would not, with a bridge. Could not, would not, with the thingamajig. Exclam mod. So the mod we are using is quality of life, the auto expand mod, but the fork of the mod. They keep moving the goalposts on the Armenians. It's terrible. Yeah, we're only gonna get like another 120,000 here. We have another opportunity to put in a crown power character. Crown. Nepotism. It's amazing. We maybe... How much control do we have over here? We kind of want to assimilate these to core them up, but it's way less Armenians. So I think we don't. Some of these places are probably pretty close to getting cored. Been assimilating to Armenia for some time now. Some of our Farsi places are just naturally trending Kurdish now because we are Kurdish. No, the mods, like the harbor one or the natural ironwood mod, nope. Next stage, you passed it. What? Marketplace and capital is waste unless your capital isn't a market center. They improve market access, but their income isn't affected by control. Well, I wouldn't call it a waste if you want to maximize... It is better to use it to push up market access, yes. But if you want to just build as many trade buildings as possible, which in this patch I think is good, because after a certain point, if the value on the trade isn't good enough, you could actually just shuffle goods back and forth to push up the price. We can't build those yet. Actually, we do want to max these out, kind of, because per trade, they're way more efficient a buy than the other one. So building a bunch of these is going to be kind of nice for us. But, like, trade is so good on this patch that, or right now at least, I don't know. I think it'll get worse because I think there won't. As long as there's an asymmetry between how much supply and demand is created for imports and exports, trade just should be insane. You find the river proximity bug because they said they fixed it. I still see the bugs. The river proximity... Where some rivers were not... some schnozberries were not schnozberrying. I haven't noticed it. The one that annoys me is the market access is now flowing the wrong way on the rivers, where it's punishing you for playing an isthmus market. Having your market on the coast, on the isthmus, is bad, because it's going to deny you a lot of market access. In theory, you want it inland a little bit now. Which is, I think, not a very good simulation, so... Let's see, hostile actions... We're building one on this guy. Yeah, okay. Wait, are we part of the econ? Wait, why can we make this CB? Are we considered subjects of this idiot? What? He's got us, boys. Gotta shed the yoke. Alright, we're gonna steal a bit. We're gonna see about stealing a map. Oh, we can't steal a map? Womp womp. So overbuilding trade capacity is less of a thing in this patch. It's just like... Alright, Baghdad, capital market. We have 400 trade capacity, earning over 2 ducats of trade. And that's without the trades that are suboptimal / not profitable just for purposes of shuffling goods back and forth, which we don't have a lot. Trade might get an indirect nerf. Trade will absolutely get nerfed. There's no way that trade doesn't get nerfed. It's currently insane. Like, we are building... Look, 3 ducats of trade. It's just obscene. Are the Redditeers about this patch overstated? Yeah, they're overstated, but it's also, like, not good, you know? There's also issues. Overstated, but, like, it's not... All is not fine in the state of Denmark, you know? Type of thing. It's wild that we get that CB though. I think we'll try and go after Jalor as well. So we have the... I'm gonna start pushing into India in terms of the game plan. Game is starting to get really laggy. I think that the auto expand mod kind of makes things slower, which is unfortunate. I can't play without this mod though. We haven't had to open up stuff to like expand it manually just because it's been going on in the background, but like Baghdad's been maxing out all the cloth, for example. I think we want it... Do we want it to max out the other cloth? No. We need to shuffle fine cloth back and forth a little bit more. Are we the only one who could see the Sofala market? We might be the only ones who can see it. This is to push up the price of the fine cloth to make it more profitable. And then I think we were trading some to Eshfand and trading some from Efshan back. Let's do that a little bit higher. It just pushes up the price in both markets. There's still game-breaking issues, but it's still a beta. Everything might be changed again. Yeah, it's such that I feel I can't make videos on the way things work because I don't think they're working properly. But like, also the game's like not. The game's stable, dude. Like, it's a beta, and we've crashed like 3 or 4 times in like 50 hours or something. That's really not that bad. The thing about the economic patches, problems with this patch, is they affect every run. Yeah, every run will be affected. Players have too bipolar an opinion on the EU5. I think they're a little doomy, to be honest, and gloomy right now. But yeah. This is also, like, part of an issue. Heresy. Might be enough to get us a little bit of access, actually, even. Yeah, so the institution thing does work. It's just randomly rolling some institutions. The global trade coming in here is nice. Most of our pops are kind of centered around here, so they're a little bit higher, but... Oh, we shouldn't be doing it here, actually. We should be doing it in the capital of the market. We can't. The requirements are not met. Yikes. I guess we'll do it in the capital then. That's not exactly what we want. We do it in Tabriz? Yeah, we can't because it's not... We need, like, the location's 100% core. But we could do it in Lar, where we have a market capital. That would at least kind of help. Yikes. Might take us a little bit... Lar's fine also, because Lar's actually further away. This is getting... we are naturally getting global trade here now, because we're trading with someone with global trade. Not a lot, but that will be faster than Lar getting it. So Lar getting it and then pushing it will maybe be nice. Wait, why are we getting global trade there instead of in the market capital? Yeah, Baghdad is coming up. Is it 0.021? Is Lar... I don't think Lar's getting it at all. Oh, it's getting it, just not as good. Yeah, so promoting in Lar is probably okay. Yeah. We will shed the yoke. Chat, I don't know if we can handle him. Oh no, the trial. However, will we shed the yoke of the Khanate? Share maps, maybe? Wonder how high Korea gets trade this patch. I don't know. I don't know if Korea's, like, especially benefited. Korea does have a good amount of iron, though. That was sirens for danger. I am the danger. Yeah. Bulgaria rivals us. Interesting. How many cannons do we have? Just 2 units. We can support more. This patch makes it so you need way more cannons to get the bonus, if I recall correctly, but we'll just build a couple more cannons. Oh my god, please. Has this guy embraced global trade? Subjects, can you help us? Can you lend us your energy or nah? Request knowledge sharing. Cool. From this guy. Because he has the institution. Embraced. Global trade. We will get more. Kabul's also getting kind of some progress on that. But let's take another look. Is it heir to Quam? Womp womp. We should have been trying to make kids anyways. This guy's so old though, at this point. Yeah, no, that was kind of our thinking before. No. Alright, we are gonna make a colonial subject. But I need this to stop lagging for a sec so we can take a look. We should get confessionalism at a reasonably good clip then. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Oh, was that our auto-expand that did that? Moment of truth regarding plantations, though. We definitely want St. Helena as a priority. I don't think we have a explorer. I think we can recruit them though. What's the cost? 1,000? Okay. That's so cheap for us. Effectively speaking. other explorer on Karoo, I guess. Do have to keep an eye on sailors. I think we do want like 10 heavies. Mainly for fighting some of these guys later on. Is there a special peace deal? Shed the shackles of the Khanate? It's just a full annex is what we're going for, probably. Doesn't have any land in Persia. Four ducats trade on 1500? Yeah. Yeah. Shinto Korea's peak since you actually have iron and wood in the peninsula and you float money with all that tolerance. It was peak before, though. Is it just uber peak now? So, we can get after their capital. I think we already have a scholar, and I think we have, like, the most ideal scholar right now. What is this? Brother, calm down. Sarai, what are you doing? Sarai's drunk. You need to test Madagascar 1.1. It used to be busted. If you could do it right after colonization changes, then I'm not so sure you can kickstart it now. How was Madagascar busted? I must admit, Madagascar doesn't seem busted to me. Busted how? Okay, the guy is dead. If we're upgrading this to city, we could probably do one more thing. It looks like this might be the best thing that we could do. Let's lock in the PM. That way we're getting the prod efficiency off that. And set it on auto expand. Once this thing becomes a city, it'll get way more prod efficiency. How much cloth do we even produce here? It's kind of a lot. I think a lot of the demand's just trade. Yeah, these marginal trades, it's better for us just to export cloth. Just spreading it out. If we send it all to one place, actually it won't really collapse the price of it that much. It barely affects the prices now. Those trades actually are probably going to be better than our marginal trades. I think it's not very... I think the AI is not very good at identifying the absolute best trades. Just in the aggregate, pretty good job. Yeah, 0.9 and stuff. I don't know if you guys saw what I saw, but that guy was Armenian. He didn't continue the dynasty, but none of these guys continued the dynasty, so we will choose the Armenian gentleman. We will choose the gentleman from Armenia. And now, we should be able to go primary culture Armenian. Hot diggity damn. So let's stop paying for a bunch of these sliders. So that's for suckers. Sliders are for suckers. And... oh, I'm sorry, was I supposed to pause for to ramp up the anticipation? This guy's also decent too, and he's young, so we're gonna be able to marry a lot. We're gonna be able to have a lot of kids. Let's marry the young ones. Cool. He will have a new dynasty, so unfortunately we're going to lose out on the crown power, but we are now Armenians, so... we're not Caucasian, we're Armenian. Maybe we need to wait a month to take. Here we go, boys. Here we go. To the mountains, but not really. Armenia, yeah. Rise up. It also might be a we have to save and reload type of thing. But okay, what Armenian gives is Legacy of Hayek. This big one is the Mount Arat. Apostolic Church. And Reclaimed Territory is another big one. So the fact that we will get another source of dev is going to be very nice. Task failed successfully, yeah. It is nice for republics, though. If you accept a culture group, you can eventually flip into them via culture. Or via, like, if you accept a culture, they become eligible for your heir, and so you can just roll an heir that is the right culture. Stay winning republics. Or, if we were a theocracy, that's going to be the way we would do it. So we actually don't want to be assimilating anything anymore. You could do Diplocore. You can change societal values. Oh, is this not... yeah, no, Mercantilism. I think that we actually do want to assimilate Armenian pups over there. Or wait, here. I think we want to accept Turkish. It'll cost 2.36. We could afford that. I think we want to convert the Mongols. Yeah. And then now we can annex people that are reasonable for us to annex again. So this guy has terrible laws. Oh, we're at war. Just kidding, we can't annex anyone. Okay, but we gotta research this stuff. Where are you? Bueller? Where's the good tech? There we go. Okay, let's do that, and let's find the other. Actually, the morale recovery one's super whatever. We don't need that anytime soon. What we want is the dev one. Forget if there's any more in this age. I don't think that there was. Okay, I know that there was some age 3 stuff. I don't remember if it was any good though. We have a bunch of age 3 stuff that's good. We haven't really been that good at researching. Oh, baby. 3% tax efficiency? Diplo rep. Let's go. Alright, now I think we'll go for this. And then for that. Is there a mod to stop this AI madness? So accepting a culture makes them harder to assimilate, correct? Yeah, but okay, it's gonna be harder for us. We can make our life easier or harder. I think that we will be putting a naval capital in Smyrna. So the capital that's here, I think we'll be moving to Sind, and then we'll be putting another one in Smyrna for naval capitals. So yeah, we're like we're never projecting proximity into any of this, basically. We flip Armenian immediately, our bureaucracy goes corrupt. You hate to see it. So let's just split these guys up. Clean up those damn borders. We're trying. We're trying. Actually, instead of using this guy, I think we're going to use, Are we not the guy? We're not him. Damn it. I thought we were him. We weren't. The hegemon for Diplo. Because we're going to start flipping guys Armenian. Minus max tax for Demi Estate's intriguing if we want to convert. We still haven't kind of committed to whether or not we want to be converting the Demi or tolerating the Demi. We haven't had to make that decision, basically. Well, we know peasant enfranchisement's not working as designed. Can we tolerate 0.5 to land, though? I don't think we can. Maybe we can? See, enforce culture. Yeah, I think this lure guy, we are going to enforce on. And this guy we're going to enforce on. This guy we're going to enforce on. This guy as well. And then we'll start working to flip guys Armenian, and we're gonna want to annex those guys eventually. Is the punchline there? With the extra cab action, or sorry, not cab action, reform slot. I think they're the naval one that gives us a additional guy is in here. Ghost ship. That's nonsense. We don't want to lose the prestige. So, possible reforms goes up by 1. Max literacy. So tempting. Not really, but, well, I mean, kind of. Culture capacity. I'm pretty sure there's one in here that's a naval one that gives us an additional gov slot, but we're just kind of looking through them anyways, just in case. Bank ledger. Bank ledger would have been nice actually earlier to let us push it the value more. I'm not sure we can push it more. But I think it's administration of shipyards because number of naval governors goes up. Proximity cost through port also. This modifier is going to be pretty nice for us. And every coastal urban location gains harbor capacity. That's going to be real nice for us. So I think we have to do administration of shipyards functionally. Which is going to really open up this area quite nicely once it's already... Oh, hell yeah. Oh, now we could use the cooldown also that we have. Asked to improve cultural opinion. Well, maybe Cindy actually makes a lot of sense here. I'm not 100% sure if that makes sense, actually. We already clicked the button, though. It's probably not terrible. We might accept this in pops, we might just try and enslave them. Who knows? Choose your own adventure game. I think we're annexing that guy as soon as we get out of this war, though. Yeah, because that's like the best natural harbor before there. I wish you could just set it up to just do the same one every single time. I feel like we always do the same thing. Oh. Who's in charge of this? The retinas? Are they our subjects somehow? Persia are in the Quinine with the Armenians. Okay. So wait, we've been obligated to defend them the entire time? That explains why they were partially kicked up. But this is what we're getting rid of here, I guess. Alright, fair. I wish they could just like see the writing on the wall and be like, oh, okay, you know what? There's no way this works. Actually, they kind of do that. In Victoria 3, they don't do that. There's no, like, oh, okay, you guys got it, type thing. Is this a... I can't remember if this is a Skytable island or not. I think it's not. Yeah. This is what we want to have more range to Australia. Relatively cheap charter. What are you needing here? I know we're exporting them tools, they do need tools. forget where we have that has like a surplus of tools. I think we kind of just don't have much. Tools. All right. I'm watching the tech. I think there's like 3 more months on this. Alright, I think we're gonna take a screenshot of before proximity. Imperial Persian Republic. Prestige matters, you can improve cultural opinion with it too. No, you can improve your opinion of them, and not the other way around. Your opinion of them helps out a little bit, but it's not as valuable. It was valuable before we flipped cultures, though. Really valuable, because we made everyone really like Armenian. We made these guys like Armenian, and we made these guys like Armenian. So, that makes it so having these as accepted cultures is very cheap for us. Prestige gives you like plus 10 GP score. You're so right, bestie. Okay. Let's see what it's like after the mountain thing. I think we gotta let 1 month tick when we're not looking at it. How much better is it? And honestly, it doesn't look way better. But this segment... Yeah, this is... Oh no, wait, that's plateau. Yeah, the mountains is basically the same as plateaus now. It is going to be a lot better, but I was expecting something a little bit more dramatic. To be fair, it's like... It's not turning it into grassland. Alright. Expecting to see new roads get built, though, because the most efficient path to the capital's now changed for a lot of places. I imagine. I don't think we start annexing that guy. This guy knows what's up. Didn't seem like it dissolved it, though. We can't annex them yet. That guy's been flipped Armenian. We can annex this guy now comfortably. I guess down through here is a little bit better. Do morale recovery modifiers negate loss from marching? I think there's a different modifier for marching specifically. But they make it so that, like, when you stop marching, you replenish way faster, I think. I'm not 100% sure, though. Don't quote me on those ones. We're also going to start annexing this guy. These guys are both relatively small, but... Yeah, look, our proximity is so much better along the coast, though, with the naval thing that we've gotten. And then we're going to get another capital in Sind for pushing from the other direction. Yeah, it's going to feel good. Wild game, probably a promotion. Don't need the fort or the stockade even. No iron for Giuseppe. Yeah, this will not get cored for a while, I don't think. This is one downside, I guess. Yeah, this guy's not debbing up very well at all. Also annex him, he's small. A lot of annexes we've been holding off on. Let's create... Are there any historical subjects that we want to make? I see we're gonna give an exclave away. That's actually fine, because we can make a new subject and then feed it. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, I think we'll make just a couple more. Then we'll hand off from this guy some locations. See this guy a province. It's probably fine. Okay. Nothing too crazy. Yep. Nope. We're good. And then let's integrate with this guy, Smyrna. We are on our way. Do the roads best path? Slowly gradual proximity change. It's better. We still don't love it. It'll get a lot nicer once we get the next level of road. It's almost like playing in Persia is just actually awful either way. Need more gold. This is true. Just checking around for city upgrades. Alright, so... what can we... can't really do anything that great out of here. What is... the most profitable thing we have, paper workshop. Paper workshop's not that contingent on having input, so I think it will just, yeah, let the paper workshop come on to crank that on up. It's kind of, it's a little bit, actually, we should probably just not have it produce anything. It's not making enough such that it's like worth diluting the amount of money we're getting from like the trade that oh, you know what we could do is we could just push up the price of paper by exporting it. Could do that. The thing is we will get extra prod efficiency there. But yeah, just the fact that we don't have a lot of control there kind of means we can actually just ignore it for now. Like, us adding eco there doesn't help out, but us adding the city helps out a little bit. Should actually... We hadn't taken a look at Bailiffs in a hot second. Or counting houses. Maybe the counting house, there might not be enough like estate power for this to really be that valuable. Just enough pops in the location that we want to create all this demand. Like, the demand normally would be good to just create in the aggregate, but like, do we care? Because we could just shuffle goods back and forth? Probably not. We'll do it in our kind of higher pop areas though. And then... we will... what's the other thing we were about to build? Shoot. I blanked out. It wasn't trade. Oh my god. Yeah, doesn't like building these now though. What's the demand profile on these? Maybe it's actually no good for us to spam. Paper. Books, gold. Yeah, it's kind of okay. The thing is, we don't have very much wood. Because of the region. I wish that, like, fiber crops were a substitute for us. I guess fiber crops is a substitute, but, like, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that one. We could also accept the Belushi. Baloch. It's kind of expensive. I think we'll just culture convert him. Our guys are almost all Farsi. We don't need to enforce on Farsi because we're gonna accept it. We do have Diplocore, okay. Let's start another annexation then. So we might accept Sid because they like us, and that'll kind of accelerate what we can do in this region a little bit. Timurids are allied with them. Interesting. Romania is formed. Not sure we've seen that before. Bulgaria already doesn't like us, so might as well not like them back. Since we're planning on accepting Turks, we can kind of assimilate in this direction too. Sudiids, though, we will need to culture flip. We're getting so much monthly dev. Let's find a farmland. Unassisted, 0.015 dev growth. Not on the coast. Coast gives a little bit more. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 0.005 just flat. And then over here, getting a third of that in Sevilla. So, like, we will start pulling away from everyone else in the dev. Are you having the lumber tools problem this game? Yeah, but we're kind of managing it reasonably well. Not overbuilding paper over here, for example. I think we'll just take the annexation on that guy now. Just trying to clean stuff up now. We have a lot of much smaller modifiers, so these annexations should be real quick on these smaller guys too. Probably doing a few too many annexations actually though. Alright, let's slow down and de-urbanize on these guys we're annexing that we don't want those things urbanized. Probably don't want this urbanized. Actually, it's all sparse. Kind of sucks that it's all sparse. Maybe it's okay-ish. Stone, we maybe just want actually more stone. Okay. This guy. Rice in the desert, urbanized, sure. This guy. No. This guy. Silk. Almost all that pop capacity is coming from the silk. Yeah, that looks kind of fine. This guy. Legumes, absolutely. Ship it. Alright. Oh, we're still annexing this guy too. He's gonna be done soonish. $300,000 ducats? Do you have nothing to spend it on? Kinda. If we were determined to, we can, but I think as something people do fairly often economically is like overbuild. Build too much stuff. Because if you have a good margin on something with high control and then you build more of it, you decrease the margin on all the buildings, which is not that big a deal. But when you decrease the margin on buildings with higher control for buildings with lower control, it's like really bad. Tax efficiency coming on up. What's our tax efficiency right now? It's not ideal. I mean, the eco's starting to really pick up. I don't even think we have extra taxes active. I don't know how much of that is us unlocking this lower portion, though. That's 10. do that. I think we will be reorganizing our DAOs a little bit soon once we get Sind in. So just setting up for that. Actually, let's create a new unit of 10 of these. And then let's take these guys and park them out here, because that will work on this province. Prodigy, unfortunately she's a woman. It's unfortunate and terrible. Couldn't be me wishing that they were a woman or men. Oh, I don't even know why it's telling us about her education. That's not our kid. Is it worth it to economically build hospitals, Lazaros, for the extra clerics, for the demand for pop? Not really. It's not worth the building slot, because you could just have burgers instead. Burgers give you just about as much demand. Now, it is giving you just straight demand rather than, and I think they made the diseases a little bit worse, and you definitely want a hospital in your capital because it makes your characters live longer. Actually, I'm not even sure if we've checked if we have a hospital. Yeah, we have a hospital in the capital. But no, other than that, Lazaros are worth it if you're slave raiding guys. They're worth it also if you're slave raiding guys back to Africa, because you're going to have malaria in Africa and it gives you disease resistance. So that's nice. For you, not the slaves. Well, I guess nice for the slaves too. Well, depends if they depends if they want the malaria or not, I guess. We've built all the bridges. Fair. These places should also start getting cored soon. Look, it's all just starting to turn Armenian, man. Yeah, we probably should have flipped this guy Armenian. No, what we can do is we could feed Kolwa some of this stuff and flip them Armenian and let them convert it. Even though we annexed it, right? But maybe we just converted ourselves eventually. I think that we probably just converted ourselves eventually. You don't want to slow down the progress of stuff, especially because it's seeming that I think that the degree to which the subjects are getting, yeah, the country strength of all versus overlords starting to become just like an insurmountable modifier. So oh wait, they're all scuffed. Okay, that will finish it. That will force him to finish. Yeah, we just need to like annex guys faster now. The things are shifting. The sands are shifting. I think we will annex a guy or two in the next month, so that we won't actually need improve relations. But actually, we could also look at the tax base, and whoever has massive tax base, we could bop their cities. Because they're subjects. Get out of here. That's a city though, that feels kind of bad. I do think in general we don't want the cattle urbanized unless it's, is it sparse? It's plateau sparse, it's probably okay. Definitely not the lumber though. Probably not this. Probably not the cotton unless it's desert. It's not desert, but we're also looking to intentionally decrease these guys. Knock them down a peg. And this is, like, a lot of this is stuff we don't want urbanized anyways. We're downgrading. We own that. So that should decrease a lot of their power. Or the eco should be good for decreasing power. Maybe isn't doing it enough. We're about to finish it, so we'll only have to eat 1 month of support loyalists to finish this, I think. But these guys are probably upset with us. Felt cute might get some malaria later, basically. Do you know the PDX why they nuked the Pluto photo from orbit? What? You know PDX said why they nuked Pluto from orbit? What do you mean? The rural provinces, you can't get burgers, worth it then? You can get burgers, you build market villages for the burgers. Yeah. There's always de-urbanization cheese, basically. We love it. I mean, we were like stalled on annexing these guys, basically, or like super slowed ourselves down. For a long time now. So it's time to like pick the pace back up. Do something like this. Yeah, it's too many guys to annex simultaneously though. We were doing 5 at once. We're doing this guy too, but I'll just support the loyalists and get it done. The need for support loyalists will go away when another annexation finishes, but I think this is fine enough to. We'll do that, and then I think steal a map if we can. On the 24th. Pluto isn't a planet. Yeah, but is that Paradox's fault? Could steal a map. East China coastline sounds good to me. We can explore this ourselves. Let's go for this. We will want I think a explorer. And then for here, we will also want an explorer. Find us Dora. This one is a little bit less of a priority, but actually, you know what? It's only 1k to recruit an explorer. The explorer price used to not have a cap and it used to scale. With like the size of your eco or whatever. And that's kind of super obnoxious, but us taking half a month worth of income hit to do it, I think is probably fine. Let's do it from the Smyrna market. It feels wrong doing it the other direction. Okay, he's pretty good. Okay. He is annexed. Diplo rep's also going to help out with the subject loyalty. Is there a loyalty map mode? This guy's too disloyal. Does it get better? We support loyalists. Just try and get these things progressing. We gotta focus on the people that are lower pop, but maybe still somewhat powerful. The Emperor's probably a good annex. And these guys are going to be good, but we have to wait for them to flip the religion to Armenian, so it's going to take a while. Trying to flip this ourselves. Not sure how worth. This guy is young as hell, so more than happy to do that. Support capital economy. River Mansion I think is a bad one. Yeah, it is. And we kind of want to pass this. We do want outward though. Okay. We don't really need to convert anything quickly at all. A lot of pops here. We're annexing this guy. I'm not sure we want this urbanized. Certainly not lumber. Not in this economy. Lumber urbanized in this economy? Livestock's probably also no good. Got a decent chunk of pops there though. Is that the only place we got pops? Nah, it's not. You're urbanizing livestock in this economy? Just gonna accelerate things. I don't think we have a way of generating claims on this guy. Also, why is our relations with him so good? How do we get rid of the Khanate? Do we have to go after him? We want to improve relations with him too. Pluto equals plutocracy. Oh, I understand. Got it. He didn't read it at all. Yeah, my bad, my bad. Did you swap Armenian already? We did. So Explorer is usable now? Yeah, the action, it caps out at... It scales, but then it caps out. It scales like with your income and it caps out at 1k, so it is usable. We're probably underutilizing it even. Like, once you hit, like, okay, we're getting 2k income. You know? To be fair, our income popped off super hard the second we hit, the second we swapped Armenian. And we do have much better control. Don't think you can kill the Khanate. Best you could do is kill all the claimants. Gotcha. You managed to be Armenian? Yep. 327k? What the fuck? I'm sorry. My bad. It's just been happening all morning. The chatters come in and they tell us we don't have a big enough bank. My bad. I'll try better. I'll try harder. Want to do this while the exploration is still possible. How are you liking the regional governors? I think it's fun to play around with. And I think after the proximity changes, I like them because I'm not so concerned. We're about to do something relatively busted, I think, where we're going to put a naval capital in Sind and a naval capital in Smyrna, and like kind of keen on seeing how strong this feels. We're in the process of setting that up. Sind is going to be... Sind we've had as a subject for a while, so we can annex them. But we have other guys going first. Because Sind we had bad relations with, so... But now, like, the month ticks honestly are taking a really long time. I don't know how much longer we're going to play. I feel like the game has gotten slower. I don't know if it's the mod for the auto-expand. I don't think we accept Turkish. Yet. I don't think we have enough Turkish though to accept. We don't. But that's the plan. Alright. Could also accept Baloch. If we integrate these guys, we probably have 2.5%. These are the other guys that are maybe going to be worth it. Actually, no, wait. Culture group. We almost never use this map mode. But Caucasian's the one we care about. And we can accept all of these for cheap. So Circassian and Georgian are maybe we accept, but after that it's like kind of whatever feels good. So maybe yeah, we do want to integrate this guy in the near future. Got like no market access, I think. Yeah. Wait, does he also have control of the market? No, is that this guy's capital? It is. Damn it. Well, that's Farsi. So maybe we annex this guy, actually, next. And then we accept Baloch and we get a ton of cores. And it's cheaper because I think we improved the relations with them. Their relation with us? No, maybe we didn't. How much is it to accept? 1.4. Oh. There would be no more Baloch. It'll start getting cheaper and cheaper, and they'll get converted up. Oh, this guy is Baloch. How's Persia gonna retire by 40 with just 329k? Exactly. You gotta put it in the... Gotta open a Roth IRA. Someone clip that and take it out of context, not like this. I don't know what you're suggesting that someone clip and take out of context, but it can't be good. Can't be good for me. I don't know what the name is in English, but the parameters, an option to boost max speed, maybe this can help. 3D map tank the performances too. That's true, we could. We're using reasonably high performance. The thing is, I don't want to get it too low. I also don't know if that's what's causing the issue. I think it might be just the ticks. Yeah, the game's starting to chug. Really doesn't like us zooming in and out, it feels like. Masara finally flips. Nice. So that's gonna have 86 max control. This is our naval governor. In here. We have one more potential naval governor. I think, do we have another? So we have local governors +2. We're using 2. And then we have this +2, but we're gonna get another local governor soon. We have CB on Sicily? How do we have a CB on Sicily? I don't know how we would get to them. We don't have boats. Or we don't have boats that can go around yet. We don't have boats in this ocean. So yeah, it's immediately reurbanizing everything, not like this. That also might be where we want to post up our regional governor temporarily until we figure out a better spot for it. It's on the edge of like markets, so it's not the best, but like this city here, considering our lack of proximity there. It's also going to be really hard without any proximity to convert this culturally. Donna gets annexed. Could also place, do we have... We don't have a city over here, but we could make a Donna a regional capital or something like this. I'm not sure how much I like that. Oh, we did want to move this over to Hargan. How are we doing on institutions? Okay, we got the institution in that trade center. Tabriz, we can't encourage it in. Hargan, we might be able to encourage it in. Actually. No, we can't. None of these are... Or I guess Eshfand is a market. Yeah. Just push global trade faster. And then... Quest knowledge sharing from this guy, I guess. And Ahi. Yeah, he's got like everything. The OPM's just killing it with that. But now that there's trade in this place, it's going to global trade spreads to the rest of the market. So that's why we're doing it in Eshfand, because we want Eshfand to get global trade so it spreads to the rest of the market. We would do it with Baghdad, but we can't because we don't control the entire province. Which is maybe... We could just move the Baghdad province, but... It's also going to hit global trade not too long anyways. And then Tabriz is just unfortunately can't get it like that. But, oh no wait, Tabriz already has it. Perfect. So, things are coming along. You have a lot of stuff to research anyways. Would you create a lumber colony somewhere, export home? Is that too far-fetched? No, that's kind of makes sense. Still waiting for my new world. 75% iron output advance. Yeah. I think it's interesting because I think a lot of the pain that everyone's experiencing kind of highlights a lot of things that we've been saying about the economy. The economy is stupid. Alright. Still haven't discovered Australia yet. It's impossible. Impassable. Could go for these guys again. We have like several annexations going, so we don't have to worry too much about it. We're also like overloaded on our subjects right now though. Such that maybe actually chilling is a little bit better. Just getting more pop growth, getting more food in our markets. Like, not having the market strained because the subjects all mobilized, this type of thing. Maybe even a little bit better, because they're just loyal from being too big. Or from there being too much of them. Ooh, baby, there goes the rivalry. I think since they're threatening, we can make a CB on them that way. Migrations may be a little bit interesting. Kinda need to finish getting this place cored up with Tabriz. We have all of Mosul now though. Let's go for this. Yeah, there's not a lot that we need to flip. So it's gonna be kinda nice. Do you live near a hospital? I live right next to a racetrack, and people often get hurt at the racetrack. Do you have performance issues? Just maximize tick speed on the top graphic option, and the bottom of the list, turn off 3D terrain. So turn off 3D terrain and maximize tick speed. Alright. I don't think it's a graphical issue though, I think the game's trying to think, but... So on graphics... Turn off 3D terrain. What about particles? It's still choppy. I feel like it's such a tough issue to crack. Low control countries with no consumption, even if you go Palace Eco with it, you get hell economics levels of buildings. Well, the problem is right now you can just shuffle goods back and forth to create demand. So like even if you don't have demand, you just artificially create it. But like when we're constructing like an economic theory of like how to play the game, we're assuming that that doesn't get to stay in our theory, right? Yeah, this is just too slow, I think. I don't know if this is the mod slowing us down, but this definitely feels like a lot worse. We could also try restarting the game here. Do we need the governor immediately? Maybe we could use him immediately. I think long term, we actually want to put one in Manuf, in Egypt. I think that's pretty far away. There's a bunch of stuff still in this age that we want. But global trade is coming our way. It's a shame because global trade's like probably such a nice pop-off tech for us as well. Yeah, but like... yeah. He has culture, some of them. We have some cultures. You can never tell if journalists is being honest about the racetrack. Okay. 3D terrain requires restart. Alright, we could try restarting. We're gonna try restarting. If it's still choppy, I think we're gonna end the stream. Because this is like really slow. And we accomplished what we wanted to do. Right, which is, flip Armenian. I guess it does look quite a bit better. It looks a little bit more contiguous, less pockets. I think the Austrian tech is still better. I mean, this run feels so cool, though. It, like, would suck if... I don't know. I, like, kind of want to play it more now that we've, like... I feel like we've gotten... I feel like H3, after you get H3, you kind of get through a lot of the tools, lumber, apocalypse pain. Because you need those two techs. And this has kind of always been the case, but you just, like, don't overbuild. But the thing, like, kind of forces you to overbuild. Or, like, previously you would just not overbuild, right? And now it just kind of forces you to. The game I have to exit the money and load back every few years. It just slows down considerably with in-game time. Oh, that's fair. I haven't been able to place governors as the Ottoman. What gives? Depends what governor you're talking about. One of them requires a road connection to the capital. The other requires you don't have a road connection to the capital. So, I think there's also a continental requirement as well, which for the Ottomans is very awkward. I believe that naval governors have to be on your same continent as your capital. So if your capital is in Asia, you could put a naval governor in China. As long as it's an exclave. I'm not 100% sure of the requirements, though. That seems really silly that they would let you do that, but maybe they do, because it's just very European, like, focused. But you might be trying to put a naval governor on the wrong continent, and that's why it's not letting you. You guys hear my computer fans whirring? I mean, I think in either case regarding the stream, we did get like what we wanted to do today, was flip Armenian. Kind of like right as we were approaching the finish line, we just cheated, and our ruler died, and we just put an Armenian in charge so we could change. The triple dev is also going to be so good in 100 years. We're going to have more dev than anyone else, despite having, like, nonsense. Like, already we're, like, tied for, like, really high dev. Except for Dodger. Dodger's got a ton. Yeah, okay, you're right. This is way faster. This guy's so much more. This scales with your eco. We could hire guys for 1K. Or we could get that scaling stuff. Yeah, this is a lot faster. Okay, okay, okay. I still think we're in chill mode here. But yeah. Oh, I remember what we wanted to do a while back. We wanted to build more bailiffs. I don't know if we want them where we have lumber, but it might be the case that we want them where we have lumber. Lumber's not like a dead price. But yeah, we haven't built bailiffs in a hot minute. We should actually just make a spreadsheet, or like a, not a spreadsheet, a like flowchart of like every X years check this. Because this is probably a decent sized leak. Sugar maybe okay. I didn't realize we had a lum in this market. Makes negative money because there's no wood here. God damn it, dude. I mean, definitely want to lock it in on that. On the one that uses a lum. Doesn't increase the number, and we already like span markets, so we're done with changing social values. Sure. How are we tracing proximity these days, actually? Let's dev that. How much dev are we getting in this iron province now? 0.0184, brother. That's so much. Yeah, it sucks that we don't have any iron in the Baghdad market. This maybe we should be focused a little bit more on this market even. Naval governors can't be overseas. From clicking around, it seems you can't build in a new world if your capital's in the old worlds. Oh, actually, we could just push towards quantity. What are we doing? Oh, the game's going too fast. That's so much better. Alright. I didn't see that we had just neutral trend. We could push 0.48 times quant. Quant's still better. I know they nerfed it a couple times, but yeah, the frontage. The frontage and army maintenance are just too good. Initiatives, whatever. Initiative's a trash modifier right now anyway. We do not want extra trade maintenance. That's such a stupid event. I think we're exploring this already. Okay, Mamluks and Timurids we both have. Destroy enemy. Sure. We'll wait. I think you actively want to keep just the low rank on this now. That way it's just the maintenance is way cheaper on your followers, your camp followers or whatever. Nice. Max control here is going to be pretty high now. Not as nice as us hitting pop cap basically on this homeboy. We're doing on pop growth 58.58. Cheap food is 0.07. Large food storage in the province 0.17. 0.1 from rural. This desert, you know, it actually probably has more pop growth if we upgrade it at this point. We hate it when that happens, but it is what it is. We'll still get irrigation on it. I think the max irrigation level might go up even, not 100% sure. Let's add some irrigation though. Which does use up tools. How's it going tonight? The economy unclog itself once the better PMs come online. Yeah, it's basically once you get the H3 wood and iron, but like we've seen this phenomena kind of before, so it's just gonna get worse and worse until we get the next flight of those techs, which we have coming up somewhat soon. We're close to trade, global trade. Can't colonize it. Okay. Let's research flute. Because otherwise, stuff's just it's behind the tech. Our worst enemy. And we do want the tools workshop and iron output. Could put a really temporary local governor just over here. We could city Adana. Wouldn't even be terrible. Wow, can't annex that guy. Rough. What's our bigger than modifier here? 200%. We'll just sit tight, kind of. I think a lot of this upper stuff we don't end up annexing, like, anytime soon. This is make a new market. I think that we don't want it to have, but it did. Okay, so, because you need liquor and fabric and all the like, to run an economy, we'll do some of that. These guys get Armenian? No. Did these guys get Armenian? Hey, our subjects, our colonies are gonna get the dev now. Or our new colonies. I guess this guy we can enforce culture on. Let's do that. Then I think us going for this is probably fine. I think we feed it to him and then he'll be able to take care of himself. Could alternatively make our own subject, but make another one. But that'll really jank up, like, I think we'd rather just do that. Okay. Looking for like low pop areas. Might also make a market, but we kind of know what's behind here, and this is a decent spot for a market on the coast here, so we'll make another subject there. Oh, we do have to pay attention to the infrastructure stuff a little bit now. Especially these settlements are so good. And then market villages as well. I really want something where like we could make it so it just only builds one market village like everywhere basically. Like what we're about to do here. Do this. Transport 1k troops. We don't have a lot of troops. We have 7k. So we take half of our units, 3,200. How much does each one of these give? Each one gives 250. So 10 would give 2,500. Puts us up at 3,500 with this squad. I think that'll work. A big part of it is we just want the market capital. I think that we do this, we move the market capital over to here. So we urbanize the fish. Just kidding, there's not enough lumber there. Womp womp. Not enough lumber, they said. But we want to control this capital, this market. Don't really care if we lack the market access, although eventually we could build a... We cannot build a naval capital over here. Not allowed. Because it has to be on the, it can't be overseas. Oh wait, this isn't overseas for us. It isn't overseas because it's adjacent, so we could build a naval capital here eventually. Is it just Kilwa though? Let's just Kilwa. Here we can't though, this is overseas. This is not overseas. Overseas? Not overseas. Overseas? Not overseas. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Let's embrace. And get those, and then have a tank. We really want to work. We have a ton of advantage on this stuff. We really want to work our way down there. But kind of takes a little while to get there. Trade maintenance is also reasonable to go for. Proximity cost without maritime presence, I don't think is valuable for us right now. Yeah, so we might just push for the whole shaboodle. Through kind of a bunch of trash. Actually, annexation speed's something we're in the mood for. Okay. That's gonna be our plan. We haven't looked at our burger map mode in a while. Kind of have a high amount down here and around the capital. It's auto expanding. This is not auto expanding anything. We have managed to bring the pop up quite a lot. It'll go a lot longer, a lot further away here for us to just max these out, where we have really low pop. And then here, I think we're gonna put the mason on auto expand, locked in on stone. But there's not much market access here, so not much masonry will get produced. this will increase our pop growth. Another son is born. Okay, Sind now likes us enough. We'll support loyalists and start the annexation. Maybe we wait until another one finishes. This one finished. If we get a percentage modifier on them from being way larger, it's probably okay. We don't. So he's just gonna stay in still. Yeah, so we'll pull that back. If we're getting a plus 100% modifier, that'd be fine, but we're not, so it's not. We do want to push towards mercantilism because we can't possibly push free trade. I think mercantilism is also better. Trade maintenance, I think, is better than the little bit of efficiency. I could be mistaken, though. That guy's qualified. Holy. This will let us sail all the way around, which is maybe a blessing and a curse. Can't explore over this way very easily. But we have a CB on the sky anyways, we didn't need to develop one. But this just makes us have to fight Arachnids. Our subjects might be able to just fight the Arachnids for us and then we just focus on Timmy. I was looking at this, like, not too long. Yeah, I think that this CB is not even as good. But us having a governor here wouldn't be that insane. It's flatland, okay, there's desert, but it's also got grassland, this type of stuff. It's got decent RGOs. It's got a solid amount of pops. Could also just kind of ignore them, but the thing is we want to get in on the Arachnids. That's who we're really after. How much Turkish do we have? Oh, we could accept the Turkish. Which will give us a core on that and Smyrna and all of these. Eternally, we can deck on these guys. Oh, these guys are all alone. You got isolated from your allies, my friend? Well. Let's deck on them and just let our subjects handle it. Yeah, so all this gets cored. Smyrna. Yep. Nice. We could even right now construct the naval capital in Smyrna. Would we be able to get proximity over here? I mean, it'd get it up to 100 control. Thing is, we want to build it over here. Well, we could abandon this one. This one's so nice for us right now, though. We also just, because we accept Turkish now. We also could just hold on to a lot of these locations for an extended period of time to help with our annexation and not make our guys more disloyal. Nice. We have 3 more locations in here that we need to flip. That one's gonna be the most troublesome, I think. This one, yeah, this one's close. Maybe in retrospect we should have flipped, accepted Mongolian. What country are you gonna play after Persia? Depends if they fix stuff on Monday. If they fix stuff on Monday, Sweden. Armenian content is different to everyone else's because it checks both, so a lot of stuff is just, is Aragon or was Spain and primary culture Catalan? Yeah. They say they were going to add canals to the game. I don't think they said anything about canals, to my recollection. We also want to use the thing on them. Yeah. Playing the courts or... It's a lot of mysticism, bro. Gonna grab that guy in a second. Probably just gonna conquer him, move the capital, and then release him. Let's do this. Move the market capital, that is. There's maybe something to us having subjects hold this stuff, but we're actually getting a decent amount of dev here. The real issue for us is that we can't build roads, or like roads are useless. It's a little slightly inefficient for us, but we're doing this for market access. Eventually. I don't know why I did that. That's gonna be too much demand for those for on the short term. Yeah, Timurid just doesn't have the stuff that we want. Well, us having us moving a governor up here is not insane. It's just this in-between stuff's like just feels bad. Like, are we supposed to put a governor here? Put a governor up here. There's like not that much pops. Seems kind of sus. But there's 2.8 milli over here. Wow, there's 30,000 pops here? Holy shit. Could we not have so many pops here? Just the one grassland area? Jesus. If we get combat though, it'll flip and hopefully those places could exit us over there. What's our dev up to in the capital? I think once it gets past 50, we'll stop wanting to put stuff in the capital, but... Sponsored noble mercenaries? I think that's new. I haven't seen that before. We did piss off a ton of our subjects. we could get a little bit of dev. Also, more likely we can get the dev and click more buttons. Ah. I guess that's our parliament. We have a little bit of a choice. Legislative efficiency. Oh, who cares? We could go for the money, or we could go for the dev. We would get so much additional through taxes, though. I think it's probably the money. And maybe we roll something up good enough. I actually don't hate mandatory impressment, to be honest. But we hate losing 12 stab to get it, so... Did they devs say they would update it on Monday? No, but, not to my knowledge. Any, like, public statement of that sort, but... stuff gets read over the weekend, you know? And I think that they generally have an idea what they want to do when they come back. They are winning this solo bolo, right? Without us? Okay. A lot of them are disloyal is the issue we maybe have to be a little bit careful of. So Malwa... Or we can hire these guys... Oh, I made a mistake here. We should not have given that guy a chance to get wrecked. I need to have our cake and eat it too. It's only got 3 loyalties, so... Does have the fort coming through, though. Pugue is gonna be a nice little subject. Nice little colony that is going to be Armenian, so they are going to get the extra little 0.1 dev. So they're going to dev up right quick. Are these guys all in a row? Is it the magic time? It is the magic time. Jesus. So there's just like... It's just so straightforward. It's a straight line. Unfortunately, Richard Doab is also going after these guys. Actually, that's really obnoxious, because we need them to not go after those guys. That annexation's about to finish. When it does, we can start on Sind. Let's see. We just probably need 3,000 guys. feel like that sound is new. Monthly research we're kind of into. Pulp conversion speeds. I'm not writing home about that. I think we... That's kind of nice for the places that it takes a while to cap out the burger literacy in rural locations. It's almost certainly not capped out. Two more to go here. Let's see. Embark? No. Embark. Cool. Looks like they decided to YOLO it. Didn't work out for them. I think we could split up. Take 2 sieges. Just kidding. This guy has to die. Because we don't want them to get to annex our subjects here. What? Oh boy. Oh boy. You didn't put a general in charge of this? So expensive to murk him. I'm just gonna kill him. Keep these guys together now. Oh no, the malaria. No! The bells. Alright. Just want trade capacity, dog. Let's see how this front is working. They're making progress. It's kind of slow. They do appear to be fine though, without any assistance. We will not provide any. We got the Ode to Meadow, our favorite. Shout out to Meadow. Let's go for the annex, I think. Well, we actually don't have to annex them. We could like subjugate them or something. I think we're just gonna annex them though, because we'd rather like release them with our stuff. Then we come back. We now have control of the market. Are we controlling it? Yeah, we are. Our 5 trade capacity is 70 trade profit. What are we doing with that? What the hell? Interesting. St. Helena's already been colonized. Damn it. That might have been my bad. We might have seen it before it got colonized. As I suspected, what could you profitably build? Well, it's just gonna be paper, fine cloth. To be fair, fine cloth actually close to the capital makes a lot of sense, because if we're using the regular cloth, the input modifier thing doesn't matter very much, and we're just gonna use regular cloth. Like, if we're locked in on this, then it's the only that dies in the other stuff, so yeah, let's do that. So just doing this to kind of have an idea of where it might not auto-expanding too much. We can be spinning the money back, or the cloth back and forth more too. We have the technology. And then if we already have fine cloth exports to somewhere, we can just increase it. They're making the top list. Still currently trying to like flood the world market with it, but this is actually starting to get decent amount of access. Why is Cold Market importing 113 saffron? Hey. Other game is stable enough for Iron Man, I agree. If I push naval and then build a naval governor and then push land, do I lose the naval governor building? Yes. The naval governor buildings are unlocked by these. The government reforms, which slot out if you go under. So, yes. Required. That you stay put. Okay. I don't hate it. I only hope that us moving the market capital here doesn't make this guy go feral and weird. I think that we will offer market access preference to these two so that they don't go feral and weird. And then relocate to here. A little bit better. It's only 800 to relocate it, so it's not a big deal either way. How do we not have these guys under control yet? Wait, did we annex something? We got a bunch of cores. We annexed this guy. Cool. Which is a whole lot of silk. I didn't realize how much silk we had in here. And this bizzle. Let's urbanize the lagoons. Actually, yeah, no, that can de-urbanize. Fruit can also urbanize. Feels bad though. This weekend city. And then our auto expand will go after these because they'll be looking good. Decent proximity to them. The exclave in Baghdad is complete, or except it's not Baghdad, it's southern Iraq. Wait, is that Kuwait? Did I call Kuwait Southern Iraq? Kuwait's like over here, right? And then this is like part of Iraq? Uh-oh. Not like this. Well, we can annex everything that's not currently occupied. Okay. I think there was a new feature to upgrade current buildings. And this is going to be relatively big for us. So where was it? Mass like upgrade or something. Not that necessarily that's the way we'd want to do it, but I think the thing is what we want to do is wait, what? Oh, this mod works a little bit different. If I do this and this in the UI, it takes the auto expand with me. Yeah. Okay. Definitely want to auto expand. Okay, so how are we supposed to navigate the UI for this then? Okay, so these three already have tools. That's not auto-expanding them. That is. Not auto-expanding. Okay, cool. And then these three have it. Auto-expanding them. Not auto-expanding them. Auto-expanding them. Okay. And we should kind of, or for most people, this should be a spot where you kind of like have the escape velocity on the like apocalypse, the tool apocalypse, but not for us. The reason being is that we don't have enough lumber mill slots to properly do this. Yeah, I think this will be good enough because areas further than this are going to have relatively poor control. Actually, maybe we take a look at the iron provinces and what they're doing. But we don't necessarily want to utilize kind of some of our stuff on areas of lower control. I think we have some copper tools over here though. Yeah, this is expanding into copper tools, so let's do that, and then they don't believe in copper tools. Just kidding. Iron only. That's a bit of a bummer. That was kind of a nice solution early on for us. This place can auto-expand tools, but it's like 0 promotions for forever, because I think it's not even a chord. Yeah, very slow on the promotions. Yeah, I wonder how that'll shake out, that war. Oh, we get to go after 2 of these guys. Let's actually give them a decent dude. Not like the best dude. We shall be one nation, one faith. Alright, everyone flips to me. That's spooky. Losing 2k is a lot. Maybe can't look away too much here. Not sure what happens if we subjugate these guys. I guess we can't. Fair. Annex to this guy. Ooh, I don't think we want to let it urbanize. Can't de-urbanize it now. Or we can. Maybe we just have to wait a second for it to get cored. But we do want Market Village on the silver. That's gonna breadbasket quite nicely. The irrigation. We get all these guys working on this. I don't know if we maintain this. There's really not a lot of pops here, so it's not too big a cost. The thing will probably pay for itself either way. Actually, we want to urbanize this instead. And when we wait a month, we can downgrade this. And then build the village there. Okay. Definitely want one on the lumber, the saffron. We're building these because this gives us dev growth. Because it gives you potential burgers, and the burgers have literacy. They're ignoring the Treaty of Tortillas. How dare they? I'm trying to remember which of these has the place that has the best stuff in it. Or is the cheap so we can have a leaping off point? Rather. That's working. We did finish looking here. I think the pop's relatively low. Let's go for that. I feel like we need some colonization's way more expensive than it used to be. That's probably why the AI is not doing it as much. It's so funny, we'll be able to put a naval governor in Kilwa. We actually don't have another naval governor we want. you know, maybe we put a... Maybe we just put a regional governor in Sind. Not a naval governor. Because we almost have road extending all the way there. We would just have to annex this dude. We have another regional governor. And then we could keep this governor here for now. The thing is, we have a naval governor right now. But I think I like the idea of, yeah, using up our non-naval governor here. Well, do we? Well, that means we can naval governor down here in Kilwa. Which, okay, this is a meme, but... And then eventually we move one of these governors to here. Smyrna we just need to keep surrounded by one subject. And then we could have there. I mean, we're getting to the point where it feels like we're going to be able to project a lot of control, but then, like, when we look back at the capital, like, the capital's not going to be able to get very much prox down to, like, some of the areas where we currently have regional capitals. Why did you disable 3D terrain? Trying to improve performance. So... But I mean, right now we have an additional governor, we have a bunch of, like, territory there, it's not that valuable, though. Like, this is kind of all whatever. Sind itself, it will be valuable, though. This Kilwa stuff is just probably too memey. We're probably just supposed to use it to just supply our other markets. There's, like, no dev here. There's, like, nothing to do. Yeah. In fact, it's probably the case we would like to give to our subjects, like, all this land. Maybe we make a subject here, actually. We somehow flip them Armenian, make a subject. Let them control this. Force divert trade to us with that subject. And then... Or make a bunch of subjects. And just maintain control of wherever the market capital is, wherever we want it to be. Yeah, that's probably it. But just like a long-term... Actually, if it's a long-term subject, we can do bigger ones. Bigger ones is a little bit better. In a way that maybe is okay on the proximity for them. Like this plus this backside stuff. Like these 3 locations or these 4 locations or 4 things. Saffron's valuable though. Oh boy. No food here. Oh, they got the other thing too. Oh, geez, this is yikes. Where are we missing? Yeah, I mean, we'll have to get it in Mosul eventually. We have relatively high control there. I think I flubbed this. Wasn't paying close enough attention. I think Light Lancers is what we want the most of, considering we have so many cavalry bonuses. Still age 3 tech. It's just very flubbed. Like, not being able to assault is so brutal, because this place is probably sitting... Oh no, it's got a full fort. Alright, fair enough. Why did we... Alright, well... You're just hoping these guys make it. With 0 food. Alright, they got the food now. Behind enemy lines, I guess. Grab a ton. Somehow these guys have managed to accomplish absolutely nothing, so... This is my bad for trying to fight 2 wars at once. Actually, I think we want to be able to siege pretty well, so we'll do like this. And then where is the Kutaya? Alright, we gotta take this with 3 forts. Fantastic. Yeah, we can't refill garrison. Maybe that's what happened. We couldn't refill the garrison. Can't refill the garrison with mercs. Mercs do not like it when you ask them to do that. They're like, yo, what the hell? Naval Governor of Baku could make sense. Baku? There's a problem with having the Naval Governor of Baku. Which I haven't observed, but someone informed me of this. Your naval range is 0 in the sea, which means all your boats will die really fast, so you can't actually use it to propagate naval. Crazy with the 9800 X3D, we still have potato performance. Yeah, the truth hurts. Potato, potato, tomato, tomato. Didn't we colonize this? Or we didn't have range? We have range for this? Ooh, we have range up here. Kinda not where we want one though. Not where we want the start of one. These colonies is getting expensive. But okay, we could create a colonial charter. Yeah. We're paying out the ass for colonies, but I think it's fine. I think it's much more balanced too. This guy accept annexation right now? We could do vassal. Wait, is vassal the same? 36 infamy or antag versus 36. Why is annexation the same as vassalization in terms of antag cost? Because, I mean, we'll be able to release someone with better stuff. Just makes sense to annex them. And now we can actually reinforce this a little bit. Also, we get food supply. I think we're still annexing, guys. But let's come in and improve relations. With a few dudes. Ugh. So much urbanization, Jesus. I think we had another place with iron. Yeah. It's our highest control area here. That's where we actually have the iron. Okay, but other than that. 2 coastal places. I think we will push up their auto expand on the iron. Let them all kind of get better tools. I wonder how much iron we have here. And if it's burger exporting. Now that we had to hit the tech. Tools, no. Burgers are exporting from there. That's good, that's good, that's good. That's what we want to see. Burgers are exporting. Fantastic. Just as an indicator of like where we are happy seeing the burgers exporting. Sucks that we can't do copper tools no more. Are we getting any? No. We could fork this over to someone who is... Mongolian, and have a little bit less stuff to deal with. Or is not Mongolian, rather. This guy, though. We need to enforce culture on him. I think we enforce religion on some of these guys in the north. And so we can't enforce culture on them. We can also integrate some of this stuff ourselves. If it's sinned. So I guess it's just that stuff we can integrate ourselves. I forgot the conclusion I came to, though. Whether we wanted to use a regular governor or a naval governor here. Oops. So this is the war goal. Actually, let's just do this. That's my purse. I don't know you. Oh no, not my siege. God damn it, dude. My beautiful siege. It was so beautiful. Oh, we still have it. Okay, cool. My beautiful siege. It'll be nice to gain control of this market. That'll extend this a little bit. Is that a thing? I can park ships in the Caspian in 1.0.10? That's what someone told me. I haven't confirmed. So I think that's a thing, yeah. I guess I'm not sure that it's a thing. Hey Renee, been a while. How's it going? Glad that governors ended up being a bit more gated and restricted than looked at first glance. Well, at first glance, we were like dealing with old proximity, and I was like, bro, this is insane. Get this out of here. You know? So we could maybe... I don't know how we're gonna try and navigate that. Which one can we embrace? Artillery? We're maybe into starting to have a standing army and starting to actually use infantrymen. But I think we just annex this guy. Oh, we can't. It's too much. That's fair. Oh, does this have the bug? No, it's just actually like infinite war score for stuff. Tax base is too high. Not the original, yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh, we want to take the... I guess we'll take maps. Maybe? No, we won't take anything of that sort. But now we get in combat. Do have to be careful that this guy will decide, hey, I want to make my own market, because combat's too far away. This guy too. They are less likely to do it if you have market access preference. And this guy, I think we just want one location off of him. And we'll release a subject that can go for him. He's kind of amenable to that. Military reforms. I'm studying per usual. How's the patch? Wow, that's 33 towards quality. The patch is interesting. I'm enjoying playing on it quite a bit. I think a lot of people are upset about it. I think they're upset for reasonable reason. And so it's kind of got like a little bit of an eco thing that is not a fun gameplay pattern, but actually once we've kind of cleared it and gotten to the later ages, it's actually not that obnoxious. But it is causing issues for people. We're gonna go this for 33 quantity. Is there a way we can lock in our quants actually? Don't think we want to do that. But I think that we didn't research recruitment law at all. Let's do that. I wish you could, like, not brick research and, like, put something at the head of the queue and, like, swap it on over. So we'll do that, and then we'll get back towards going towards that. Reduce inflation we might be interested in. Having my first game where Timmy doesn't happen, since Timmy died before I came to power. Womp womp. I'm having a great time with 1.1. They kind of buried the lead on governors by holding back on Prox speed change. Yeah. That's exactly how I put it. I was like, this is catastrophic, because, like, they're, like, you're gonna have proximity everywhere, and then it's like, oh, proximity's changed, though. It's like, well, okay, then it's not gonna be everywhere. Do we win this? We win this, right? Yeah. That's what I thought. We could maybe annex this guy and take this province from him. Probably not, by the looks of it. Combat's not necessarily the best location for a market, but does Combat have good harbor? No, it doesn't. I mean, we could move it over. Move it way over to here. Or like where the medicaments is. Urbanize the medicaments, annex that guy, put it over there. I think that's actually kind of fine. Which one of these guys has the Kabul market? Kabul has it. So we'd have to make sure that we have market access preference on a couple of these guys. So they don't kind of do funky things. We are kind of keen on getting out of the war so we can start the annexations on the guys we want to annex. I think we have an annexation ticking, but I'm not 100% sure. It's going to be a nice market for them. I'm trying to think if what we're supposed to do colonial-wise. Oh, Aragon's doing some things. Let's do this. Kind of got this like triangle thing where we're going to have to fight them for the colonies in Africa and the other guys for the colonies in other areas. Damn, you're making good ducats. We're trying. We're trying. What? No. That's my siege. I don't know you. We love going towards inward, I think, for reasons. Okay. I think we don't need this guy promoting institutions anymore. Or we could use multiple cabinet members. Alright, well then increased province control is going to be multiplicatively effective with this. This is going to be nice. Yeah. Alright. We'll flip Armenian soon enough. Then that's probably how we should have been doing this the whole time. Multiples, stack a whole bunch of them. I think someone was telling me that you could do this with integration. Didn't, the switch didn't flip that we could just do that with that, the other stuff too. I think we're just going to conduct a census. The pop growth. Dev interior is somewhat attractive, just intentionally fail it for the urban building cost, but I don't think that the building cost is exactly what's holding us back here. That is the prod efficiency one, so we will just take our progress towards... We want to progress towards... Oh, we maybe shouldn't have clicked that. It's giving us what we want. Free village, I think we could go without. Yeah, I think we wanted to push inward and we got confused because normally we push outward. Yeah, just sieging this down might be the most straightforward. How is this the guy not crying for help at this point? He's almost full occupied. Because Romania's in the war with them. Alright, we'll see what we could cook up with that. Gotta keep track of where all we have stuff. That needs to be like reintegrated or whatever. I think we just full occupy him though, then get the peace deal. So I suppose we should try and know what that is that we want. Does Theodoro have... oh. Transferring Theodora maybe makes sense though to finish out Crimea. Good evening, someone. Your ruler is looking extremely dissatisfied. He's a grumpy grumper. Bold fighter though. Useless trades here. Actually, we probably should have done expensive education on everyone. Sorry, all the males. Not everyone. I wish there was a better way to, like, that there was a more flexible way to allow the women to get in charge or whatever. Bulgaria is doing pretty good. Ooh, that's kind of annoying. So we could either get 5 research. Oh, but we unlock an estate privilege? Hold up. That's just kind of strict upside. Okay, let's do this. We will have to repush towards... yeah, but we'll also gain research progress, which is nice. But I don't think we're hyper locked out. Where'd our income go? Where'd that go? How did that get in there? What income? Nice. I don't know why we're giving her expensive education. We can't use her. Alright. So now that this is cored, we want to stop doing what we're doing, and we're going to assimilate over here, where we kind of have some control, not a lot. So maybe we build a bailiff there first. So now this guy, let's go shift on over to Basara. No? There we go. Increase province control. Bueller. Basara. Assimilate. Armenian. Basara. Assimilate. Armenian Basara. So now, control will ramp up, and we're getting 500 a tick. Yeah. Okay. Win some battles. We're just gonna punt those guys. We don't want to fight them anymore. Oh, we maybe should have gone for extra ducats, extra tax base. Yo, hey Christian. With a K. Let's go. Do the stats from the characters gained from education affect their stats of their children? No, I don't think so. Yeah, 100 control on the governors feels pretty nice. We got the extra governor, right? From down here? Yeah, we did. Why is it being funky? Control click's not working. Oh, that's way too much war score. God, everything's so much war score. It's because the tax base is insane. Your tax base is insane. Holy. Why is your tax base so high? 37. Oh, I think this is more of the bug. There's no way it's that high, right? Price of salt. Price of salt is 10 ducats? What? God, we can't decrease the price of salt and dar. We cannot artificially decrease the price of salt. If we could decrease the price of salt and dar, we could actually make this peace deal way cheaper, but we can't decrease the price of salt and dar. It's so expensive. That's a third of the war score. Dog. Let me out. That's crazy. Is the salt expensive here? No, we're exporting it. Son of a bitch, dude. Us taking combat rearranged the market. Because otherwise I don't think this location's in Dar. This is just in Dar because this guy doesn't like us. Okay. Because we're at war. That's going to be the releasable subject. But maybe we could just get that on our own there. Not quite. I mean, this will give us the Reconquest CB. Actually, I think it was silly of us to use this CB. We could have threatened war, and I forgot. The tax bases on these locations is insane now, though. I mean, we could take the salt. I think we want these two at least. We'll release several different subjects here in due time. We have to annex in before moving stuff there. Wait, will this cost us 25 stab to join? We release these guys as tributary? We cannot. Let's see if accept hits our stab. No, yeah, I don't want to pay 25 stab for that. That's why we saved. So I'm not sure how that worked. Unfortunate. Because we don't have any desire to help out Bulgaria. So we'll decline. Say nah. But here we want just a way to get to everything by land. Just like snake through and that. I suppose we would kind of want a map, but it's fine. Alright, so our recruitment law. We're just going to go for the trend to son of a bitch. I forgot that this requires later age. I knew like that wasn't worth researching until later, and then later it was worth it. I debated myself. You hate to see it. Okay, surely now you're okay with this peace deal. Yeah, they are. Alright. They're in with the iron. Actually, don't mind putting the tools here on auto expand, just because resolving the tools issue is really nice, and then we'll upgrade this to a city. Okay. This guy is the one who had claims. This guy also has claims. This guy also has claims. Claims in there, which is kind of nice. Okay, so that means that we can take this. Yeah. Then I want this for releasing a subject that's just going to have the locations around Smyrna to make it an exclave. Something like this. Oh, yeah, because we release Aydin and then we hand them that. Yeah, it's perfect. pick a qualified woman. And then we will feed them eventually. This location and this location. I guess we might have to integrate these two ourselves, or just a little bit more complicated. Okay, I guess it's a couple of custom subjects. And we'll transfer to this guy, this location. Son of a bitch. That's his capital. I guess we can annex him and then give that location over. That also works. That works. Yeah, okay. Send these to Smyrna and then let's start get cracking on some of this. We could put the regional capital in Smyrna now. Doesn't really do too much. But to be fair, if it's going there anyways, we might as well throw it in there. Alright, what's the problem? No gold. Fair. We're gonna have to fight Bulgaria and destroy their market, maybe. Smyrna just doesn't have the range to, like, even touch places where we have that have gold. I guess we have the Tbilisi market. What's going on there? Jewelry for jewelers guilds. And minting. So let's look where they're at. Okay, Tbilisi itself. Then wrong thing. Would love to de-urbanize it, can't. Oh, coalitions can happen. I forgot. I think we went to not auto renew the mercs. Okay. Oh, bad. Don't send it to Trebizond. Send it to Smyrna. We could also ship gold from a different, like, Tabriz over if we need to, but I don't want to have to do that. Maybe we want Mercury Patio. The shuffle to like get the gold in the thing is like kind of obnoxious. There's gold, but there's not enough. Alright, how much do we have? What is that about? We don't want them exporting the Baghdad market. We should have control of this market, so we control where the stuff... Oh, we do not. Armenia does. Son of a... That's... Let's see what we can do with that. Well, they're not loyal at all. We could transfer a bunch of their locations to other subjects to make them more manageable. Can we move gold straight from Tabriz, though? Oh, can't reach the Smyrna market. We'll give it one more month. Yeah, but this is a spectacularly unfun minigame. It's just like, how many ways can you cancel gold consumption? Okay. Problem is there was overbuilt gold. My kingdom to just ship as much gold as possible to Smyrna. Maybe we should just fight this guy while we have the guys prepped. We do have to decide. I think we wanted to annex this guy. Oh yikes, people are mad unloyal. Oh, we created more subjects. We needed to not have done that. Was this sinned with? The modifier's too bad for us now. I wish there was a breakdown of why it was a XYZ thing. I think we need to expand out the military. The standing army specifically. I don't know if it cares about what type of units you have. I imagine it cares about how strong the units are. Okay. Nobody is annexable. No, a couple guys are. Bamper is cool. We'll annex Bamper. And this guy. Does it have to do with marginal income? Because our marginal income's shit. Wait, why are we paying for... Yeah, I think that's what we wanted. I guess gold and silver output would be nice right now. I don't think we want to give them the extra juice though. But we can now throw the slider. It was like 115 was what they were feeling before. 113. That's not helping. Shoot. It's probably okay on the urbanization. They have nothing going on. I hope someone doesn't have... Someone might have some bugged out gold that's like quadrupling. Oh no, I hope that that's not the case. Is this like bugged out silver? What does it think your tax base is? The wealth is not 120 there, my guy. Is it? No, it shouldn't. I mean, it's not that bugged out, but it shouldn't be 120. Actually, let's see. We're in Armenia. Have the gold and the silver. And we can delete that down. Alright, where else in subjects is giving a ton of tax base? Not sure we want the cotton urbanized anyways. Ooh, downgrading a city though. It's grasslands, it'll live. Well, I mean, the city won't, but... Desert, yeah, so it really needs that for pop level. We don't even want the salt urbanized. We do not want that urbanized. That's not stuff we... Oh yeah, that's not stuff we can control. Don't think we want to urbanize clay generally. What's this? What was that? Couldn't have been a city. It's all being urbanized is kind of weird. Just downgrading a lot of the stuff we want downgraded anyways. I got re-upgraded a bunch of stuff that we had downgraded. Alright, let's let it tick over. Is it still apocalypse mode? No, it's not. Still pretty bad considering we are improving loyalty with him. Alright, let's get rid of this. And this. Definitely that. Probably rice could be better as food. Kinda like stone. It's probably fine. Do subjects out here. Don't really like deleting their pop capacity out here too much. But Herat doesn't even make money, I don't think. This place makes a lot of money, eh? We can't delete it down though. Not sure why. Kabul's got a fat tax base though. Gameplay patterns is weird. We do want more lumber, pretty clearly. And then we will just be holding on to this for a little while, rather than turning it into a subject. Can we start another annexation? Not that we'd want to, but that's an indication that this deleting is working. Speed of annexation, getting that bonus is nice. Well, some of these modifiers are like in this, and some are in this. Speed of annexation versus diplomatic annexation cost. The diplo annex cost ones are insane. The speed of annexation ones are medium / not very useful. put a crown character in charge here. What are stats looking like? Pretty solid. We wanted to deck them, but us having everyone be disloyal is kind of a little bit of a mini crisis, isn't it? Let's come here and let's start paying for the mercs again. Kind of get them all over there. Can we walk this guy back? No, but we can fleet him back. Maybe overkill on the increased control thing. Oh, this is all Armenian. Got it. Perfect. In that case, Armenian. Armenian. You know what? Was there an age thing? They don't have like all the text of stuff that changes with the age, but I do think loyalty of subjects is something that changes in age 4. Or is it just they reduce this stuff to just trade maintenance? Alright, whatever. Is there loyalty of subjects somewhere in here? Ah, there is not. Alright, we will grab that. With that, that should help to push down the size on some of these guys. Let's do one Hurin. The size malice. That would explain why our subjects just like could not fight the enemy because they just were refusing to. This is pretty rough. Do units reinforce with pops the location was just recruited in? I don't think so. What's your favorite Christian religion aside from Orthodox and Catholic? Those are my least favorites. Persian consul going from province to province, wrecking crew with sledgehammers. Sir, they built another fruit orchard. Another fruit orchard has hit the whatever. Trading needs to be revamped. Too much busy work, and with the patch automation doesn't work. Not properly, no. Especially because it can't value like increasing prices in your market and stuff like this. The units reinforce with pops to the location it was just recruited in. No, they reinforce just like from your manpower pool. It's when a unit dies that it gets drained from a location. How's your literacy now that it's not getting bricked anymore? It's like pretty level, pretty constant. I had to leave a bit. Could you show Prox map? Sure. Is Republic much better than Monarchy now? Yeah, probably. Especially right now, trade is absolutely insane, so you just want to do as much as you can with trade. Okay, you're fully loyal. Why can't we annex you? Okay. If opinion's the issue, we can do something else to fix that. This guy is not loyal though. This is even with Confederal Union. I don't want to give up the prosperity here, but in theory we could go for one of the loyalty ones. Okay. Someone who's in the 30s we might be able to do something with. Oh. Oh, the only guys we can annex. Okay, that's a problem. The only guys we can annex are, there's a good reason we can only annex them. Alright, I think we're gonna make an audible here. A sharp turn in terms of what we're going for. Getting close to that stuff, which is nice, but... I think we go for pikemen. Right? Am I blind? Don't answer that question. Where are the arquebusiers? Not sure this does anything for us. Relative to the pikemen. Are pikemen just better? The thing is, we have to unlock arquebusiers to get to that unique unit. The movement speed, the thing is... Oh, that's initiative. I mean, I guess it's a little bit better. The problem is we don't want to unlock arquebusiers and them, because I think that actually increases the amount of guys we hemorrhage to mercs more. Getting the Gilman barracks is kind of nice. It does require slaves, but... We're gonna be making slaves in India. We like that side of the tree more though, the other one. Oh, I guess this is fine. Okay. Does this place have dyes in excess? Scriptorium maintenance. Not sure with the upgraded one they use dyes. It's interesting. I'm glad we didn't make subjects out of this. We like only accidentally messed up over here. There's too many vassals. I think it's also some of them... We shouldn't have unlocked manpower buildings, because I think some of them are building standing armies now. Well, we could come in and bulldoze a bunch more buildings. I guess actually... Armenia is the biggest issue, and then this the guy. we don't want to urbanize that stuff anyways. And then Armenia. Tax base per level's 3. Oh, this is one of the... It's bugged out. Son of a bitch. This is one of the ones that's... the wealth shouldn't be 65 there. Making the tax base 44. There's actually, like, nothing we can do about this. The price of iron is 2.6. There's 9 iron here. This is supposed to add like 27 wealth. It's adding 65. I mean, I guess that's kind of okay. Why do we want urbanized long term anyway? Just de-urbanize the capital. They really hate it when you do that. And then Kabul is also big. Already went after Kabul a little bit. And kind of attacked inefficient stuff. I can't downgrade that because it's got separatism, yeah. It's not going to do a whole lot. They might have bugged out stuff as well. Did our economy dip? No. There's like, not like there's like a Constantinople to go after. You know? There's a Constantinople to delete, that's like a different story. Wow, there's a ton of clay here. We actually really like the clay. Going after manpower buildings also makes sense. I think that we just need like the upgrade version of the units. I hate that one. If we got them as high as 30, we could start rolling the ball and annexing them. We'll get a little bit stronger when we annex these fiefdoms, but oh, I did not want this guy to come all the way out here. Oh well. There's just finally a route around. Let's grab an explorer. Let's grab an explorer. Let's grab an explorer. Okay. It's kind of low pop. This area is fine. They make it all subjects or something? It really felt like this kind of snuck up on us, but maybe we just... I don't know. It's because we made these, like, these 3 subjects, like, really pushed us over the edge. Maybe we should actually just delete their urbanization. You can't? How do you... We lost the CB on him. Do you know the math on chance to have a child? 50-50. Can you teach me about the birds and the bees with the EU5 metaphor? Can't think of one right now. We're gonna go to bed, good stream, see you, Legionnaire. Yeah, I think I'm kind of reaching the end here. I just, like, I wanted to resolve this issue before we stopped, but... it's, a little bit difficult, and we still haven't started to build up in Smyrna, the thing. I think I'm, like, losing my concentration. Have you encountered the iron tool lumber issue? Yes. And will changing the trade weights as Paradox did save the situation? No. It will not alleviate it alone. There's more than just that is going on there. It has to do with, like, kind of the overall comping of the economy is, like, skewed towards, like, causing issues, because there's... At the bottom end, you, like, need so much lumber. To some degree, it resolves after age 3 when you get the lumber and iron techs, and it's a little bit easier if you have production efficiency, but there's, like... In order to get tools, you need to build tool workshops. In order to build tool workshops, you have to get iron. In order to get iron, you need to exhaust your iron or build bog iron smelters. But eventually you exhaust your iron and it's like, okay, well... and then for bog iron smelters, you need wood, you need lumber mills, you need tools. It's an entire loop. The loop is incredibly inefficient, so if you have no production efficiency, it's just basically dead. And if you have a bunch of buildings that the estates are building randomly that consume a bunch of wood, it's also going to kill it because you're pulling too much out of the loop that the production efficiency can't cover the margins, and you just have like a death spiral. So it has to do with like the fact that everything requires lumber, and when you look at a lot of the junker buildings that the estates are building, they're all consuming lumber. They're using a ton of lumber. So talking about the raw material buildings, these are so this produces lumber, but lumber I think, sand pits, yeah, lumber and tools, just straight lumber, lumber and tools. So you have this loop that supports the entire like bottom of the economy, and normally it's like you can sustain it, but if you have a bunch of random stuff demanding a ton of lumber and tools, you can't. And so a bigger issue is that there's not enough lumber to cover like the entire economy being like that. Also, from a simulation perspective, it's kind of like a little bit silly that like Persia is like unplayable because they don't have lumber, because they can't build lumber mills, because they have like just all desert and this type of thing. But like, it was, could kind of make it work as Persia. But then it like you kind of like get over it. But like outside of that, the economy is also just very fast. And so they turbocharged the economy with the estate thing, which like it didn't need to be faster. These 10-hour streams are wild. Persia going strong. Yeah, we're like kind of reaching the end though. I'm kind of like frantically trying to solve an issue I don't think I can solve right now. Which is the loyalty on these guys. I don't know what we're gonna do here. I know, yeah, I know what we're doing here, but it's, how did we get here? This is, the solution's this. The Gilman. And us actually having military units. The AI just, like, really doesn't think we're up to snuff. I think also if we, researched levies, it would make a difference as well. I don't know where the levies for this age are, though. I'm not used to, like, actually caring about researching levies. The Flintlock levy. Because I think that they are doing it based on perception of, wow, that's an insane tech. New combined arms. Or perception of combat ability, so Flintlock levy's probably okay here, too. Maybe also part of it was them recovering their manpower. But actually, okay. Who has barrackses? Who here has sinned? Bop the armories. Just zooming out and looking at who has army. And just if they have armory, bop the armories. That's a big bop. Like anyone with a standing army, because it's easy for us to tell who has a standing army now that we're not fighting. Eggs are bad, dude. And then I think they delete their armies. Or, I mean, they can't support them. Helps out quite a bit. I don't even think they've deleted their armies yet. Sind has got 5 away from being annexable. They also have a little bit. Because we don't hate all of this urbanization. I don't know, they're dying for the sins of another, basically. We eat a lot of cost, actually, just holding on to these marks. Maybe we don't. So, release your strongest guy and reconquer them after you annex. War is what I had to do. Yeah, but I'd rather not release them. I guess this is actually the biggest problem, and also we don't care about owning that, like, anytime soon. See you at ads. Never mind. Oh, he's the problem. Yeah, he makes a lot of money. You want to delete your stuff? Please, Bueller? Yeah, but this... I guess this top stuff we don't care as much about. And the Carrotids probably hits our gut, actually. So maybe we... throw them to the wind. I don't think we're annexing that guy anytime soon. And we want annexations to be rolling. They're trying to... Oop, not that one. Okay. Where are the ships, dude? Why are you just sitting out there? What the hell is this? I just need to get one over 30 other than Send, who needs to be over 50. I'd rather make him delete all of his cities first if I'm gonna... Oh, they just don't do anything. He doesn't have anything in them. Hey, where'd the army we built go? Thought we built more than this. Okay, we can't build that. We have no manpower. Alright. Filter by if we have 85 plus control. 84 is fine. Filter by Looks like Georgia got cut down to size. We wanted to make a subject out of that, but we like cannot make a subject right now. It's also going to help when one of these annexations with the dominions finish. We should have made only dominions when we were... I don't know how our dominions didn't get bricked though. I guess they maybe fixed the bug. Oh, it's so close. Getting these military buildings, the army maintenance is way higher than... Is this how we collapse? Is this how it all ends? I don't want to release anyone from Persia because theme. Don't want to release this guy because he's holding the market capital. This guy's on the coast and we actually might be able to get control there. That place might actually be able to finally send Smyrna some gold, though. After we get that. Oh, looks like... okay. Getting a naval governor here in Smyrna. As was planned. Oh, they're reurbanizing, chat. No, no. I think it is just the mill tech. Like, that's the only thing that allows us to push back against this many subjects. It also just means we get to be peaceful for a while, I think. Or we could swap gov reforms. I don't want to get off this though. So many techs away. I think we'll have to idle if we do this. Yeah, that decreased tax base of Armenia is so high. It's like bugged high. God. We could try transferring the bug location, the iron, to someone who's going to have more control. So it wouldn't be bugged. Moving in the wrong direction. I mean, we don't want to lose our governor. We can get this back later. We don't want the progress, or we don't care about the progress towards outward. We just care about as much loyalty as possible. Oh, formalized scales, weights, and measures is still... Was it always 5%? I think it was always 5%. That's good. Oh, max tax on everyone's so nice. But okay, I think we go for this. And so we didn't need to release all these cats, but that's probably fine as well, because we don't really want them that bad anyways. Okay. Not sure if we have anyone loyal kind of wanting to take our side here. Looks like we don't. They're just going to mobilize because they're at war. But they're not actually going to solve the issue. Oh, mercenary army. We absolutely want this. That didn't even register to me. Yeah. We finished annexing. What? Bro, how do you teleport over here? Bruh. I hope us taking this guy out is enough and we don't have to do all the things. Probably won't be. Naval. Getting these things cored up. Okay, 1.2 something, and we still haven't... Fixed vassal obligation's not in all the way. Once upon a time, you could use the guys that you had captured from the other army to siege it down. Not anymore, though. You're not even loyal, my guy. What's that about? Sind is good enough to be annexed. Oh, this guy joined the war? That's a vibe. It's gonna be good for us. Naval infrastructure is probably good for us, especially if Smyrna's getting stuff. But short term, that's probably gonna be kind of nice. Local assembly. They're not good, but they're not that bad. Those ones are good. Local shrines are bad. I'm frustrated that Kurulutai cannot be built in this patch. Is that the building from the one guys, the Killa? What are your thoughts on the Hussite Wars? I haven't seen the updated version of it, so I have no idea. Because I know it's been updated, so... Like in the abstract or in actuality? Because in actuality I don't really know what it's like now that they've updated it. It will be nice, we will have a decent sized army by the time we get the destroy enemy CB. I think that we build up this in case our vision on them goes away. To help our siege. Don't want to annex the guy, because we can't handle more vassals. Yep, and then we will, I think, swap this guy out for a crown character. Yeah, let's take the young guy. War as hell. And then start annexation on Sind. Seems fine. I actually just want this to like finish nearly as quickly as possible. Oh my god. At least we got the annexation on Sin started. Oh. this what the Arachnids own? It's causing this? They don't want just that. Is Georgia involved? Georgia is involved. Ugh. Do we really want this all urbanized? I think it's all desert though. Yeah, that's maybe okay, except for the salt. We gotta annex this guy too if we want to build a regular governor over here, which I think was the plan. Alright, so Armenia, we're going to use support loyalists to bring them above 50% so they actually do something here. Even though we knocked down all their stuff. This is the last place we need to convert. Nice, we're starting to get cheap iron even. Gourd my gourd, basically. This guy we also want to annex. We're gonna have to support loyalists to do the next few annexations though, but we have more than enough diplomats for that to be fine. He's supposed to actually do something. Let's do this. Explorer. Explorer. This also Explorer. I think if these islands aren't taken, we're more than happy to pick them up. I think they will be, but we'll check. Could also go for the famed beer dun market, maybe. Long may it rain, the most useful place in all of Christendom. Except it's usually mashallah instead. It'd almost be faster for us to just hire marks and like run them down up here. Do we not have access to Terek? I don't know why. I don't know what they're doing. Okay, I guess they're getting their asses there. Fair. Just the slowest way possible. Yeah, so it looks like they will have that under control in just a moment. We're still annexing him? No, we're not. What's our proximity look like? Not ideal. The only urbanization we're going to try and let them keep is the place where we want to put our regional governor. It's going to involve us getting gold into the combat market, but we can maybe try and solve that with just getting more gold. Which age is the Mercury patio? Oh, we already got it. Oh, okay. Let's do that. Okay, we have plenty of buffer now. Looks like they separate pieced their guy because it was disloyal. I think we don't want Georgia in the roster anymore. I think we gotta bench him. Actually don't care about any of this, to be honest. Just want maps. It's more that we oh. Okay. Okay, this guy we have to... Oh my god, he's not loyal at all. Okay, let's support loyalists on this guy. Now he's above 50%, now we can annex him. And then we can accept one culture. Mercury patios are going to be big here. I think Tbilisi also we... Jewelers... We close those down because we were trying to get gold. To flow. Now it doesn't matter. That is that province. Let's do this province. And then eventually we will get it onward to Adana. Actually, let's maybe split these guys in half. And I think we will actually get proximity to Adana from Smyrna then, which will be nice. That's also going to take a lot of power off the table. Oh, why do you drop 4 loyalty in one go? What happened there? Was that the month tick of us attritioning? Oh my god, that was the month tick of us attritioning, I think. Yeah. Just a month of us being in the mountains. Rip. You set up a local governor in North Chile where a big chunk of gold RGOs are? Or is it better to set up a colonial nation there? North Chile? I don't think you can set up... You can't set up governors overseas unless you move your capital there. We're saying it's fixable without reform swapping? No, I think it's just a little bit too much. We also have subjects we want to release, like, out of this. We just can't do it yet. Very cute that... Or it's doable, but we have to wait on the tech that, like, is a little bit far off. This should come back up as our guys reinforce, I think. No, maybe not. Even the reform swap had... Problem is that these guys are rebuilding a lot of their buildings. A lot of their stuff that we didn't want them to have. There's so much money. They're very fast about it. Oh, dude. We could also try and spin up our economy, but... and spin up our military. This is one of the things that is bad about, trying to fight, like, with mercs only or something like this. Is, you can't, maintain loyalty on guys as easily. Any annexations going at all? I think there is a negative modifier for loyalty in this age, though. Is there? I guess not. We have Federal Union. Max, we basically have everything we could possibly have. This is just getting too big. Yeah. The thing is, like, we could hire infinite mercs, but the strength level consideration for that doesn't, like, it ignores the fact that you can hire infinite mercs. People want that. It's like, that's not power. It's not real power. We might upgrade our guys to arquebusiers. I don't know if we'll be able to upgrade from arquebusier to gilman's the only problem. But we could slowly get rid of the arquebusiers. That's the case. We're about to have it. It'll be very nice to click up. And then, now that we've clicked up, that should resolve this. Or do we need to reinforce? I think we will... Any place with over 80 control. 81's good enough. max expand the barracks, which we're probably having a lot of demand for the stuff that we've not previously had demand for barracks-wise. So I probably can... Oh, weapons are not up yet, but... We're gonna have the upgraded version of the weapons workshop, or we already have the weapons workshop. What's the demand? Demands wood, iron, and tools. Holy shit, that's not good. I know we have market villages in the region. Hopefully the market villages move in that direction. Don't want to micro all those PMs. It's gonna take us forever to reinforce without the extra guys. Let's go training fields. Technically a little bit less efficient per gold or whatever. Yeah, not much going on. Wait, didn't we add a bunch of barracks? Am I going crazy? Be a little bit more inclusive, I guess. Oh, I want to get this resolved. We're so close to being able to, like, pip them. Let's bop this. One of the more cityest cities. This guy hasn't managed to convert anything. We want the cotton, like, not urbanized anyways. I feel like we're doing the same thing over and over again though, yeah. Definitely want the clay and the... Salt is now really good, so... It seems. No armories for you. I feel like also once we annex Sind, it'll be much better. Karn's a little bit better. How long will this take? We have plus 300%. From much smaller. .04 off, so we're going the right direction or the wrong direction? We're going the wrong direction as ticks happen. The reinforcements that we are getting aren't enough. To be fair, it's just 20 guys. Does Diplo rep affect loyalty? No. Be nice if it did. Probably unbalanced. Guess we could do this into audit checks and that would be kind of okay. I still really want to finish this tech down here. Oh, just pain. I don't think we're unpainting in an immediate future. Subrogation. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Send officers? I don't think send officers, isn't that relations, not loyalty? Oh, that does give 5 loyalty. Oh my god. Thank you. That's gonna be enough to make it work. Try taking a break. Yeah, this is probably... So in Spain, I will have Suez as the capital. I won't be able to build naval capitals in Iberia as it will be overseas. No, it won't be overseas, because to be overseas, you have to not be in an adjacent subcontinent as well. So we can't make colonies over here. Or this is my understanding, I could be mistaken here, but we can't make colonies over here because it's in an adjacent subcontinent. But this, Lower Zambezi, that's a different subcontinent. That's in South Africa. So it also adjacent subcontinent. So North Africa, you're an adjacent subcontinent. You should be able to do it, I believe. Next stage will hurt more if you don't get vassals under control now. Yeah, but we're also getting a much bigger percent bonus thing. Also, I think sending officers just does the trick. Sind is barely getting the much smaller modifier. This guy's really getting it, though. And it gives us time to try and get this guy to the point where we can annex him. But why we can build viceroyalities in Iberia? You could just switch your capital back and forth and let you build viceroyalities, yeah. In either or both. It might be best if you're playing Spain, though, to start as Morocco now and then flip Castilian. Or it's probably, I think that's probably better. We're not paying for our sliders, so... Unfortunately, we can't upgrade to the Gilman, but okay. Now we just need to get slaves to Baghdad. Little caps lock action. Why won't it let us? We have to look where there are actually slave pops. There's a ton in Villa Mesta. Why can't we import them from there? We have control of this market. See, increase province control there, so we can promote up enough burghers to just begin operation on the slaves market. I'm not sure if that's the issue, why we can't import them. There's a bunch of slave pops there, so no save supply and demand, I guess. That will help with the crown power. We have above 0. I don't think we need a lot of them. Just because we had actual 0 control there. Where's this all cord? Some of that. It's interesting that this place can't export, or it doesn't have a surplus of slaves, so it can't export the slaves, but it's got a ton of slave pops. Because we are enslaving as we are finishing colonies. So they will work the barracks. I think there's no other place we could get slave pops from. Yeah, they have to actually be slaves is the thing. I guess there's a few over here. In Dar. But what are we doing? Slave market's over here. We should be able to import some amount from combat. So we have slave markets. Same idea here. maybe it needs to be net positive. Why are they all going here? Just because there's an RGO need and then you're getting released or something? Well, I mean, allegedly. We have a deficit of slaves, although maybe I should know better than to try and use slave buildings. Actually, these buildings won't do anything. What are we doing? The buildings won't do anything because the slaves will work the RGO first. Because they're broken. Because the buildings are broken. That's how that's gonna work out. But that opens us up to scout this stuff. Or at least. With a explorer. Just kidding. And then this guy's gonna run out of everything. But the thing he cannot get anywhere else, he must get from within the market, is liquor. So everyone knows exploration is haram. Actually, yeah, see road, gravel, connect it. Let's connect it. So we'll increase our debt in these areas. Might have been worth it to stay monarchy slightly longer for the fiefdom span. Well, so fiefdoms were bricked last patch. I was just assuming they were still bricked, but maybe they weren't. So, looks like the auto expand doesn't want to hit that because it doesn't have much control. Oh, I hope that I'll be able to accept Beloach. It'll be annoying if I won't. That's why we're annexing this guy anyways. One more core. So we want to set up... No, I think we want to annex this guy. God, we're just barely able to keep this going. We maybe just have to increase the size of our own economy. I mean, we're trying to do the military too. It's coming up. I had a brain fart with the slaves. I didn't realize that the slave buildings would just be completely bricked, because they will be. Bit unfortunate. Not much to be done about it though. Wow, 30,000 in the desert in the middle of nowhere. That's impressive work. Smyrna getting... We're kind of gaining... We're actually gaining at a pretty good clip there. Just not enough to make this market start to kick up. What's this? Why'd you come over here? That was letting the fleet auto patrol the thing, I think. This might be decreasing our income in a way that's making it harder to annex guys, but I don't think it'll be having that big an effect, to be honest. I think we... Oh, no. I mean, we could try and become stronger and bigger. To be fair, we could put a naval governor over here and that would actually kind of do decently, maybe. I wonder if we're actually getting any slave pops. It doesn't really matter. I think we're gonna delete those barracks. No, it doesn't look like we're getting any. Oh, this straight up not repairing and is actually just dying. Okay. Back to Ormuz. But... Why we can build vice-royalities in Iberia? China AI becomes so strong in this patch? Yeah, they do good. How were fiefdoms bricked? They used to be bricked. Because, like, you used to, like, lose your primary family, and then the fiefdom would swap to just being a regular vassal, and it was just kind of whatever. What's bricked around slave buildings? Oh, so when we bring over a bunch of slaves, they won't work in they won't work in the slave building. They will just, Wait, why don't we have a slave building here? Because we don't have any slaves. The building doesn't even show up. But they will prioritize working in the RGO first. So we'll just have 2,000 slaves working in the RGO, is how it will work. these 2,000 slaves, if we get them there, they will work in the wheat. We will have an additional 2,000 laborers just idling, and that'll be it. If you urbanize the coast in the next spend down, you might be able to get naval hegemony, which could be useful. We could push for naval hedge pretty easily if we wanted to, but why would we want to? It's a bunch of extra antag, and no one's... The guy who's got naval hedge... It would actually be very expensive to go for it, but maritime support, it's on a area. One of our issues with that is that we don't have a spectacular area to put it on. I mean, it is good, but like, what area would we put it in? Anatolia? After we annex some of the stuff? We don't have a super big area that's like really high value. Lower Egypt, I guess, maybe if we wanted to keep the capital in Smyrna, would make some sense. Kind of tempted to fight them. But we have no manpower. Yeah, probably could have prepared for this transition a little bit better, and then the real mess up was this, where we made the new subjects. We knew we were kind of on the cusp, and we needed to just hold the territory. Like, we're holding this. That's all we needed to do. But now this guy's probably going to follow him. And then, like, we're stalled out until we get barracks. We eventually can build enough stuff. And then we'll also get to upgrade the cannons and stuff. Army maintenance 5% is also going to be nice. Such a bummer. It seems like an obvious fix to make slave buildings work. It's not straightforward to implement. But I had mentioned it pretty early on. Like, or I don't know. It's been bugged for forever. It's like a known thing. It's like, I don't know, it's frustrating. They made it so that they have a better PM. Just in the Hobbit. Thank you for follow, much appreciated. It's useful if we could, like, overstack the slaves, but now overstacking slaves seems impossible. Because the slaves shuffle around and promote. Like, slaves just completely disappear. Because they made it so slaves can move around in the market. They made it so the slaves promoting wasn't bugged, so this means just that all slaves become not slaves, basically. Except for these guys, Jesus. What's going on there? Yeah, I don't know. As a colony, this is kind of interesting. This is from... What's his face? If we could get to the place where... If we could get to Lake Victoria, we could get a bunch of free slaves. By virtue of, you colonize instantly if it's at max pop. And they're at max pop there. Looks like they're colonizing already here. These guys are colonizing too. These guys are not colonizing. Fair. Yeah, it's gonna be. Oh no, wait, he's not colonizing. That's terrain. Yeah, this is good. That's gonna be like a rough colonization to push through. We maybe could just give him a little bit of a boost by giving him this stuff. We're getting decent dev here, though. Ish. 0.0043. It's, well, decent-ish. Probably want to sell it out to a subject. But yeah, we might have to give up more subjects. This guy north of the Caucasus maybe makes some sense. I don't think we're ever going to have control there. He's just calling us into wars and is actually actively annoying. Something like this. We have the area we want, which is just holding on to Persia. And I don't think we want to, like, use a regional governor in Khorasan. I think that's just not worth enough. Have you flipped centralization? Decentralization just better? I think decentralization is just better. And it's, like, not very close. But I haven't tried the new centralization, so I could be mistaken. So I'm kind of keen on trying it, but I'm not optimistic about it. The last Iraqi. I mean, if this guy's flipped most stuff Armenian, he'd be useful to annex too. We would just barely have enough Jews to start annexing them. It is just a painful inflection point. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna solve it. Curious to see how Playmaker's centralization plus subject experiment works out. I mean, I don't think it's insane to like try and do it. It's just the thing is it's like really inefficient from a cab action perspective. Like the thing is like Playmaker's metric of success is gonna be how much he paints. And like if that's your metric, direct controlling stuff, you don't have as much periods where you like have a stall. Like right now we're stalling, and okay, we could start wars, but we won't necessarily do it. I mean, us just starting wars and hanging on to stuff actually might be a way to solve our problem, because if we generate income on stuff and just hang on to it, that'd actually be good for us. Wonder which of these governor things is better for us. Probably the one in Tbilisi. We have one idled right now, but we can move one to Sind, and then we could like take like Manuf to the coast from Egypt, like here, and then like put a governor. Oh no, wait, we would need a naval governor. We don't have an extra one. We can move the one from here, but this one's kind of doing a lot of work for us, I think. It's letting us have, like, some control all around here. I don't know, playing in Persia is just rough. Yemen still gets 5 flat control. Yeah, there's a few that get 5 flat control. Daviet as well. Like, Daviet getting 5 flat control with a bailiff, like, to me is, like, kind of an interesting thing. I don't see anything that looks like he's using a bailiff. But Yemen as well. if you have a bailiff and it's a core, completely disconnected from anything, that's 45 control. Like 20 from core and 25 from, or 20 from bailiff and then 5 from the thing. And then if you like have some proximity, it gets really good. Alright, I think we're done for today. I think we had probably a stream that was longer than we should have. Kind of been enjoying the Persia run. This might be the last episode though. Just running into the subjects thing at the end is like, I think it's like solvable when we get barracks and we just move up to like a 60k stack army, and then we also like delete a bunch of stuff from our subjects like we were before, and then we just stop adding to the subjects. Because we've solved this problem before on other runs, but it's a little bit of a tedious one to solve, so maybe it's a good ending for the run, because we got the kind of mission accomplished. The only thing I would say is, like, I was kind of keen on seeing what it looks like when we get governors over here, but I think that eventually that would have been pretty good, like having a naval governor here in Smyrna, having a land governor in Manuf, having a land governor in Sind, and then we could have another naval governor in Kilwa. And then our other couple land governors probably end up going up in India. So we would have 4 land governors, right? So we could think through this real quick. Naval governor, we have Smyrna and Kilwa. Land governor we have here. And then here. And then I guess in 2 more locations. I guess probably one in Bengal and one down here or something like this. And then ignore up here a little bit, or the one in Bengal maybe is around here instead. So you get these 2, and then you get in here, and you get here, plus the coast hitting this stuff. Although the coast hitting that stuff's a little bit less important. Like, this might end up being better than, like, this. And this coast might still get hit a little bit. Because, here it comes out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you're on this. Something like that. But also we're, like, clearly... Well, I was going to say clearly the strongest, but we're not even the number 2 GP. Vijayanagara is? I'm pretty sure we could take Vijayanagara. We could just hire infinite marks. So... Looks like someone's playing Biz. Everyone likes Biz. 11.4 hours. Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to... Just like one more turn effect. But like, I think we did what we wanted to do here, which was like show kind of a way to play Persia, but like honestly, like this region's just awful to play in, and it's especially awful in light of like the lumber apocalypse. Like handling this is kind of a pain. Which actually, to be fair, the fact that we can handle this is probably indicative that like a lot of this is way more playable than people are making it out to be honest. It's just like, it's rough until you hit the H3 text, and then it's all super whatever. It's not any reason for not go liberalism and not absolutism, I don't know. It's been a while since I took to look at the values, but from what I remember, there's like not really a very good reason. Hindustan would have been better for us to form as well. Than Persia. That one didn't get the nerf bat. So let's talk about Kilwa to India, so you keep slave raiding. I mean, now you could play any country to India, any African country to India, like the Mamluks to India would just probably be more straight, because like yeah, you could move your capital to Asia. You just have to start in Africa. It's very flexible in terms of what you're doing there. People are just gonna we're gonna see a bit of starting as Africa and then flipping to some really random stuff. Like Morocco to Castile is probably the way to play it. Alright, let's raid. And then we will also link the person we are raiding to the YouTubers, but we will be off. You started here, if you started here again, do you just run to India? Absolutely, yeah. This is, especially when India is like soft and weak and this type of thing. We did get a bunch of dev stuff, and we didn't get to kind of fully experience it over the course of a long period of time, but actually we're deving up so fast, and we're going to very quickly become the highest dev like region in the world, just like generally, even in Persia, even through the like desert, just because we have so many of these modifiers. Like every single one of our plays looks like it's being dev provinced basically, which is kind of a little bit interesting. But yeah, Sweden next. Yeah, probably. I don't know if we'll stream again tomorrow. Oh, we actually got to finish because we're about to be hitting 11:55 minutes, which ends the YouTube one automatically. So bye-bye everyone there.